At 6:34 in the evening. Jiangqing City. This was an era of universal superpowers. At 16 one awakens, and upon awakening enters a superpower university, becoming a person above others. The awakening rating determined one's lifetime destiny. And today there were only 3 days left until the unified awakening assessment of Jiangqing. The entire city was immersed in a fervent atmosphere of preparation. Every household's teenagers were frantically operating the superpower factors within their bodies, striving for higher talent ratings. Parents served them with utmost care, not daring to disturb them for a single second. Only the Liu family's atmosphere was overwhelmingly oppressive. Second floor bedroom. The curtain was drawn open a crack and a cool evening breeze drifted in, gently caressing the desk. On the desk lay an old book with a dark blue cover, its pages curled and covered with scratches. On the cover 2 large characters written with such force they seemed to pierce through the paper: Jian Lai. Liu Hen sat on a wooden chair, his posture straight as a sword, both elbows propped on the desk, his palms supporting his cheeks, his gaze locked onto the pages. He read very slowly each line of characters as if he had to chew and swallow them into his heart. Occasionally he stopped, his pupils dilating as if piercing through the real world to behold a vast and boundless realm of the sword. There were high mountains, seas of clouds, a white-robed swordsman, and a legend of a single sword stroke cleaving mountains and rivers. In others' eyes this was merely an outdated martial arts novel. But for him it was a comfort for his soul. And he had decided that he wanted to walk the path of the sword as described in the novel. In this world where superpowers reigned supreme, perhaps this was a path that no one acknowledged, no one understood, and even considered him mad. But Liu Hen knew better than anyone. He thought that the so-called path of superpowers was also good, but it was not the path he wanted to take. His fingertip moved slightly. The 5 fingers of his right hand slowly closed, lightly grasping as if holding an invisible long sword. His wrist turned slightly, the muscles of his arm instantly tensing, and a faint, barely perceptible white light flashed and vanished at his fingertips. The room was terrifyingly silent. Only the soft rustle of turning pages and the faint sound of cooking from outside the window. The warm yellow desk lamp fell on his handsome profile, casting long eyelashes in shadow. His expression was calm, yet it hid a determination that no one could understand. He was not rebellious. Meanwhile in the living room his parents were already on the verge of collapse. Lu Feng stood in front of the bedroom door, dressed in casual home, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. He was a high-ranking cadre of the Huaxia Alliance General Bureau, a 9 forbidden powerhouse, honored and dignified all his life, yet in the end he stumbled over his own son. Still inside. His voice was low, suppressing a towering rage. Suyu sat on the sofa, the e-reader in her hand lit up, but she could not read a single word. Her face was full of worry, eyes slightly red. He hasn't come out since afternoon, should still be reading that book. Book? Lu Feng let out a low roar, his voice uncontrollably rising. That's a frivolous book. It's poison. Something that will ruin his entire life. The awakening assessment is only 3 days away. Other people's children are sprinting for moon-level and star-level superpowers. And he locks himself up. Our Liu family has been superpower users for generations. How did we produce such an oddball? Suyu quickly tugged at him. Keep your voice down, don't frighten the child. Scare him. Lu Feng's chest heaved violently. If I don't scold him awake, hell truly be ruined. In the future everyone else will be superpower users, and hell be a good-for-nothing who can't even find a job. In this world, not cultivating superpowers meant cutting off one's own future. He would be mocked, ostracized, and looked down upon. They simply could not understand. Why had their son suddenly become like this? 6:57 in the evening. Liu Hen let out a long breath. Today's reading was enough. He slowly closed Jian Lai, first straightening the pages neatly, then gently closing the cover. His movements were gentle, as if handling a supreme treasure of the world. He leaned back in the chair, closing his eyes to rest for a moment. In his mind the sword manuals, sword intent and sword techniques from Jian Lai flashed by one, leaving an endless aftertaste. Liu Hen stood up, his knees slightly numb from sitting long. He paused briefly, then returned to normal. Step by step he walked to the door, pressing his palm on the cool brass doorknob. The coolness spread through his body from his fingertips. He knew that beyond the door lay incomprehension, anger, anxiety, and his parents' failure to understand. But he was without fear. He pressed the handle and gently pulled. Creak, the door swung open. In the living room 2 pairs of eyes like searchlights instantly fell upon him. Lu Feng abruptly raised his head, his eyes blazing with fire almost as if they would ignite him. Su Yu set down the e-reader with a thud, her face full of anxiety and heartache. Lu Hen walked out slowly, dressed in dark blue, home where his posture upright, his gaze indifferent as if detached from everything. He swept his eyes over his parents' extremely tense faces, his voice calm and flat. "Father, mother, you seem very anxious." That one sentence instantly ignited the long-suppressed anger in Lu Feng. Anxious. Lu Feng slammed the sofa armrest, suddenly rising to his feet, his voice causing the entire living room to buzz. "How can I not be anxious? The awakening assessment is only 3 days away. You lock yourself in your room all day reading useless books, skip classes and don't cultivate your superpowers. What do you want to do? Others awaken with superpower talents, even the worst is Ming level. And you? Do you want to get a 0 and disgrace the whole family?" The roar echoed and the emotions suppressed for countless days finally erupted. Su Yu, her face pale with fright, quickly stepped forward to pull her husband. "Old Lu, don't shout, let's talk calmly." "Talk calmly?" Lu Feng trembled with rage. "I've talked calmly so many times. When has he ever listened? I'm telling you here and now, tomorrow you must go to school for special training or I'll personally tie you up." In everyone's eyes Lu Hen should now be afraid, guilty, bowing his head and apologizing. After all, facing him was an enraged father. But Lu Hen's reaction surprised everyone. He stood there, his face without a single ripple. No fear, no guilt, no panic, not even a hint of emotional fluctuation. He tilted his head slightly, a faint, extremely calm smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Then slowly he raised his right hand and casually waved it twice. His tone was flat, yet every word was like a blade, shattering everyone's perception. "That whole superpower thing. I have no interest in it." Boom. These words, like a thunderbolt from the ninth heaven, exploded violently in Lu Feng and Su Ye's ears. No interest. Lu Feng's vision darkened and he nearly fainted from rage on the spot. He pointed at Lu Hen, his finger trembling violently, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. You are truly beyond help." Su Ye's tears instantly welled up, her voice choked. "Xiao Hen, mother begs you, don't be willful, okay? That is your future." Lu Hen glanced at them, offering no explanation, no comfort. Some paths are destined to be walked alone. Some heights some people will never understand in a lifetime. He turned around, no longer looking at his crumbling parents, and strode straight toward the door. He bent down, opened the shoe cabinet, took out a pair of white sneakers, sat on the soft mat and slowly and deliberately tied his shoelaces, loop after loop, tight and neat. The entire process was calm and composed, as if the explosive living room behind him had nothing to do with him. Tying his shoes, Lu Hen stood up. He walked to the door, grasped the handle and gently turned it. Click. The door opened. The evening breeze rushed in, carrying the freshness of grass and soil, dispersing all the oppression and irritation inside the house. Lu Hen stepped out without looking back. He gently closed the door behind him. A soft sound completely isolated two worlds. Inside the door, Lu Feng could no longer hold on. Supporting himself on the sofa, he gasped heavily, his face ashen. Ungrateful son. Truly an ungrateful son. How could I have fathered such a son? Su Yu was in tears but could only keep comforting. "It'll be okay. It'll be okay." Outside the door, Lu Hen stood at the stairwell looking up at the sky. The sky had already darkened, deep blue descending, and on the eastern horizon a solitary star shone bright and steadfast. He walked slowly along the flagstone path. The streetlights came on, casting a dim yellow glow that stretched his shadow long. As he reached the bus stop near the community entrance, several murmurs of discussion immediately and clearly drilled into his ears. "That's the kid from that family. Heard he doesn't go to school. Reads novels. At a time like this. His parents aren't ordinary people. What a pity. He's done for 0 on the assessment. In 3 days his life is ruined. What a pity his parents are so accomplished, yet they raised a lazy good for nothing." Mockery, contempt, pity and schadenfreude. Every word and every phrase was incredibly harsh. If it were an ordinary youth they would have been shamefully embarrassed and fled screaming. But Lu Hen's footsteps did not pause at all, his speed did not change in the slightest, and his face remained calm and indifferent as if he had heard nothing. Only the finger in his pocket moved slightly. Deep in his heart, 2 convictions as firm as steel, unshakable. What's so good about superpowers? I will cultivate the sword. He was not slacking off, not giving up. Instead he had chosen a path more mysterious and unknown than superpowers. Lu Han reached a crossroad. The red light was flashing. The evening wind lifted the hem of his clothes. The youth stood like a sword, his eyes clear and sharp, hiding a sharpness that could pierce the sky. Passers-by around him still pointed and whispered, their eyes contemptuous. Look, that's the Lu family's waste. He's completely given up. Just wait. In 3 days at the awakening examination hall, he'll become the laughingstock of the whole city. Lu Han slightly tilted his head, calmly sweeping his gaze across those mocking faces. No anger, no disgust. Only a calmness like looking down upon ants. He murmured to himself in his heart. 3 days later, the awakening examination hall. You want to see a joke, don't you? Then I'll give you a show that you'll never forget for a lifetime. The green light came on. Lu Han stepped forward, his back resolute, walking step by step into the twilight and city lights. The world laughs at me for being too mad, I laugh at them for not seeing through. Lu Han stood at the crossroads, the red light numbers frantically jumping, 57, 56, 55. His hands were in his pockets, then his knuckles suddenly clenched. His gaze seemed fixed on the numbers, but in truth it had already drifted into his own world of the sword. An evening breeze blew, carrying a cold fragrant scent, like frost bloom or chilled fruit, sharp enough to jolt the spirit. The next second a figure halted to his left, less than an arm's length away. Lu Han didn't turn his head. From the corner of his eye he first caught a glimpse of icy blue, not sky blue, not deep blue, but a luminous crystalline blue shining with a cold gleam. It was a high ponytail, the ends slightly curled, streetlights and neon glinting off it, dazzling. A thin sheen of sweat on her forehead sparkled under the light, her cheeks were flushed, clearly she had just finished intense ability training. She turned her head sideways, her amber pupils cold as water. The look she gave Lu Han carried the habitual impatience of a genius toward a failure. Lu Han. Her voice was crisp and cold. Out wandering again. Her gaze swept over his home clothes. Su Ro frowned instantly, her disdain unconcealed. I just passed by your building and heard Uncle Lu yelling. Did you make him angry again? Lu Han looked at her for a full 2 seconds. Then he turned his gaze away, fixing it back on the traffic light, which had already dropped to 32. None of your business. 3 words cold as ice. Su Ro was not at all surprised. Almost as his voice fell, a faint snort escaped her nose. She too turned her head back, her tone even colder. Who wants to bother with you? Beep, beep, beep. The red light hit 0, the green light flashed. Lu Han burst into motion instantly. Like a taut string suddenly snapping with a whoosh, he dashed straight forward. Dressed in home clothes and sports shoes, he sprinted wildly across the zebra crossing, looking odd yet carrying a ferocious determination that no one could stop. In a few strides he crossed most of the road without looking back. Su Ro stood still, unmoving. She watched Lu Han's back disappear into a dark narrow alley, vanishing completely. Her face remained expressionless, yet deep in those calm eyes flashed a flicker of helpless disappointment at a lost cause. But it lasted only an instant before freezing over completely. She zipped up her jacket, turned and walked away in the exact opposite direction from Lu Han. Her steps were steady, her bearing haughty, as if drawing a clear line with a failure. Lu Han sprinted through the alley. This small road was his secret passage, an undeveloped wasteland area. Usually deserted, with more than half the streetlights broken, flickering on and off, gloomy and dilapidated. Low walls on both sides were covered in messy graffiti, all bleak and desolate. His heart was pounding wildly. Thump thump thump, as if about to explode. He couldn't tell whether it was from the running or from the look in Su Ro's eyes earlier. He knew this road like the back of his hand. Here he could finally let go of everything. He turned left, then right, sprinting through a patch of overgrown empty land. The mysterious stone house finally came into view. Built of gray-white boulders with only a pair of heavy stone doors. The patterns on the door were already blurred, moss and weeds growing in the crevices, eerily quiet. Lu Han rushed to the door, stopped abruptly, bent over with hands on his knees, panting heavily. Sweat dripped from his forehead, forming small pits in the dry soil. He straightened up, wiped the sweat from his face and walked step by step to the stone door. He pressed his palm against it. The door was cold, rough, covered in dust, heavy enough to suffocate. He took a deep breath, planted his feet firmly, and the muscles in his arms instantly tensed. Huh! With a low grunt he pushed with all his might. Creak! A grating, piercing sound echoed, as if an ancient mechanism sealed for 1,000 years had been activated. The stone door was pushed open just enough for one person to slip through. A stale cold stone-chilled air rushed in his face. Lu Hen squeezed sideways inside. Behind him the stone door slowly closed by itself as if pulled by an invisible force. Clack, the last sliver of light was cut off completely. Pitch black, you couldn't see your hand in front of you. The air was stale, dead silent, as if time had stopped. Only Lu Hen's heavy breathing and thumping heart were distinct in the darkness. He stood still, waiting for his eyes to adjust and waiting for that presence. Suddenly, puff, a white light flickered into existence a dozen steps ahead. Not blinding, a hazy white glow illuminating a small patch of ground. Then a second, a third, a fourth. Countless dots of light lit up along the walls and ceiling one after another. Within seconds the whole stone chamber was completely illuminated. It was a huge rectangular stone hall with an extremely high ceiling, so empty it felt unsettling. The floor, walls and ceiling were all rough stone slabs without any decoration, statues or furniture. Only stone, starlight, dust and utter stillness. Lu Hen stood at the doorway scanning around. It was just like last year, except the dust was thicker. But now not only had his inner turmoil not subsided, it surged even more violently under the influence of this ancient empty atmosphere. He strode to the very center of the stone chamber. Footsteps echoed, dust swirling in the starlight. He looked up at the shimmering star points on the walls, took a deep breath and spoke clearly and firmly, "Elder sister. I want to cultivate the sword." His voice echoed lingering long. The stone chamber remained deathly still, dust floating silently. Lu Hen raised an eyebrow slightly, about to wonder. The next moment, a sudden change. No wind, no loud noise. The whole space of the stone chamber tensed up abruptly, then relaxed. The floating dust instantly froze and the points of light all stood still. At the farthest end of the stone chamber a line began to warp like heat haze, blurry and indistinct. Then a dot of pure golden light burst open in the darkness. The gold was absolute, dazzlingly bright. The golden light rapidly expanded, elongated and condensed. From a sphere of light it transformed into a human form. Head, body, arms, legs appeared one by one. Finally it took shape as a golden female silhouette floating in midair. Tall and graceful, robes flowing her entire body, was flowing golden light, her long hair like a golden river of stars falling, her face perfect without a single flaw, yet utterly indifferent and emotionless. The moment she appeared the air in the whole chamber turned heavy and oppressive. Lu Hen's breath caught, he suppressed his agitation and looked up. The golden silhouette also gazed at him, her eyes full of golden divine light. A voice neither sad nor joyful resounding directly in his soul exploded in his mind, "You have decided. The sword." The voice paused, then continued, "In this world now psychic abilities dominate. Telekinesis, mental power, physique, clear paths, distinct levels, supremacy of strength. You want to cultivate the sword. This path goes against the whole world. No predecessors, no cultivation methods, no guarantees. This is a path of no return." Those golden eyes locked onto Lu Hen steadily. Lu Hen, expressionless, stared back. After a few seconds his voice was steady and unwavering, "I know. Of course I know." He paused and a never-before-seen obsession blazed in his eyes, "Because it's cool enough. I just want to walk my own sword path." The stone chamber was dead silent. Golden light intertwined with starlight, dust falling slowly. The golden figure shifted slightly as if light was flowing. She fixed her gaze on Lu Hen and the soul voice rang out again, "Your awakening day is 3 days from now. I have calculated, the psychic ability you are about to awaken is at the divine level. Divine level, the ceiling of the current global psychic system, extremely rare. If you insist on cultivating the sword you must take this ability as an offering and sacrifice it completely. Swap the greatest talent the world can give for an unknown sword path. Once the sacrifice is complete the divine level ability will be lost forever, no turning back. Endless hardships lie ahead, you might even achieve nothing and become the world's laughingstock, you have no regrets." The voice fell and the chamber fell to absolute extreme silence. Lu Hen stood there. An instant and he was completely calm. He lowered his head, looking at the dust in the cracks of the stone slabs, silent for a moment. No more than half a minute. He jerked his head up. His eyes were clear, firm, sharp and shining. No more confusion, no more irritation, only an unyielding resolve. "I've considered it, elder sister. I am willing to sacrifice." The golden figure floated, still gazing at him. After a long while the indifferent voice spoke again, "Go back." Lu Hen pushed open the heavy door and stepped out of the ruins. Night had long since fully descended, shrouding the entire city in darkness. In the distance neon lights soared into the sky, staining the night a stifling oppressive crimson. He retraced his steps along the original path, his pace much slower than when he had arrived. As he walked he kept looking back at the ruins he had just left, as if countless unspoken words weighed on his heart. It was still that same secluded alley with most of the streetlights broken, casting patches of light and shadow, creating a path that was both eerie and silent. The sound of his footsteps echoed hollowly in the empty lane, and with a gust of wind the weeds rustled, enveloping him in a sense of desolation. As he walked, Lu Hen's thoughts uncontrollably drifted away. It was not about the conversation with the golden phantom from moments ago, but a memory buried deep in his heart for 9 years, the moment between life and death when he was 7 years old, a memory he could never forget. That year he had just started school. One day school ended a bit late and all the other students had already left. He had stayed behind to ask the teacher some academic questions, so he had to walk home alone. The streets were bustling with people coming and going, everything seemed perfectly ordinary. Little Lu Hen walked along pondering the questions he had discussed with his teacher. But just as he reached an intersection, a piercing scream suddenly erupted. Run! It's an abyssal creature. Lu Hen looked up and the blood in his veins instantly froze. He had only ever seen such things in books, never encountered one in reality. At the intersection the crowd was fleeing like mad, and in the center lurked a huge pitch-black monster. It was impossible to make out its exact form, it was like a constantly writhing mass of shadow, its edges covered in sharp tentacles that swept wildly. With every swing people were sent flying, crashing into walls and falling heavily to the ground. Blood splattered across the pavement, the stench of it pungent and nauseating, while desperate cries of despair tore at the heart. Later his father told him that these were abyssal creatures that sometimes emerged from small spatial fissures feeding on humans and were incredibly ferocious. Suddenly several nearby awakened, immediately struck, unleashing flames, ice spikes and bolts of lightning all at once, all in a bid to protect this bustling night. But those abilities, which seemed immensely powerful to ordinary people, left not even a scratch on the fearsome monster. In the blink of an eye the abyssal creature noticed the awakened, and they were all instantly annihilated in a scene of utter carnage. The monster continued its rampage, turning its head and charging toward a mother holding a baby. The woman's legs went weak with fear, completely unable to run, while the child wailed loudly. It seemed as if they were about to meet a gruesome end in the monster's vile jaws. Although little Lu Hen was trembling all over, his hands and feet ice cold as if rooted to the spot by the terrifying sight, an inexplicable surge of courage unexpectedly welled up from the depths of his heart. Just as the woman and child were about to be overtaken by the creature, little Lu Hen bent down, quickly grabbed a piece of broken brick and threw it with all his might. "Hey! Ugly freak! Look over here!" His voice quivered with fear, and the brick flew past the creature without hitting it. The monster paid him no mind and continued its lunge toward the mother and daughter. Little Lu Hen's eyes reddened. He grabbed another stone and hurled it with all his strength. Thud, this time it struck the abyssal creature's body squarely. "Come on. Come and get me if you dare." He jumped up and down, screaming desperately, trying to draw the creature's hatred toward himself. Finally the abyssal creature was enraged. It abandoned its soon-to-be-captured prey, spun around abruptly, its cold gaze locking onto little Lu Hen. A wave of bone-chilling malice instantly crushed the breath out of him. The next second that ugly monstrosity shot toward him like an arrow. Lu Hen turned and ran for his life. His school bag bounced wildly on his back, books rustling, while the hissing sounds and scraping noises of the thing behind him relentlessly pursued. He dared not look back, desperately ducking into a narrow alley. Several times the monster's claws grazed past his back, death feeling inches away. His lungs felt like they were about to burst, his throat burned with a fiery pain, and his legs felt as heavy as lead. But he dared not stop, to stop was to die. In his panic he ended up at a barren wasteland on the edge of the city. The grayish-white stone ruins loomed before him. Little Lu Hen wanted to hide inside to escape the ugly monster. The monster behind him was already just a few steps away, and it seemed he would be caught at any moment. Then little Lu Hen threw himself at the stone door, pushing with all his might. But the door was as heavy as Mount Tai, not budging an inch. "Open! Open up!" He screamed with a sob, ramming it with his body and kicking it, utterly desperate. The creature's claws were already thrusting toward his face less than a foot away. There was no escape. Little Lu Hen closed his eyes in despair. In that instant between life and death, boom! A golden-white sword light erupted from nowhere. It was so fast that no trajectory was visible and it pierced straight through the shadowy creature's body. The creature froze instantly. The next moment it exploded from within, turning into black smoke that dissipated completely. As the light faded, a figure in white robes stood before the door. She had long light golden hair, wore an elegant ancient robe, possessed a face of stunning beauty, and her gaze was as calm as the eternal starry sky. In her hand she held a sword condensed from light, exuding an awe-inspiring immortal aura and a divine majesty that seemed to cover the world. "Are you all right?" Her voice was gentle, instantly soothing all his fears. Little Lu Hen stared dumbfounded, trembling all over, unable to utter a single word. But deep in his heart a fire was burning wildly. That sword. That light. The sight of that sword strike cutting down the monster. It was so powerful, so cool. Thank you, big sister. The woman in white smiled softly, her light sword gradually dissipating as she crouched down to his eye level. "You were very brave, but next time you mustn't take such a risk." That day he stayed in the ruins for a long time and talked a lot with the fairy sister. Later he learned that the sister was not an ordinary person, she was a mysterious being within these ruins, seemingly guarding some kind of legacy here. Previously he had brought many other children here but found that none of his friends could open it. From then on he knew that this ruin was only accessible to him and only he could see the sister. Thus this place became the secret of his youth. He often sneaked there to pour out his troubles to his sister and listen to her words. Every time he saw that sword light, his longing for the way of the sword deepened. He never asked about the sword and the sister never mentioned it, only saying lightly, "The time is not yet come." This waiting lasted for 9 years. Lu Hen snapped back to reality, finding himself already at the entrance of his apartment building. Looking up, the living room lights were blazing dazzlingly bright. He took a deep breath, walked into the building and ascended the stairs step by step. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the empty stairwell, each step feeling like it was pressing on his heart. At the door he took out his key, inserted it into the lock and turned it gently. Click. The door swung open. The living room light was intensely bright. Lu Feng was sitting upright on the sofa facing the entrance, his back straight, his face dark and grim enough to drip water. He wasn't watching TV or playing on his phone, he just sat there motionless, waiting for him with a fixed stare. Hearing the door open, Lu Feng looked up sharply. Their eyes met. The air instantly solidified. Lu Hen changed his shoes and walked into the living room. "Dad," he said, "why aren't you and Mom asleep yet?" Lu Feng looked at him, his brow furrowed. "You little rascal," Lu Feng said, "coming back so late at night, how could we sleep?" He paused, then asked, "Where did you go?" Lu Hen walked to the dining table, poured himself a glass of water and drank. "Just went for a walk outside," he said. Lu Feng stood up from the sofa. He was tall and standing made the living room seem a bit small. "A walk?" Lu Feng's voice grew heavier. "It's not safe at night lately. Dark-side creatures are active, attacks on people are becoming more frequent. You haven't even awakened your ability, what are you doing running around outside?" Lu Hen set down his glass. The bottom touched the table with a soft clink. "I understand," he said. Lu Feng looked at him and sighed, a breath laced with helplessness and anxiety. 3 more days, Lu Feng said, 3 days until the awakening day. These 3 days you need to prepare. Adjust your state, calm your mind. Don't dwell on those messy thoughts. Lu Hen nodded. "I understand," he repeated, then paused. "I'll go to class tomorrow." The moment these words were spoken, silence fell in the living room. Lu Feng seemed not to have heard clearly, staring at him. "What did you say?" Lu Feng asked. The kitchen door opened. Suyu walked out holding a dish towel in her hand. She must have just been tidying up the kitchen. She looked at Lu Hen, surprise on her face, which slowly gave way to a smile. "Lu Feng, you heard right," Suyu said, her voice tinged with joy. "Our child said he's going to class tomorrow." Lu Feng looked at Lu Hen for several long seconds. The stern expression on his face softened slightly and something else appeared in his eyes, something like surprise or perhaps relief. "Good," Lu Feng finally said, his voice much calmer than before. "Going to class is good. Don't be late." Lu Hen grunted in acknowledgement, turned and walked toward his room. "Sleep early," Suyu called from behind. Lu Hen didn't look back, just waved his hand. He returned to his room and closed the door. He didn't turn on the main light, only the small lamp by the bed. He took off his clothes, changed into pajamas and lay down on the bed. The light went out. The room darkened. He kept his eyes open, staring at the ceiling. His mind replayed the events of the day: the ruins, the stone door, the white light, the golden light, the mysterious sister and her words. Sacrifice. He silently repeated the word. He turned over, facing the wall. Slowly he closed his eyes. The next morning the alarm clock rang. 6:30. Liu Hen got up, washed up and changed into his school uniform, a dark blue jacket, white shirt and gray pants. The uniform was a bit wrinkled. He patted it as he took it out of the closet. Suyu was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Seeing him come out in his uniform, her smile widened. "Eat quickly," Suyu said. "The milk is still warm." Liu Hen sat down, ate bread and drank milk. He didn't speak. Lu Feng also got up and was in the living room in his pajamas watching the morning news. Seeing Liu Hen in his school uniform eating breakfast, he glanced over a couple more times but said nothing. After finishing, Liu Hen shouldered his backpack. It was black, very old with frayed edges. "I'm leaving," he said. "Be careful on the road," Suyu said. Liu Hen went out the door and down the stairs. The morning air was cool and misty. He walked along the familiar road to school. There were other students on the way in twos and threes. He reached the school gate. The gate was open with student monitors standing on either side. Seeing him, the monitors exchanged glances and whispered something. He walked in. On the playground, students were running and playing ball. At the entrance of the teaching building, a group of students were chatting. As he walked in, the group fell silent. All eyes were on him. Liu Hen, a boy, spoke, surprise in his voice. "You. Why are you here today?" Liu Hen didn't stop, continuing inward. "Class," he said. The boy was taken aback and exchanged a look with the person next to him. "Is the sun rising from the west?" Another person whispered with a smirk. Liu Hen ignored them, walking up the stairs. On the staircase, other students saw him and stared, whispering among themselves. He reached his classroom door. The door was open, some people were already seated inside. He walked in. The classroom, which had been a bit noisy, quieted down. He went to his seat, the last row by the window. He sat down and put down his backpack. A few people in the front rows turned to look at him, their expressions strange. A minute or two later, another person entered the classroom. It was Su Ro. She was also in her school uniform, her hair tied in a ponytail, still ice blue. She held a book in her hand as she walked in. Her gaze swept across the classroom, and when she saw Liu Hen, her steps faltered slightly. She walked to her seat, the third row in the middle. She put down her book and sat. After a moment, she turned sideways, looking toward Liu Hen. She watched for a few seconds, then turned back and opened her book. A few more minutes passed and the bell for class rang. The homeroom teacher walked in, a middle-aged woman in her 40s named Li. She stood at the podium, her gaze sweeping over the class. When she saw Liu Hen, she was also taken aback for a moment but quickly regained her composure. "All right, let's begin class," Teacher Li said. She turned on the projector and a title appeared on the screen: Basic Knowledge of Abilities and the Dark Side. "Today we'll review this content," Teacher Li said. "Although it's old knowledge for most of you, with the awakening day approaching, reviewing the old to learn the new is very important." She clicked the remote and text and images appeared on the screen. "The so-called dark side," Teacher Li began, her voice flat as if reciting, "is a phenomenon that occurred about 120 years ago when a special comet approached Earth." The image showed a glowing comet streaking across the night sky. This comet carried unknown energy that interacted with Earth's magnetic field, permanently altering the planet's environment. It brought two things. The slide changed. On the left were symbols of lightning, flames and frost with the word abilities written beside them. On the right was a twisted dark shadow with the word dark side beside it. First, abilities. A portion of the human population experienced genetic mutations, gaining special powers such as manipulating elements, enhancing physical bodies or influencing minds. This is the origin of ability users. Second, the dark side. The comet's energy warped parts of the spatial structure, creating a dimension that overlaps with the real world but is not entirely the same. We call it the dark side. The dark side contains unique creatures varied in form and most are aggressive. We collectively call them dark matter or dark side creatures. Several images of dark-side creatures appeared on the screen. Some resembled giant insects, others twisted shadows, and some were monsters made of rock and metal. And the world we live in relative to the dark side is called the bright side, Teacher Lee continued. The two sides influence each other and unstable areas sometimes form at their boundaries known as secret realms. Secret realms are passages connecting the two sides, and they are where dark side creatures most frequently appear. By entering secret realms and fighting dark-side creatures, ability users can not only protect the bright side but also train and enhance their ability levels in battle. She clicked the remote and a pyramid of levels appeared on the screen. The current global classification of ability user talent levels from low to high is bright level, star level, moon level, sun level, high risk level, and demigod level. And the theoretically existing but extremely rare, divine level. At the top of the pyramid the words divine level were written particularly small with a question mark next to them. There are also cultivation levels divided into 10 realms known as the 1st to 10th seals. Each major level is further subdivided into initial, intermediate, and advanced stages. Level advancement requires accumulating practical experience, breaking through ability limits, and passing tests certified by the Alliance's official institutions. As Teacher Lee spoke, her gaze occasionally swept across the room. Most students were listening, some taking notes. Lu Hen also looked at the screen, his face expressionless. Su Ro sat upright listening intently. She occasionally lowered her head to jot down a few words in her notebook. The awakening ceremony in 2 days, Teacher Lee concluded, will preliminarily assess each student's potential ability, inclination, and estimated level range. This will be your first step on the path of an ability user. I hope you all take it seriously. The bell for the end of class rang. That's all for today. Class dismissed, Teacher Lee said. She packed up her things and walked out of the classroom. The classroom immediately became lively. The sounds of discussion, chatter, and moving desks and chairs filled the air. Lu Hen remained in his seat unmoving. He stared out the window. Su Ro closed her notebook and stood up. She hesitated for a moment, then walked over to Lu Hen. She stopped in front of his desk. Lu Hen turned his face to look at her. Su Ro looked back at him, a complex expression in her eyes. She was silent for a few seconds, then spoke, Lu Hen. Lu Hen didn't respond, waiting. What Teacher Lee just said, Su Ro said, did you hear it all? Lu Hen nodded. Su Ro fell silent again. The day after tomorrow, she said, I will also participate in the awakening ceremony. Lu Hen looked at her. I know, he said. Su Ro seemed to want to say something more, but in the end she didn't. She nodded. That's good, she said. With that she turned and walked away. She returned to her seat, picked up her water bottle, and walked out of the classroom. After school, Lu Hen quietly walked home with his backpack. As soon as he entered the door, his father Lu Feng quickly approached, his face betraying his anxiety, his voice low. Xiao Hen, the awakening ceremony is in 2 days. Do you feel prepared? He asked tentatively. After all, Lu Hen's performance had given him some hope. Yet no matter how he put it, Lu Feng was actually very anxious. His son had barely attended school in the past 6 months, always isolating himself. The awakening was a monumental event in one's life. Yet Lu Hen today had an unwavering gaze, completely unlike the reticent boy he used to be. The words of comfort that Lu Feng wanted to say were swallowed back down. He chose to believe in his son this time. Lu Hen looked up at him and smiled gently, Dad, don't worry. After saying that, he waved his hand and walked straight to his room, saying, I'm a bit tired, I'm going to my room first. Leaving Lu Feng standing in place filled with mixed emotions. On the day of the awakening, the sky was overcast, dark clouds hanging low, casting a tense atmosphere over the entire city. At the central awakening square, the crowd was already immense. The vast circular square was paved with cold gray tiles. In the center, 3 transparent energy detection pillars stood on a high platform surrounded by a circular seating area filled with parents, teachers, and media reporters, all holding their breath in anticipation. In the VIP room at the top of the seating area, Lu Feng and Suyu sat upright, their eyes fixed on the entrance, their palms slick with cold sweat. Suyu clutched her husband's arm tightly, her heart racing. At the entrance of the square, all 16-year-old boys and girls from the city were lining up by class to enter. The footsteps were synchronized and heavy, with no one speaking casually. Lu Hen stood in line with his class, dressed casually in his school uniform, his slightly messy hair making him look no different from usual. Beside him, Su Ro, with her ice blue hair neatly tied up, looked striking and had a cool demeanor. She stood tall and seemingly calm, but her tightly pressed lips betrayed her nervousness. Even as the favored daughter of heaven, she had worries. As the line took their seats, Lu Hen's class was positioned directly across from the high platform, offering a clear view. At that moment an elderly white-haired man from the Alliance stepped onto the high platform, his voice resonating through the sound system. Today is an important day for the youth of Jiang City to awaken their extraordinary abilities. This will determine your future achievements. The energy crystal pillars beside me will manifest your talents and potential in energy form. Let me repeat, the talent levels are bright star, moon, sun, high risk, semi-divine, and even the mysterious divine level talent, as I believe your teachers have mentioned to you during school. I'm sure many of you are feeling a bit worried, even a bit excited, afraid that you might not have a bright future. But I want to say that whatever the result, do not doubt your life, as every field needs corresponding talents. Therefore I declare, the awakening ceremony begins now. Staff started calling out names from the list and students took turns stepping onto the stage for testing. The energy pillar lit up with a pale blue light and the values fluctuated slightly. Zhangming Earth and Wood Element Affinity Star Level Potential. Li Shui Fire Element Affinity Moon Level Potential. Most individuals were at bright or star levels, with the occasional moon level causing a stir around them. Until, next, Su Ro. The crowd instantly quieted down. Su Ro stood up feeling a bit flustered, but she smoothed her dress to calm herself and walked steadily onto the high platform. She positioned herself in the center of the energy pillar and the staff pressed the start button. The next second the blue light surged violently, soaring upwards. Immediately two light pillars changed color, one transformed into dazzling silver and the other into deep ice blue, shooting up at an astonishing speed. Only the third golden light pillar halted at a mid-level position. The silver and ice blue lights nearly reached the top of the energy pillar. On the gigantic electronic screen a line of bold text appeared clearly: Su Ro Space Ice Dual Super Affinity Semi-Divine Level High Tier Spiritual Power Overall Evaluation Semi-Divine Level Initial Tier. After a brief silence the audience erupted into a frenzy. Exclamations and discussions erupted, all eyes focused on the girl in the center of the stage. In the VIP room Su Rao's father Su Feng was trembling with excitement. Lu Feng and Su Yu were equally stunned. Su Ro slightly bowed in the glow, suppressing her astonishment and happiness before turning to descend the high platform. Upon returning to her seat she was met with looks of reverence from those around her. She discreetly glanced at Lu Hen beside her. Lu Hen remained quietly seated, his finger gently tapping his knee, his expression unreadable. The ceremony continued. The talents of the next dozen students were unremarkable and the atmosphere in the square gradually settled. Just when everyone thought the day's climax had passed, the announcement echoed again: next, Lu Hen. As this name was called the square fell silent once more. In the VIP room Lu Feng and Su Yu straightened up, holding their breaths. Lu Hen slowly stood up. His face was calm, his gaze indifferent. He raised his hand to slightly adjust the hem of his clothes and stepped onto the high platform, taking the position where Su Ro had just stood. The nearby staff glanced at him and activated the control panel. A faint blue light slowly rose and everything appeared normal. But just as the light reached a quarter of its height, buzz. The three energy pillars suddenly trembled violently, causing even the high platform to shake slightly. The original blue light vanished instantly, replaced by an ancient and heavy gold light. It was not a bright light but a suffocating gold. The light pillar did not rise slowly, instead it shot upwards directly. With a whoosh it broke through the top of the energy pillar, causing high-strength materials to crack with fine lines, the golden light shooting up and colliding with the dome of the square. The control panel immediately emitted a piercing alarm, the screen going haywire: energy exceeds range. System unable to identify. The entire venue fell into a dead silence. Everyone's mouths dropped open, staring dumbfounded at the golden figure on the stage, forgetting to breathe. Moments later the electronic screen forcibly restored, displaying a line of blood-red text: energy exceeds the semi-divine level limit, attribute unidentifiable, potential undetermined, temporary evaluation, divine level. Divine level. Someone stammered these words. In the next moment the entire square erupted into chaos. Screams, camera shutters and the sounds of chairs being moved mixed together, overwhelming everyone's ears. In the VIP room Lu Feng slammed his hands on the glass, his eyes wide with disbelief, his entire body shaking. Su Yu covered her mouth, tears welling up instantly. In her seat Su Ro leaned forward sharply, her amber eyes filled with disbelief. On the high platform Lu Hen, enveloped in golden light, gently closed his eyes, silently calling out in his heart, "Sister." Golden light exploded. From Lu Hen's brow a rusty time-worn sword materialized out of thin air. The blade was battered, riddled with cracks, yet it radiated an ancient golden light that seemed to suppress heaven and earth itself. The sword tip slowly withdrew from his brow. Only an extremely faint white mark remained on his skin, vanishing instantly. That golden light, the size of a soybean and condensed like a miniature sun, hovered 3 inches before Lu Hen's chest. It stirred slightly as if alive. Drifting unsteadily, it floated towards the rusty sword. Clang! The golden light touched the blade. There was no thunderous roar. Only a faint, almost inaudible pop, like a bubble bursting. The next second, the golden light was directly devoured by the rusty sword. The blade glowed faintly. Not a full-body luminescence, but a few twisted galaxy-like rust marks flashed with a dark golden gleam. Heavy, ancient, unassuming. A fleeting glimmer. 9 gray dusty stars on the sword guard appeared dim. The rusty sword gave a gentle tremor. So subtle that only Lu Hen could perceive it. It was as if something inside the sword had stirred and then fallen back to slumber. Upon the square, thousands of eyes stared fixedly, and that old man also exclaimed in astonishment, "What in the world is that?" Dead silence. No one dared to breathe deeply. Only the distant sound of traffic and the suppressed desperate gasps. High on the viewing stand, Lu Feng witnessed this scene, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot crimson, threads crazily filling the whites. He watched the golden light being swallowed, watched the broken sword in his son's hand. His mind exploded with a roar. No. That was a divine-level talent. It was his son's future. And it had been eaten by a broken sword. Beside him Su Feng was equally stunned, his entire body frozen. The next second, Lu Feng moved. No roar, no wild scream. His bones cracked throughout his body. A silver-white radiance shot into the sky. It condensed like countless blades, dazzling to the extreme. He transformed into a violent silver shadow, not running but smashing towards the platform. The air was torn apart directly, emitting a piercing shriek like ripping cloth. Full power. Even 12/10 of his strength. Leaving no room for restraint. He had only one target: stop the rusty sword. Prevent the devouring of the talent. Just as he charged to within 2 zhang of the platform, the divine sister standing silently within the starry mist moved. She did not turn around. She merely tilted her head slightly. Raised her right hand. A jade hand, fair-skinned fingertips, slender, pink and smooth as jade. Towards the direction Lu Feng charged. Fingers spread, gently pressing down. Like pushing down a disobedient ball. No light explosion, no thunderous roar. Lu Feng's world-shattering silver shadow instantly froze midair. Not blocked. It was forcibly stuck, erased. All speed, power and light vanished in an instant. The silver light dissipated. Lu Feng's form became visible. Maintaining his charging posture, frozen in midair. The madness and fury on his face instantly solidified, turning into bewilderment. Then into extreme terror. He couldn't feel a shred of power. As if falling into an absolute vacuum. The next moment, a gentle yet irresistible force cradled him. Gently placed him back on the viewing stand. Wah! Lu Feng stumbled as he landed, spurting a mouthful of blood. Blood spattered onto Su Yu. His face was deathly pale, his legs weak. He stared at the stage, eyes vacant, left only with shock and exhaustion. In that instant just now, he felt like an ant facing an avalanche. Before he could even conceive a thought of resistance, he was utterly obliterated. It wasn't defeat, it was a crushing. The divine sister withdrew her hand, as if shooing away a flying insect. Her gaze pierced through the thin mist, landing on Lu Hen's face. A voice devoid of joy or sorrow resounded directly in Lu Hen's heart: "This path is solitary and extreme, with no footprints ahead, no lantern behind a long night's solitary journey. Exchange the foundation of a god for the beginning of the stars. What follows lies in the mist of fortune or calamity you bear alone. Do you regret it?" Lu Hen gripped the sword hilt tightly. Cold and rough, it pressed into his palm. The chill seeped into his skin, bringing him stark clarity. He could feel a new condensed power within the rusty sword. Quiet yet profound. He lifted his head. The light was dazzling, illuminating his pale face. He gazed at the eyes in the starry mist that held galaxies within them. Lu Hen spoke, his voice not loud but each word clear. The path is one I chose. Having chosen it, I will walk it to the end. He paused, took a breath and said with finality, I do not regret it. The divine sister remained silent. The stars and the mist paused for a fraction of a moment. After 3 seconds, she began to fade. Her moonwhite dress, silver hair, bare feet, gradually became transparent. It wasn't dissipation but transformation into millions of strands of silver light. Like a river of stars pouring down, all surging towards Lu Hen. Lu Hen did not dodge. The flowing light wove into a silver veil, gently draping over him. It melted upon contact. Like snowflakes meeting, warmth instantly seeping into his body. Brow, chest, limbs and bones. All the flowing light eventually converged at his brow. A point of silver light flashed brilliantly like a bright star in the night, then vanished. Without a trace or mark. At the same time, the stellar rusty sword in Lu Hen's hand let out a resonant clang. Clear and melodious like an ancient bell, its lingering sound echoed. On the blade, streaks of rust flashed with a silver-blue glimmer. The entire sword seemed to come alive with a breath of spirit. Yet looking again, it remained that same battered rusty sword. The divine sister had completely vanished. The square was deathly still. Even the sound of wind rustling leaves was clearly audible. After a few seconds, boom! The entire venue erupted. A divine-level talent was swallowed by a broken sword. That immortal just drilled right into his body. General Lu couldn't even last a single move, got sent flying back. Lu Hen has no talent now. He's completely crippled. What kind of demonic thing is that sword? Murmurs, exclamations, jeers, sighs of regret. All merged into a tidal wave. Everyone pointed at Lu Hen on the stage, their expressions varied. Shock, confusion, schadenfreude, bewilderment, fear. On the viewing stand, Lu Feng leaned against Su Yu, his face ashen, breathing rapidly. He looked at his son, at that rusty sword, his emotions churning. Anger, but deeper still, a sense of powerlessness and lingering fear. His son had traded a divine-level talent for a broken sword and a sliver of silver light. He couldn't understand, and even less could he accept it. Su Feng walked over, heavily patted his shoulder and let out a long sigh. Su Yu held her husband tightly, tears streaming down her face. She didn't understand his path. All she knew was that her son had traded the world's greatest talent for a piece of scrap iron. In the crowd, Su Rao's ice-blue hair was tousled by the wind. She gazed at Lu Hen's figure, her heart feeling slightly hollow. She possessed a demigod-level talent dominating the entire venue. But looking at Lu Hen's calm face, listening to the discussions around her, the pride in her heart suddenly shattered a little. The path he chose she wasn't even qualified to understand. At the center of the platform, Lu Hen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He opened his eyes. His pupils were black, yet brighter than before, like washed black gems. He looked down at the rusty sword in his hand. He gently ran the index finger of his left hand along the blade. Rough, cold. As it passed over that silver-blue scar, a faint numbness transmitted to his fingertip. He tightened his 5 fingers, firmly gripping the hilt. He turned his wrist. The rusty sword lifted lightly, carrying an almost inaudible whoosh. Then he reversed it, pointing the tip downwards, pressing it close to his forearm. Lu Hen turned around. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He walked down the high platform. His pace was steady, neither fast nor slow. His expression was calm, without joy or sorrow. The gaze of the entire venue focused on him. Some regretted. Some mocked. Some were in awe. Lu Hen saw none of it. From today onward he abandoned his divine-level talent. To wield a rusty sword, to walk a path no one dared to tread, a path of no return. Dad, stop pulling. The crowd was still in a frenzy, countless gazes piercing like knives with pointing fingers and endless murmurs. But Lu Hen seemed completely oblivious, holding the rusted, battered sword in his hand as he walked step by step straight toward the viewing platform where his parents stood. The crowd parted automatically, forming a path. Everyone stared at him, their eyes filled with shock, pity, mockery and the thrill of watching a spectacle. Below the platform, Lu Feng stood there, his face already pale, chest heaving violently. The blood at the corner of his mouth had been wiped away, but the dark red stain on his clothes was a piercing sight. Su Yu held him tightly, her eyes red and face streaked with tears, clearly having just wept. Lu Hen stopped 3 steps away from them. He looked at his father first, then at his mother. His father's gaze was profoundly complex, anger, disappointment, lingering fear, and a host of emotions he couldn't decipher. In his mother's eyes there was only heartache and worry because her son had just thrown away his future. Lu Hen's heart tightened abruptly, his voice hoarse, "Dad. Are you alright?" Lu Feng stared at him, his gaze fixed for a full 3 seconds. The next moment the hand of a 9-forbidden powerhouse shot out. Not to strike but to grab Lu Hen's left ear fiercely. A sharp hiss escaped Lu Hen's lips, "SSS." Lu Hen's face contorted in pain, instinctively rising on his toes, still holding the sword in one hand while the other reached to pry it loose, afraid to use force lest he hurt his father, but he underestimated his father's grip. "Ow. Dad. Easy. Don't pull. I'm alright." Lu Feng trembled with rage, his voice grinding through clenched teeth. "You've got some nerve, boy. Really got some nerve. I just awakened a divine-level talent and then sacrificed it," Lu Hen said, sucking in cold air, his tone aggrieved. "Sacrificed? You say it so lightly." Lu Feng's eyes instantly reddened, his grip tightening even more. "Do you know what a divine-level talent means? Right now the strongest in Huaxia is the 10 forbidden level, and even globally the strongest is 10 forbidden. 10 forbidden powerhouses are few and far between across the world. 10 forbidden is a threshold countless people can't touch in a lifetime. Likewise, a divine-level talent is probably unmatched anywhere in the world as things stand today. You had a divine-level talent. Your future was guaranteed at least 10 forbidden. You could have aimed even higher. You were a monstrous prodigy that the Huaxia Alliance would have treated like a national treasure overnight. And you fed this heaven-defying talent to a scrap of iron. What use is it? You're ruining your own future. Like trading the Imperial Jade Seal for a clod of dirt. Are you insane?" Su Ye's heart clenched as she watched. Though she lacked Lu Feng's explosive temper, she too was furious about this matter. But no matter how angry, he was still her son. She quickly grabbed Lu Feng's arm, tears nearly falling in her urgency. "Old Lu. Stop pulling. Our son's ear is about to fall off. Let's talk about this at home." Lu Feng didn't let go, but his grip softened. He glared at Lu Hen, his chest heaving incessantly. Lu Hen's ear throbbed with a fiery pain, yet he said softly, "Dad, I know it was a divine-level talent. But it wasn't what I wanted." "What do you want?" "That broken sword." Lu Feng roared. Lu Hen said nothing, only tightened his grip on the sword. Su Yu sighed forcefully, pulling her husband's hand away. "Enough. So many people are watching. Do you want us to be gawked at like monkeys? Let's talk at home." Lu Feng snapped back to reality, realizing the crowd's eyes were on them. He let out a heavy snort and released his grip. Lu Hen quickly rubbed his reddened ear. Lu Feng shot him a glare, then looked at the rusted sword, his expression profoundly complex. Without another word he turned and walked away. His back was straight yet brimming with fury and exhaustion. Su Yu took Lu Hen's free hand. It was ice cold. "Let's go, Hainair. Home first." Lu Hen nodded and followed his parent step by step out of the crowd. The crowd parted again. The murmurs exploded. General Lu grabbed Lu Hen by the ear. "A divine-level talent. Gone just like that. If it were me, I'd have broken his legs. What the hell is that broken sword? What a pity. He could have been Huaxia's future pillar." Lu Hen kept his head down, deaf to it all. His ear ached and his heart was in turmoil. But the hand gripping the sword was terrifyingly steady. Not far away, Su Ro stood on the viewing platform, silently watching the scene. Her father Su Feng asked, "Ruer, do you know what that Lu boy was thinking today?" Su Ro pressed her lips together. "I don't know." Yet in her heart there was an inexplicable tightness. No gloating, no mockery. Only a strange unease. Everything that happened today was too absurd. It felt like a dream. A divine-level awakening and immediate sacrifice, the backlash of the rusted sword. This wasn't just a genius fall, it was an earth-shattering anomaly. Soon the Lu family of 3 got into a black sedan, merging into the traffic and disappearing entirely. Then the elder on the platform declared solemnly, "There's been a small incident today. Everyone disperse." But no one in the square moved. Everyone discussed the Lu boy's act as sheer folly. In Jiangqing City the news spread like wildfire, even racing to neighboring cities at breakneck speed. Onlookers, journalists, intelligence agents, all were frantically sharing online. Divine-level talent sacrificed on the spot. Lu family youth ruins his future. Mysterious rusted sword devours talent. The topics instantly exploded across the internet. Video clips went viral. The buzz skyrocketed to the top of the charts. Hidden families top academies, military bigwigs, alliance high-ups. Countless forces were jolted by the news, all murmuring about the divine-level talent. And that mysterious rusted sword. Eyes from all directions locked onto this city. Locked onto the youth named Lu Hen. Locked onto the rusted sword in his hand, that seemed utterly worthless. The car was dead silent. Lu Feng drove with a dark face, not uttering a word. Suyu kept turning back, looking at her son with worry. Lu Hen sat in the back, his left ear burning red, his palm tightly clutching the cold old sword. He knew full well. Today's uproar had truly made him infamous, putting on a breathtaking show for everyone at the awakening ceremony for Jiangqing City and even for all of Huaxia. He had transformed from a crowded mired genius with a divine-level talent into a madman who had ruined his own future. But he felt no regret, this was his choice and he would bear the consequences. He also sensed a comforting, reassuring presence from his sister within his body. He was certain. This rusted sword held secrets unknown to the entire world. But the problem he now faced was, once home, a storm of interrogation awaited him. The car drove into the residential compound and stopped in front of the house. He got out, entered the home, moving swiftly without any hesitation. The entire time he remained silent. After they stepped inside, Lu Feng closed the door and the living room fell into a profound stillness. He tossed the keys onto the table with a resonant clatter. He turned around, fixing his gaze on Lu Hen, who had followed him in. "Speak," Lu Feng demanded, his voice heavy and low. "Explain what exactly is going on." Lu Hen stood there, still clutching the rusted sword. He opened his mouth, just about to speak, when a voice clear and cold rang out directly in his mind, as if someone were whispering against his ear, yet only he could hear it. "Do not speak of my affairs. No one. This is a secret and it's for your own good." It was the gentle yet commanding voice of that goddess sister. Lu Hen's words caught in his throat. He blinked, his expression unchanged, then clamped his mouth shut. Lu Feng and Suyu both stared at him like predators eyeing their prey, waiting for him to speak. Feeling the pressure of their stares, Lu Hen wanted to break the tension. After a moment's thought, he shifted the topic. He raised the rusted sword slightly, forcing an awkward smile onto his face. "Dad, don't you think a swordsman looks exceptionally cool? Like in the stories, one swing of the sword and the world changes color." "Cut the nonsense." Lu Feng interrupted, his anger flaring again as he pointed at the sword. "Can cool fill your stomach? Can it save your life? Tell me, where did this sword come from? Who is that person?" At this, Lu Hen feigned confusion. "Person? What person?" Hearing this, Lu Feng's face slowly reddened, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at his son, clearly intent on forcing the truth out of him. Lu Hen could see his father's determination, a resolve that would not rest until its goal was achieved. Suyu, standing by, tried to soothe Lu Feng, urging him not to frighten the child. Seeing his father's expression, Lu Hen could only press his lips together, lower his head and glance at the sword. "A sword is just a sword. The person? I cannot say." "Cannot say?" Lu Feng let out a bitter laugh. "Fine. Give me the sword. Let me see what treasure it is that made you give up a god-level ability." With that, he reached out and grabbed the blade by its middle, not the hilt but the rusted part. The sword felt icy cold and rough to the touch. Lu Feng yanked it away. The sword was pulled from Lu Hen's grasp. His hand felt empty, and so did his heart. He cried out, "Dad! What are you doing?" Lu Feng ignored him. Holding the sword with both hands, he examined it closely. The sword was quite heavy. Covered in rust, its original form was unrecognizable. 9 small dull stars were embedded in the guard. Apart from being old and rusted, there was nothing special about the entire blade. "Is this it?" Lu Feng frowned. A faint silver-white light flickered at his fingertip, the power of his own ability sharp and formidable. He tried to scrape a deep rust stain on the blade with his finger. Unexpectedly, zzz, his finger slid across, producing a grating, piercing sound. The rust didn't come off. Not even a speck of dust was dislodged. Lu Feng's eyes narrowed. He increased the pressure. The silver light on his fingertip grew brighter, the temperature rising until it was dazzling. He scraped again, putting more force into it. Still useless. The rust seemed welded to the sword, immovable no matter how hard he tried. But Lu Feng refused to believe it. As a 9 forbidden rank powerhouse, he carried a certain inherent pride. He gripped the hilt, holding the sword horizontally. Taking a deep breath, he brought the fingers of his other hand together, concentrating an even stronger silver-white radiance, and struck the middle of the blade with all his might. This blow used 30% of his strength, enough to cleave through a steel plate. Clang! A crisp, resonant sound echoed through the living room. Lu Feng's fingers went numb from the impact. The sword didn't budge, not even a scratch appeared. He was stunned. Staring at the rusted sword in his hands, his expression shifted. This sword was no ordinary thing. It really does have something to it. Lu Feng muttered, his face darkening further. The more extraordinary the sword, the more troublesome the deal his son had made might be. Dad! Lu Hen cried out in anxiety. Be gentle. This sword. What about this sword? Lu Feng turned to glare at him. Besides being hard, what else can it do? How did it consume your god-level ability? And the figure that burrowed into your body, who is that? He demanded again. Lu Hen still couldn't speak, or rather he was forbidden to speak. He could only press his lips tightly together and stare at the sword in his father's hands. Su Yuside walked over and tugged at Lu Feng's arm. Old Lu, calm down. If the child can't say, don't force him. Put the sword down first. She then looked at Lu Hen, her voice softening. Heinair, speak properly. Did that person leave any instructions? What is this sword? Besides being hard, does it have any other properties? Lu Hen lowered his head, his voice muffled. She didn't say. But Mom. I have to walk my own path. And the sword. I have to figure it out myself. Figure it out yourself. Lu Feng's voice rose again. You, someone whose ability has been devoured, are going to figure out a broken sword. Do you know what you've missed? In a few days the major academies are coming for special recruitment. If you had a god-level ability, every good school would be fighting over you. But now, your file reads no potential. Who would want you? The more he spoke, the angrier he grew, his hands trembling. And what about Su Ro? She has a demigod-level talent. Getting into the best Kunlun Academy is a sure thing. Your engagement. Uncle Su might not openly break it out of old friendship, but in your current state, are you worthy of her? That girl Su Ro has high standards. What will she think? Where will our family's faces be? These words struck Lu Hen like a knife to the heart. He jerked his head up, his face flushing red. I don't need her respect. The engagement was your arrangement. I don't accept it. I'll walk my own path. Walk. With what? Lu Feng slammed the sword onto the floor, its tip piercing the carpet. With this hard piece of scrap metal. Out there are secret realms. And monsters. And places that fight for your life. Without an ability you can't even enter the gates of a secret realm. Su Yu quickly intervened. All right, both of you, enough. Old Lu, cool your temper. The child just got back. Heinair, don't talk back either. What's done is done. Anger won't help. Think about what to do next. She looked at Lu Feng, her brow furrowed. Old Lu, you're right. Once the results are announced, all the academies will be watching. Su Ro getting into Kunlun Academy is no problem. But Heinair now. In this situation, forget good schools, even lower-tier ability universities probably won't take him. His file says no ability. This. She didn't finish. The implication was clear. In this era, having no ability potential was the same as being useless. Even if he was the son of a 9 forbidden rank powerhouse. Lu Feng let out a heavy sigh, his chest heaving. He looked at his stubborn, defiant son, then at the rusted sword on the floor, feeling both helpless and exasperated. His son's future, the trouble with the engagement. A mountain of worries weighed heavily on his heart. The living room was dead silent. A suffocating pressure hung in the air. Lu Feng and his wife, their faces ashen, stared at the rusty sword on the carpet, their hearts sinking into an abyss of despair. A divine level potential. Gone. Completely destroyed by this rusty sword worth less than trash. Just then, ding-dong. The doorbell shattered the dead silence. Su Yu jolted, her eyes darting to the monitor. The next second her pupils contracted. Standing outside the door was none other than Su Ro. With her ice blue hair and tall elegant figure she was stunningly beautiful without her school uniform. But at that moment Su Ye's heart leaped into her throat. She had come to break off the engagement. Without his divine-level ability Lu Hen was utterly unworthy of the prodigiously talented Su Ro. This betrothal was surely doomed. Lu Feng also glanced at the monitor, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. His face was as dark as a pot bottom and he remained silent, consumed by humiliation. "I'll get the door." Su Yu forced herself to stay calm, rising to her feet. The door opened and the evening breeze swept in. Su Ro stood in the twilight, her light beige casual attire accentuating her cool temperament. She held a small paper bag, her gaze calm and unruffled yet hiding a trace of complexity. "Uncle, Auntie." She bowed politely, her voice light. "Xiao Ro. Come in quickly." Su Yu stepped aside to let her in, her smile more painful than a grimace. Su Ro stepped into the living room, her eyes immediately locking onto the rusty sword on the carpet. She paused for half a second before shifting her gaze to Lu Feng and Lu Hen. Lu Feng suppressed his anger and nodded stiffly. Lu Hen stood frozen, his fists clenched, lips pressed tightly together, silent. Su Ro placed the paper bag at the entrance and turned around just as she was about to speak. Lu Feng interrupted her. His tone was shockingly harsh, filled with self-mockery and despair. "Girl Su. I know why you're here. That worthless Lu Hen sacrificed his divine-level potential and now he's a talentless good-for-nothing. He's not worthy of you. You've come to break off the engagement, haven't you? What do your parents think?" His words were unbearably harsh. Su Yu quickly grabbed his arm, urging, "Say less." But not a single ripple crossed Su Rao's face. She shook her head gently, her clear eyes meeting Lu Feng's directly. She enunciated each word with perfect clarity. "Uncle, you've misunderstood." Lu Feng was stunned. Su Rao's gaze shifted, landing on Lu Hen. Her voice was soft but firm. "I'm not here to break off the engagement. I'm here to find Lu Hen. I need to talk to him alone." Boom. Lu Feng was utterly dumbfounded. Not breaking off the engagement? Then why was she here? The living room fell into a silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. Su Yu also let out a huge sigh of relief, but it was immediately replaced by confusion. Lu Hen himself was stunned and stammered, "Find me. Talk alone." "About what?" with such an arrogant tone. "How dare you?" Lu Feng snapped back to reality. Seeing his son's dazed expression, his anger flared. He grabbed Lu Hen's right ear. "Ouch. Dad. That hurts." Lu Hen yelped in pain. "Xiao Ro came to see you, giving you face. Watch your mouth. If you act up again I'll thrash you." Lu Feng let go and Lu Hen rubbed his red ear, too angry to speak but too afraid to retort. "Xiao Ro," Lu Feng suppressed his temper, "it's getting dark and dangerous outside with many dark creatures. Why not talk here at home?" "No." Su Ro shook her head, her tone brooking no refusal. "There are things that are inconvenient to say with elders around." "Well, just walk around the neighborhood. It's not far and the security is good. Don't worry." The Lu Fengs exchanged a glance and could only nod. "All right, don't go far. Come back soon." "Thank you, Uncle and Auntie." Su Ro turned and walked out. Lu Hen hesitated for a moment, didn't pick up the rusty sword and reluctantly followed. The door closed completely, cutting off the parents' gaze. The hallway was dimly lit. The two walked in silence, Su Ro in front, Lu Hen half a step behind. They descended the stairs. The evening breeze was cool and the streetlights were on. Su Ro walked straight towards the most secluded garden in the neighborhood, which was empty and utterly quiet. She stopped and turned around. Her ice blue eyes were extraordinarily dazzling under the light. Lu Hen stood 2 steps away, his heart inexplicably beginning to race. The wind rustled the leaves. After a few seconds of eye contact, Su Ro spoke first, her words striking Lu Hen. "Does your ear still hurt?" Lu Hen was taken aback, touching his still warm ear. "It's fine." "Where's your sword?" Su Rao's gaze fell on his empty hands. "That rusty sword. The one you exchanged your divine-level ability for." "At home." Lu Hen's voice was low. "What's its name?" "Xingxiu." Su Ro repeated softly, "Xingxiu. It's a beautiful name, much nicer than my demigod-level abilities, Ice Soul and Void Trace." Lu Hen's eyes shot up. Dual demigod-level abilities. This was Su Rao's true foundation. But the next second she looked directly at him and asked the question everyone wanted to ask, Lu Hen, was it worth it? Exchanging your divine-level potential for a rusty sword. Lu Hen shuddered. He looked into Su Rao's clear eyes. There was no mockery, no pity, only sincerity. He was silent for a moment, then spoke, his voice not loud but resolute. I don't know if it was worth it, but this is my path. No matter how strong the abilities are, they're not what I want. I only want a sword that belongs to me. Without an ability, without a rating, you won't even be eligible to sign up for the Kunlun Academy special recruitment in 3 days. Su Rao's voice grew slightly heavier. What do you plan to do? Just fade away? Train myself. Lu Hen raised his eyes, his gaze stubborn. I chose this path. No matter how hard it is, I'll see it through to the end. At that moment Su Rao looked at this youth who had been listless for over a decade and suddenly felt, he was different now. She changed the subject, cutting straight to the engagement. My parents will eventually find out you've lost your divine level power. The engagement. You want to break it off? Lu Hen's heart sank, his voice hoarse. No. Su Rao answered decisively. The engagement was set by our elders. I don't like you, but I don't dislike you either. Whether you're a divine-level talent or a nobody, it makes no difference to me. Lu Hen was completely stunned. Not breaking off the engagement. Before he could react, Su Rao took a silver metal case from her small bag and thrust it into his hands. This is for you. What is this? High-grade spiritual soothing agents and concentrated nutrient supplements. Top-shelf stuff. Su Rao said calmly. When you practice swordsmanship, it will strain your mind and body. You'll need these. Lu Hen's hands trembled. Such agents were priceless, impossible to buy even with money. And Su Rao was giving them to him. Don't misunderstand. Su Rao saw through him at a glance. It's not pity. It's not charity. It's just that the path you've chosen is too difficult. We're classmates. I'm just giving you a hand. Thanks. Lu Hen gripped the case tightly, a storm of emotions raging within him. I'm leaving. Go home early. Su Rao turned to go. Su Rao. Lu Hen called out sharply. The girl looked back, her ice blue hair fluttering lightly in the night breeze. Lu Hen looked at her and spoke deliberately, I'll remember this kindness. I will see my path through to the very end. A flicker of light passed through Su Rao's eyes. She nodded gently and her figure disappeared at the end of the street under the lamplight. Lu Hen stood there holding the warm medicine case, staring into the pitch-black night sky. Divine-level talent. Abandoned. Abilities. Not wanted. I have the rusty sword Xingxiu. I can forge my own path. The ability school doesn't want me. Then I'll climb to the top on my own. He turned and strode back towards home. Lu Hen pushed open the door to his home, where the living room was brightly lit, yet the atmosphere remained stifling. Lu Feng sat on the sofa, his expression as dark as water, holding a glass untouched. Xiu was cleaning in the kitchen, the sound of running water unable to drown out the oppressive silence. Hearing the commotion, both of them turned to look. Did that girl leave? Lu Feng spoke, his voice heavy but noticeably calmer than before. Lu Hen responded indifferently, bending down to change his shoes at the entrance. What did you talk about? Lu Feng set down his glass, his gaze fixed intently on his son. Lu Hen walked into the living room with a heavy step and brushed it off casually, nothing, just a few random words. He made no mention of the divine medicine Su Rao had given him, nor did he want to say another word. Lu Feng opened his mouth, wanting to press further, but seeing his son's weary appearance, he ultimately let out a deep sigh and waved his hand. All right, go to your room. Su Yu quickly poked her head out from the kitchen, her face full of concern. Heineer, are you hungry? Should I heat up a bowl of noodles for you? No need, Mom. I'm not tired. Just a bit sleepy. Lu Hen shook his head and walked straight toward the stairs. I'm heading upstairs to rest. The entire day, from the awakening ceremony where he had sacrificed a divine-grade potential to facing his parents' breakdown and then talking with Su Rao, had kept his nerves taut from start to finish. Now he was utterly drained. Watching the boy's lonely, exhausted back, Su Ye's eyes reddened. She wanted to say something but ultimately swallowed her words. Lu Feng leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes and rubbed his temples vigorously, feeling utterly powerless. His son had wasted a divine-grade potential. Was his life truly ruined now? Lu Hen went upstairs, pushed open his room's door and locked it with a click, completely shutting out the troubles outside. The room was dark with only a small desk lamp casting a warm yellow glow over a tiny area. Through the gap in the curtains the cold light from the street lamp seeped in, creating a chiaroscuro of light and shadow. He collapsed onto the edge of the bed, staring blankly for a few seconds, then his gaze snapped to the corner. The star-studded rusted sword leaned silently there, looking like an unremarkable piece of scrap iron in the dimness. Lu Hen stood up and grabbed the rusted sword in one swift motion. The cold, rough texture filled his hand, its heavy weight oddly reassuring. He placed the sword on the desk with a soft clatter, the sound exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Pulling up a chair, he sat down and stared at the rusted sword that had ruined his divine-grade potential for a long time. Finally he spoke softly, as if talking to himself or summoning someone's sister. "How do I use this sword?" The moment his voice fell, "Not yet." A clear ethereal voice exploded directly in his mind. It was clearer and closer than it had been in the square during the day, and even less cold, with a hint of humanity. Lu Hen shuddered. "Use what that girl gave you first." The divine sister's voice sounded again. Lu Hen paused, then immediately reached into his pocket, pulled out the silver metal box Su Ro had given him and placed it beside the rusted sword. "This mental soothing potion." "Not just the potion. In the box's hidden compartment there's a spirit-nourishing treasure of decent quality." Lu Hen's eyes lit up and he quickly opened the box. Inside, neatly arranged, were a light blue mental potion and a silver-white nutrient potion. He rummaged for a while but couldn't find any hidden compartment. "Where's the compartment?" "On the left inner wall, press 3 times lightly." Lu Hen followed the instructions. On the third press a soft click sounded. A hidden compartment perfectly concealed sprang open on the inner wall of the box. On a dark blue velvet cloth lay a thumb-sized translucent blue stone with starlight swirling within, warm and mysterious, clearly no ordinary item. A spirit-nourishing stone. Lu Hen's heart raced. He picked up the stone with care, feeling its cool heavy weight and a pure surge of spiritual energy. "Grasp it in your palm, close your eyes and focus. I will guide you to absorb it and refine your spiritual sea. It will hurt. Endure it." "All right." Lu Hen nodded without hesitation and took a deep breath. In his right hand he gripped the spirit-nourishing stone tightly, in his left he held the star-studded rusted sword's hilt firmly, the cold rough texture instantly calming him. He closed his eyes. At first there was only the coolness in his palm. Then in the next second a surge of energy, cool as a stream, burst from the spirit-nourishing stone and rushed through his arms straight into his mind. Gentle yet immensely penetrating. The moment the energy entered his spiritual sea, a vast power as boundless as a sea of stars and as cold as divine frost erupted from the depths of his brow. That was the power of the divine sister. This starlight force did not devour the energy, but like the most supreme celestial artisan precisely guided, refined and tempered the incoming spiritual power. Agony struck without warning. Lu Hen's head felt as if thousands of fine needles were stabbing it, or as if he were submerged in an icy cavern. His thoughts alternated between crystal clarity and murky chaos as fragmented memories surged wildly. Cold sweat instantly soaked his hair. His right hand trembled violently while his left hand clenched the sword hilt so hard his knuckles turned white, his jaw locked tight. The pain was excruciating. Too painful. But he didn't utter a single sound. He had abandoned a divine-grade potential. What was this suffering compared to that? Time ticked by second after second. The spirit-nourishing stone in his palm rapidly dimmed, its internal starlight fading bit by bit, its texture becoming brittle and dry. Meanwhile, under the baptism of dual forces, Lu Hen's spiritual sea underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The once chaotic and loose spiritual energy was gradually purified, compressed and refined. His perception skyrocketed and his thinking speed soared. Crack. A soft sound. The spirit-nourishing stone completely dissolved into a lusterless liquid, its power exhausted. The cool energy in his mind dissipated and the starlight force slowly retreated back into his brow, settling into silence. Lu Hen's eyes snapped open. Boom. The world had changed. It wasn't that his vision had improved, but his perception had directly broken through its limits. Every layer of light and shadow from the desk lamp, the trajectories of dust particles floating in the air, the faintest rustle of leaves outside the window, even the sound of his own blood flowing. All the overlooked details were now astonishingly clear. His mind was unprecedentedly lucid, a single thought could flow unimpeded. "How do you feel?" The divine sister's voice sounded, carrying a faint trace of inquiry. Everything looks clearer and my mind feels lighter, but I'm a bit tired, Lu Hen answered honestly. This initial refinement consumes a great deal of energy. This stone is merely a foundation. In the future you must seek higher grade treasures. Once your spiritual power is stabilized, then attempt to communicate with the star force within the sword. Remember, do not act rashly. I understand, sister. Lu Hen nodded, feeling an irresistible wave of exhaustion wash over him like a tide, his eyelids growing heavy. He let out a huge yawn, tears streaming from his eyes. So sleepy. He casually tossed the shattered stone into the trash bin, picked up the star-studded rusted sword and placed it tightly beside his pillow. For some reason he could only sleep soundly with the sword by his side. Taking off his outer clothes, Lu Hen tumbled into bed, the soft sun-dried warmth enveloping him. The moment his head hit the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber. His breathing was even and long, the boy was utterly exhausted. The desk lamp remained on its warm glow, covering the bed. Beside the pillow the rusted sword lay flat, its mottled rust deep as ink in the lamplight. Just as Lu Hen sank into the depths of sleep, on the sword's guard a winding rust mark flickered with an extremely faint silver-blue light. Fine as a hair, swift as lightning, it vanished in an instant as if it had never appeared. The next moment, Lu Hen's dream burst open. An endless, boundless darkness with no sky, no earth, no sound, no end. At the center of the darkness a sword hung suspended. It was the star-studded rusted sword. But in the dream the rusted sword had completely transformed. The mottled rust had turned into flowing rivers of stars with silver light bands coiling around the blade. 9 dim stones on the sword now glowed with 7 colored light arranged in a mysterious pattern pointing directly at the celestial stars. Ancient, cold, yet brimming with an earth-shattering vitality. Lu Hen's consciousness froze before the sword, overwhelmed by a profound sense of kinship. This sword was him. He was this sword. He wanted to reach out and touch it, but he couldn't move, only able to watch silently. Suddenly, a main vein of silver light on the sword blade surged violently. A faint yet domineering suction force locked onto his consciousness. Lu Hen offered no resistance. His consciousness rapidly approached, drew close and slammed into the starlit blade. There was no shattering, no roar. His entire dream along with his consciousness was swallowed whole by the rusted sword. The next moment, a boundless, fragmented, chaotic sea of stars unfolded before his eyes. Billions of stellar fragments drifted, an ancient sword intent pierced through the starry ocean. Lu Hen's consciousness trembled and he suddenly understood, this was the internal world of the rusted sword where he could roam freely. The next day he was awakened. Bang! 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 The urgent pounding on the door sounded like drumbeats, nearly shaking the doorframe apart. Lu Hen was deep in a wonderful dream, enveloped by an ocean of starlight, comfortable as if soaking in warm water, only to be harshly yanked back to reality by the noise. He groggily opened his eyes. Outside the window the sky was just barely light. The rusted star sword lay quietly by his pillow, its mottled rust still unchanged. Who is it? 5 more minutes. Lu Hen buried his face in the pillow, mumbling, unwilling to move. Sleep, my foot. Get up. Lu Feng's vigorous roar exploded from outside the door, authoritative and rough. Hurry up and wash up and change clothes. Something big is happening today. Lu Hen struggled to sit up, his hair a mess like a bird's nest. He squinted at the clock, it wasn't even 7 yet. Dad, what's the rush so early? He rubbed his eyes, his voice muffled as if stuffed with cotton. Less talking. 10 minutes. I'll wait for you downstairs. Lu Feng's footsteps thundered down the stairs, leaving no room for negotiation. Lu Hen sighed in resignation and climbed out of bed. His head still felt heavy, a lingering effect from last night's spiritual energy refinement, but it was much more comfortable now. He glanced at the rusted sword, wanting to bring it but fearing his father's questions, and ultimately dashed into the bathroom first. A splash of cold water on his face instantly cleared half the drowsiness. He casually threw on a clean set of home clothes, he barely had any decent outfits for going out, and then strapped the rusted sword onto his back. Going downstairs he saw Lu Feng already dressed neatly, sitting by the dining table while Suyu walked out carrying milk bread and fried eggs. Eat quickly. We leave after eating. Lu Feng's tone was crisp. Lu Hen took a bite of the bread and mumbled, where are we going? The Ability Academy. Clatter, the bread nearly slipped from Lu Hen's hand. He widened his eyes and pointed at himself. Dad, are you out of your mind? My file says I'm a talentless waste with no potential. Which ability academy would accept me? Go there just to watch them humiliate me. Your old man has already arranged it. Lu Feng slammed the table. Today I'm taking you to the Tian Kai Academy. Don't ask so many questions. Eat faster. Tian Kai Academy. Lu Hen was baffled. Never heard of it. Where is it? Jiangnan City, about 2 hours by car. Lu Feng checked his watch. So we have to leave early. Lu Hen instantly lost his appetite, grimacing in protest. Dad, can I not go? It sounds so weird. Lu Feng's eyes widened and he rolled up his sleeves as if to strike. You itching for a beating, boy? Lu Hen instinctively covered his ear. It still hurt from yesterday's tugging. I'll go. I want run. But he forgot, his father was a 9-seal powerhouse. His speed was so fast that even an afterimage was invisible. Run. Where would you run? Lu Feng's figure flickered, instantly appearing beside him, and his large hand precisely grabbed his right ear. Ow, ow, ow. It hurts. Dad, I was wrong. I'll go, okay. Lu Hen winced in pain and immediately surrendered. You dare to pick and choose. Lu Feng released his grip, let out a cold snort and said, hurry up and eat. Lu Hen rubbed his reddened ear and grimly stuffed breakfast into his mouth. Su Yu looked at him with concern, silently pouring another glass of warm milk. 10 minutes later, Lu Feng dragged Lu Hen straight downstairs. Instead of taking the family's luxury car, they drove a battered old off-road vehicle. Sit tight. The car roared as it drove out of the neighborhood. On the road, Lu Hen couldn't help but ask again, Dad, what exactly is this Tian Kai Academy? The name sounds like a diploma mill. Lu Feng stared ahead and said calmly, the name is odd, but it's officially registered with the Alliance and has a license to operate. Most importantly, it doesn't look at awakening potential. Not looking at potential. Lu Hen instantly perked up. Then what does it look at? Special talents and opportunities. Lu Feng couldn't explain it clearly either. An old comrade of mine recommended it. The principal is particularly eccentric, accepts students entirely based on a gut feeling. Go take a look first. If it doesn't work out, well, talk later. Lu Hen muttered a no, feeling even more dubious, not looking at talent but at a gut feeling. This might as well be a scam academy. 2 hours of driving, highway to provincial roads and finally onto bumpy rural paths. The surroundings changed from tall buildings to farmland and woods growing more remote by the minute. We're here, Lu Feng announced. Lu Hen looked up and was instantly dumbfounded. A chaotic cluster of buildings lay ahead, with modern small houses, ancient-style courtyards, and even a pointed-roof little temple resembling a resort in a suburban fringe. At the entrance stood a broken stone tablet engraved with bold flowing characters, Tian Kai Academy. It had quite a presence, but the name looked more and more like a scam. Lu Hen's mouth twitched wildly. He tugged at his father's sleeve and whispered, Dad, we must have come to the wrong place. Is this really an academy? Can I go home? Lu Feng's face darkened and he raised his hand to grab his ear again. This time Lu Hen was smarter. He leaped back with a whoosh, ill dodge. Useless. The speed of a 9-seal powerhouse was beyond his ability. Before he could steady his feet, Lu Feng was already upon him like a shadow, seizing his right ear in one grip. Still trying to run. Lu Feng laughed in exasperation. Even if I have to drag you, I'm getting you in there today. Just then, a timid yet excited voice suddenly rang out, Excuse me. Are you General Lu Feng? Both father and son froze and turned to look. A bespectacled boy of about 15 or 16 with a face full of acne clutching a book, his eyes wide with excitement as if meeting his idol. Lu Feng released his grip, regained his dignified demeanor and nodded calmly, I am. It's really you. The boy jumped straight up, fumbled to pull out a notebook and pen and rushed over. I'm your fan. I've watched your battle recordings 100 times. Please give me your autograph. This shout set off a chain reaction. Isn't that General Lu Feng? A 9-seal powerhouse. Oh my God. Why is he here? Is that his son next to him? The one who sacrificed the divine level yesterday. Quick. Autographs. Photos. In the blink of an eye, a dozen people surrounded them. Phones, notebooks, even clothes were thrust forward, shouts overlapping, trapping the father and son in the middle. Lu Feng's expression darkened slightly, but he had to patiently sign autographs. Lu Hen, being shorter, was jostled left and right by the crowd, nearly out of breath. Watching his father besieged by the crowd and glancing back at the bizarre stone tablet of Tian Kai Academy, Lu Hen's eyes lit up. Here was his chance. He quietly stepped back 2 paces, then suddenly crouched low and slipped through the gaps in the crowd. Only a fool wouldn't run. Better to endure being pinched by the ear or squashed like a pancake outside than to go in and check out this weird academy first. He ran swiftly, his figure darting into the tree-lined path behind the stone tablet and vanishing in an instant. In the crowd, Lu Feng had just finished signing one autograph when he looked up. His son was gone. That little brat. Lu Feng gritted his teeth in anger, but was surrounded by even more people unable to break free. At that moment Lu Hen had already stepped through the gates of Tian Kai Academy. And so he entered this strange school. Lu Hen stepped into the Tian Kai Academy. The cacophony of the crowd, journalists, microphones and fans' screams behind him were instantly and completely sealed off by the dense forest that blotted out the sky, leaving only an eerily quiet atmosphere filled with the scent of vegetation. He stopped, took a deep breath and quickly glanced back. Perfect. His father, the war god General Lu Feng, was still besieged by the frenzied crowd outside and had no chance to chase after him. Only then did Lu Hen breathe a sigh of relief and begin to survey this so-called Tian Kai Academy. Beneath his feet lay a narrow path of blue flagstones winding deep into the forest. On both sides of the path stood bizarre trees that towered into the clouds, their branches and leaves so dense that even the sunlight couldn't penetrate, leaving only scattered patches of light on the ground. The air was incredibly fresh, and aside from a few bird calls, the silence was so profound you could hear a pin drop. A corner of Lu Hen's mouth twitched. This is called a school. Not a proper gate or wall in sight, just a worn-out stone tablet and a dilapidated path like some remote mountain forest. He followed the stone path forward, and before long the view suddenly opened up. In the center of an empty clearing stood a flagpole, but instead of the Alliance flag or a proper school banner, it flew a bizarre flag with a crookedly drawn alchemy furnace and a few shabby stars dangling below it, leaving Lu Hen utterly bewildered. Around the clearing the buildings were even more chaotically mismatched. On the left was a brand new 3-story white building, on the right was an ancient-style courtyard with upturned eaves and a pair of stone lions at the gate, and in the distance there was even an observatory and a dilapidated warehouse. A hodgepodge of styles as if they were randomly thrown together. Not a soul in sight. As Lu Hen was pondering which way to go, a sudden commotion erupted from the ancient courtyard nearby with frantic shouts and the sounds of a chase. Stop it. Don't let the little thing escape. Enk. Block the left. Quick. Ouch. It hit my butt. Fatty, use your earth ability. Jin Yuqian. Where's your fortune ever flowing? Make it run into the trap. The noise was accompanied by the crashing and smashing of objects. Lu Hen instinctively walked over and peered into the courtyard. Good heavens. The brick-paved yard was a chaotic mess. 2 flower pots were shattered, dirt was strewn everywhere, a clothesline lay across the ground, garments were scattered, and even a wooden training dummy was knocked askew. The culprit behind this pandemonium was a creature the size of a medium dog, pure white like a hamster magnified 100 times, but with a tail as fluffy as a squirrel's. It moved with blinding speed like a streak of white light, darting up and down, squeaking wildly, incredibly agile. 4 youths about his age were chasing it, drenched in sweat. The one in front, tall and straight, clad in a black tracksuit, crackled with electric sparks at his fingertips, clearly a lightning-type awakener named Enk. Behind him was a chubby youth whose fat jiggled as he ran, his hands forming seals causing mounds of earth to sporadically rise from the ground, Lan Pang. On the other side, a white-clad youth wielding a frying pan threw it with precision, the pan arcing through the air before clanging down in front of the white-furred monster. That was Lan. The last one, leaning against a pillar, wore a floral shirt and had slick-back hair. He was tapping on a calculator, muttering to himself, movement speed, probability of direction change, obstacle distribution. 73. 8 chance of hiding behind the water tank. Variable detected. He looked up, his gaze meeting Lu Hen's, who was peeking in from the doorway. In that instant, the white-furred monster, terrified by the frying pan, panicked and like a white lightning bolt charged straight at Lu Hen. Block the door. Enk shouted. But Lu Hen was standing right in the doorway with no room to dodge. In that critical moment Lu Hen acted purely on instinct. He sidestepped and thrust his cheap canvas bag forward as a shield. Bang! The white-furred monster collided solidly with the canvas bag, immediately dazed, its stubby legs wobbling, its speed faltering for a moment. That 1-second gap. Perfect opportunity. Ank's fingertips crackled with intensified arcs of electricity, but instead of harming the creature he directed them at the ground. Crackle. Sparks flew. The startled monster leaped, landing right within Lan Pang's predicted area. Earth Prison Mini version. Lan Pang slammed his hands down hard. The blue bricks beneath the monster instantly softened into a quagmire, trapping its 4 stubby legs. It squeaked and flailed, unable to move. Got it. Lan Pang plopped down, panting heavily. Finally done, Ank said, retracting his lightning, looking exhausted. The 4 of them then turned their gaze to Lu Hen at the entrance, their eyes wary. Ank spoke first, his gaze sharp. Who are you? How did you get in? Lu Hen put down his canvas bag and rubbed his nose awkwardly. My name is Lu Hen. I'm here for the Tian Kai Academy. Lu Hen. Lan Pang's eyes went wide, his chubby face trembling as he blurted out, holy crap. It's you. Ank was taken aback. Which Lu Hen? Which else? Jin Yoqian, the youth in the floral shirt, pushed up his non-existent glasses, his tone shocked. The one who awakened a divine-level talent on awakening day, then turned around and sacrificed it to a broken sword. That absolute madman. At those words, dead silence fell. Ank and Lan Pang and Jin Yuqian stared at Lu Hen as if struck by lightning, their expressions shifting from vigilance to a mix of shock, curiosity and awe. It's you. Ank's pupils contracted. The legendary divine-level sacrifice, big shot. Lan Pang leaned in, looking him up and down. I heard you're devastatingly handsome and the rumors don't lie. And Lan quickly pulled Lan Pang back and gave Lu Hen a gentle smile. Hello, I'm Lan, the one with the frying pan. This is my brother Ank. I'm Lan Pang. Earth ability user. Jin Yoqian, data analysis, probability deduction. Lu Hen nodded curtly, his gaze falling on the white-furred monster in the mud. This is the Dean's pet named Gun Gun. It runs around wrecking the place every day, Lan Pang said helplessly. Just then Ank seemed to remember something and looked at Lu Hen. Your father is General Lu Feng. The war god general. Lu Hen nodded. No wonder. Ank realized. Those people outside are surrounding your father. Surrounded by fans, Lu Hen said, a bit embarrassed. Ank glanced at the sky, then at the gate, and said, the Dean isn't here right now and your father won't be able to get in for a while. Since you're here, just hang out with us until the Dean gets back or your father comes looking. Lu Hen thought about it. He had nowhere else to go anyway, so he nodded. Sorry for the trouble. No trouble at all. Lan Pang's eyes lit up as he immediately sidled over, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Hey bro. That broken sword that ate your divine-level talent, where is it? Let us have a look. It must be a divine artifact from the legends. And Lan smacked Lan Pang on the head with her frying pan. Don't pry. Jin Yuqian stared at Lu Hen, his eyes gleaming. Insufficient data cannot analyze the sacrifice behavior. Extremely interesting, worthy of study. Ank picked up Gun Gun, who was still struggling in the mud, and led the way. Come on, I'll take you to the dorm. Lu Hen followed behind the 4 eccentric youths, looking at the bizarre academy before him with only one thought in his mind. The people in this academy seem to be more abnormal than the last. And Lan walked ahead with quick steps. Lu Hen followed, carrying a guitar bag which contained a sword. And Ko brought up the rear. They passed through the yard where they had just caught Guan Guan. The ground was swept clean and Guan Guan was nowhere to be seen, and they did not enter the new building. Instead they went around to the back. There was a small open space behind with stone slabs on the ground and a few old trees at the edges. At one end of the open space there were several low flat-roofed buildings that looked like warehouses or studios, with a small garden in front that had some flowers and plants. An old man squatted in the garden with his back to them, tending to the flowers and plants. He wore an old tank top, loose trousers and cloth shoes, his hair mostly white, casually tied up with something resembling a wooden chopstick. He was thin but his movements were quite nimble. Director. And Lan stopped a few steps away and called out. The old man did not turn around immediately. He carefully placed a few clumps of soil-filled grass into a nearby bamboo basket, brushed the dirt off his hands, and then stood up and turned around. His face was wrinkled but his eyes were bright and full of spirit. He first glanced at Lan and Ko, nodding his head, then he looked at Lu Hen, examining him from head to toe. So it's you, kid? The old man spoke, his voice a bit hoarse but loud, from the Lu family. You fed a divine level to a broken sword. You've become quite famous. Lu Hen felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze and nodded. Yes, that's me. Are you the director? Yes, my surname is Gu Gu Changfeng. The old man came over without further ado. Where's the sword? Show it to me. What treasure is it? Lu Hen did not expect him to be so straightforward. He set down the guitar bag, opened it and took out the rusty sword. Director Gu did not take it. Instead he leaned in to take a closer look. Squinting, he examined the rust on the blade and the 7 gray stones. After a long observation, he straightened up, stroked a few whiskers on his chin and clicked his tongue. Tisk, looks like a piece of scrap metal. Aside from being hard, what else is there? Kid, what were you thinking at that time? Lu Hen tightened his grip on the sword handle. I just thought it was meant to be mine. Felt. Director Gu raised an eyebrow, did not ask further and changed the subject. That girl in the white dress with silver hair. Who is she? Lu Hen's heart tightened and he shook his head. I can't say. Director Gu stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed, his laughter raspy. Can't say. That's fine, there's a secret. He put his hands behind his back, took a few steps and looked back at Lu Hen. Your father sent you here because he thinks with your situation no one else would want you. As for me, I don't care about those damn potential ratings, I only care about one thing. Do you have that drive? That drive? Lu Hen did not understand. It means, do you have that kind of tenacity? Director Gu gestured. The kind that doesn't follow the rules, the kind that is stubborn, or like you, the kind that dares to poke a hole in the sky. He pointed at Nku. This kid runs fast with lightning, but instead of going to a good military academy he came here complaining about the rules over there. That's called having drive. He pointed at Nlan. This kid awakened a changing pot and bowl. He enjoys playing by himself, and a frying pan can also be used to hit people. That too is called having drive. He pointed at the blue fat guy and Jin Yuqian, who had probably been nearby all along. This fat one enjoys playing with some dirt piles. And this money-counting guy, his mind is filled with numbers and probabilities. That's also considered having that drive. The blue fat guy chuckled while Jin Yuqian adjusted his glasses and said nothing. Director Gu turned back to Lu Hen. What about you? Besides thinking that this piece of scrap metal belongs to you, besides that can't say secret, what else do you have? Or rather, how do you plan to use this sword and follow your own different path? Lu Hen was stumped by the question. He had only been thinking about choosing the sword and had not contemplated how to proceed. He looked down at the rusty sword in his hand, then raised his head to meet Director Gus' overly bright eyes, thought for a moment and honestly said, I still don't know. But the path is mine to choose and I will walk it. As for how to use the sword, I want to learn. Director Gu stared at him for a long while, then suddenly laughed again, his voice a bit louder. All right. Quite stubborn. Just for that sentence I want to learn. You have some character. He waved his hand and could take him to the dormitory, the one next to yours that's empty. Nlan, go to the storeroom and get him some bedding. Blue fat Jin Yuqian, you two go do whatever you need to do. Nku nodded, understood. Nlan acknowledged and turned to leave. The blue fat guy leaned over, grinning. Hey neighbor. Let's look out for each other from now on. By the way, can I borrow the sword to study it? I promise I won't break it. Jin Yuqian adjusted his glasses and whispered to Lu Hen. New roommate, variable dormitory model recalculation, conflict probability increased by 15. 7. Interesting. Director Gu paid them no mind and bent down to tend to his plants, humming an off-tune song. Lu Hen stood there still, a bit dazed. So. I've enrolled. Nku patted him on the shoulder. Come on, let's check out the dorm. Lu Hen came to his senses, nodded, stowed the sword back in the bag, adjusted it on his back and followed Nku towards the new building. The blue fat guy and Jin Yuqian followed, one chattering away and the other calculating. Nku led Lu Hen with the blue fat guy and Jin Yuqian trailing behind back to the 3-story small building. The building was quiet with wooden stairs that creaked slightly underfoot. They reached the 2nd floor where the hallway was lined with room doors, some closed, some open. Nku stopped in front of the innermost door, took out a key and unlocked it. The door opened to a small but clean room. There was a single bed, a desk, a wardrobe and a small window. Sunlight streamed in through the window, brightening the floor. This is your room. Nku handed the key to Lu Hen. I live next door. He pointed to the adjacent door. Thank you. Lu Hen took the key. The bedding will be brought to you shortly. Nku said the bathroom and shower are at the end of the hallway, shared. Meals are on the 1st floor, there's a kitchen, usually you cook for yourself or take turns. The director does not care about these things, he handles it himself. Lu Hen nodded to show he understood. The blue fat guy was peeking in at the door. Hey, it's pretty clean. Much better than Jin Yuqian's doghouse. Jin Yuqian adjusted his glasses from behind and replied, based on the arrangement of items and cleanliness, my room's tidiness efficiency is 37. 2 higher than yours. The blue fat guy rolled his eyes. Anku ignored them and said to Lu Hen, you tidy up first. I'll call you for dinner tonight. With that he returned to his room and the door clicked shut. The blue fat guy wanted to lean in further, but Jin Yuqian pulled him back. Space utilization rate is positively correlated with newcomers' adaptation period. Allowing time alone can enhance initial favorability by about 18.5. Alright, you calculate precisely. The blue fat guy murmured, waving to Lu Hen. Well, Lu Hen, you take your time, shout if you need anything. I live over there. He pointed to the diagonally opposite room. Jin Yuqian also nodded to Lu Hen as a greeting, then returned to his own room, next to the blue fat guy. Lu Hen was left alone in the hallway. He walked into the room, leaned the guitar bag against the wall and closed the door. The room was indeed small, but it was sufficient for one person. The bed was a hard wooden plank bed covered with a straw mat. There was a thin layer of dust on the desk. The wardrobe was empty. The window faced the small garden behind the building, where he could see Director Gu still tending to the flowers and plants. Lu Hen sat down on the edge of the bed and stared blankly for a while. So this was where he would be staying. It felt a bit surreal. After a while there was a knock on the door. Opening it revealed Anlan carrying a stack of bedding, a pillow, a washbasin and some towels. Here for you. Anlan handed the items over with a smile. They're all clean. Let me know if you need anything else. Thanks, Lu Hen replied, taking the load, which was surprisingly heavy. Anlan helped him bring the things inside and spread them on the bed. Together they fitted the duvet cover and arranged the pillows. All set, Anlan said, dusting off his hands. Get some rest first. Dinner. Blue Fatty's probably cooking tonight since he's on duty. His food's decent, but he talks too much. Lu Hen nodded. Anlan left, gently closing the door behind him. Lu Hen looked at the made bed, then at the guitar case in the corner. He walked over, unzipped the bag and pulled out the rusted sword. The blade was as it always was, cold, heavy and covered in rust. He gripped the sword and made a few practice swings in the room. The space was so small he nearly hit the wall. He stopped quickly and placed the sword back on the bed. He sat down beside it, staring at the blade. Sister, he murmured in his heart, I've arrived at the Prodigy Academy. I've moved in. There was no response. His mind was silent. He sighed, carefully placed the sword at the head of the bed against the wall and then lay down, staring at the ceiling. Outside it was quiet, save for the rustling of leaves in the wind and the occasional chirping of birds. After an unknown stretch of time, just as he was drifting off to sleep, Blue Fatty's booming voice rang out from outside, time to eat. Chef Blue is in the kitchen today. Braised pork belly. Vinegar cooked cabbage. Hurry to the first floor dining hall. First come first served. Lu Hen got up and rubbed his face. He was indeed feeling a bit hungry. He left his room and went downstairs. The first floor had a modest dining area with a long table and a few chairs. Blue Fatty, wearing an apron, was carrying dishes to the table. The braised pork belly glistened with oil, the vinegar cooked cabbage steamed with warmth, and there was a pot of rice. Anlan was already seated at the table, a book in his hands. Anlan was setting out the bowls and chopsticks. Jin Yuqian was tapping away on his calculator, seemingly calculating something. Come on, Lu Hen, have a seat. Blue Fatty called out enthusiastically. Try Chef Blue's cooking. It's way better than the school cafeteria. Lu Hen sat down. Anku served him some rice. They began to eat. The braised pork belly was delicious, rich but not greasy. The cabbage was refreshingly crisp. Blue Fatty was indeed talkative, boasting about his culinary skills between bites. Anku ate quietly, occasionally adding a word. Anlan listened with a gentle smile. Jin Yuqian finished his meal quickly and went back to pressing buttons on his calculator. The atmosphere was acceptable. Not lively but not awkward either. After the meal, Blue Fatty took the initiative to clear the table and wash the dishes. Lu Hen tried to help, but Blue Fatty pushed him away. Newbie's first day, enjoy the privilege. You're on duty starting tomorrow. Lu Hen didn't insist. He went back upstairs to his room. Night had fallen. He washed up briefly and lay back down on the bed. Moonlight streamed through the window, spilling a pale white glow across the floor. He looked at the rusted sword at the head of the bed, which appeared even darker in the moonlight. So much had happened today. He had come to a new place, met new people, and found a new residence. It seemed the path had truly begun. He closed his eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep. During the night he seemed to have a dream. In the dream the rusted sword was glowing a faint light like a firefly. The rust on the blade seemed to move, flowing very, very slowly. He tried to see it clearly, but the dream was too hazy. The next morning he was awakened by a knock at the door. "Lu Hen. Wake up. Morning training." It was Nk's voice, sounding a bit cold through the door panel. Lu Hen groggily climbed out of bed and opened the door. Nku stood at the doorway, fully dressed in his usual black tracksuit, his short hair immaculate. 5 minutes. Assemble downstairs. Late means extra drills, he said, then turned and left. Lu Hen glanced out the window. The sky was just beginning to lighten. He hurriedly washed up, changed clothes, and went downstairs. Nku was already waiting in the open space downstairs. Blue Fatty and Jean Yuqian also came down, yawning. "Warm up first." Nku didn't waste words, leading them through a simple set of stretching exercises. Then came the run, a circuit around the area where the academy was located. The path wasn't easy, it included stone roads, dirt paths, and slopes. Nku led the pack, his pace steady rather than fast. Blue Fatty followed, panting heavily. Jean Yuqian ran with a blank expression while Enlon kept pace beside Lu Hen, his breathing even. Lu Hen wasn't used to much exercise and he started to pant after a while. But he gritted his teeth and kept up, not falling behind. After the run they returned to the open space. Nku began teaching some basic combat moves, demonstrating them slowly and carefully, instructing them to follow along. "The dean says no matter which path you take later, the body is the foundation." Nku explained as he demonstrated, "especially you, Lu Hen. You don't have an ability, so you can't afford to neglect your physical fitness." Lu Hen nodded and studied earnestly. After more than an hour of morning training the sun came out. "Dismissed. Breakfast in half an hour," Nku said, then went to a nearby open space to practice a very fast set of punches, nothing but a blur, the movements indiscernible. Drenched in sweat, Lu Hen returned to his room to take a shower and change clothes. He went downstairs for breakfast. Nku had prepared a simple meal of plain congee, pickled vegetables, and steamed buns. After the meal Nku said to Lu Hen, "You're free this morning. You can familiarize yourself with the environment or practice on your own. The dean might call for you this afternoon." "Okay," Lu Hen replied. He first walked around the academy. It wasn't large and was soon explored. The modern building was primarily for dormitories and activity areas. The ancient-style courtyard was where the dean lived and where some ancient texts and miscellaneous items were stored. The few bungalows served as warehouses and workshops, and the small garden was where the dean grew medicinal herbs. He also spotted Gungun, the white-furred pet, sleeping on a tree branch, its tail hanging down and swishing back and forth. After his tour he returned to his room, took out the rusted sword and tried again to touch it with his spiritual energy. It was the same as before, no reaction at all. In the afternoon, as expected, someone came to tell him the dean wanted to see him. He followed the messenger, who was Enlon, to the small garden in the back. Old Dean Gu was sitting on a small stool sorting herbs in a basket. Seeing Lu Hen he pointed to a small stool beside him. "Sit." Lu Hen sat down. Old Dean Gu put down the herbs, clapped his hands and looked at him, settling in all right. "It's okay," Lu Hen said. Old Dean Gu nodded. "Your father left you here with me to give you a place to stay, to learn something and not to waste your time. As for me, I'm also curious to see how far this sword of yours and the path you've chosen can take you." He paused, then continued, "There aren't many rules here. You tell me what you want to learn. If I can teach it, I will. If I can't, you'll have to figure it out yourself or find someone who can. The library is in that bungalow over there. If there are some miscellaneous books you can read. Nku and the others each have their own skills, you can ask them too. But there's one rule." He looked at Lu Hen, his gaze turning serious. "You walk your own path. Don't count on me or anyone else to help you too much. Understand?" Lu Hen nodded, "I understand." "All right." Old Dean Gu picked up the herbs again. "Go on then. Starting tomorrow morning training with Nku and the others, and your afternoons are your own. Report to me once a week to discuss your progress or ask questions. Yes. Lu Hen stood up. Oh, and one more thing, the dean said as he turned. Spend more time with that sword of yours. Touch it, look at it. A sword has a spirit. If you treat it sincerely, it might respond to you. Of course, it might also ignore you for a lifetime. Lu Hen paused mid-step, nodded and left. Back in his room, he took out the rusted sword and ran his fingers repeatedly over the rust marks. A sword with a spirit. He thought of the faint light in his dream. Perhaps. He held the sword in his arms, closed his eyes and continued to use his slightly enhanced spiritual energy to feel and to communicate with it. Days at the academy grew increasingly cutthroat. Everyone buried themselves in arduous cultivation, scrambling desperately to climb higher. Anku awakened a solar-grade ability fixating on lightning element powers. His speed was so immense it shattered the wind, his form transforming into a bolt of lightning as he blasted wooden stakes into charred pitted ruins with ferocious precision. Sparks of electricity crackled around him constantly. Any discerning eye could see this was the sign of an impending breakthrough to the first forbidden rank. Lan Pang was slightly inferior, having awakened a lunar-grade talent. He immersed himself in studying earth element formations, abandoning his crude mounds of dirt. Clutching ancient tomes, he scrawled twisted runes on the ground, chanting about gathering chi and hardening matter. 9 times out of 10 he failed, but whenever a flicker of light emerged, the chubby lad would be ecstatic. And Lan's lunar-grade culinary ability grew increasingly absurd. She could manifest frying pans, cleavers and spatulas at will, even condensing a round shield. Day after day she trained its hardness, vowing to push her ability to the absolute limit. Jin Yuqian was the most enigmatic. He had awakened a solar-grade talent, yet he neither fought nor trained. Instead he spent his days with eyes closed, tracing faint patterns in the air with his finger as if calculating the mysteries of heaven. His predictive ability was deeply concealed, yet he always dodged attacks by slipping into the safest position. It was eerily uncanny. Even the dean's pet gun had grown rounder, its fur gleaming with a radiant luster. Lu Hen found it hard to comprehend. Their talents were not weak, so why had they entered the worst school in the city? Lu Hen did not ask them, for they, like him, harbored their own secrets and their own thoughts. In the days that followed, everyone made progress. Only Lu Hen day after day clutched a battered rusted sword, looking like a fool. In the mornings he followed the group, running laps and practicing punches. In the afternoons he clung to that rust-encrusted worthless blade, performing a series of motions, wiping, touching, swinging, sitting, as if he found immense pleasure in these actions. Then he would grip the sword hilt tightly, striving to seize that faint elusive connection. He felt a voice within the rusted sword calling out to him, a voice so weak and utterly without rhythm. At first there was nothing. Occasionally he would clearly hear from within, tap, tap. Lu Hen wanted to maintain constant contact with the rusted sword, but time and again he received no response, as if it refused to grant him face. Lu Hen would not give up. Day after day he persisted stubbornly to the very end. As the saying goes, difficulty is like a spring, yield and it grows strong. Gradually the heartbeat within the sword grew clearer, and a starry coolness spread across his palm, creeping up his arm and drilling into his brow, the place where the immortal sister dwelled. The chill in his brow finally came alive. That afternoon the sunlight was perfect. Lu Hen slipped behind the building to an old locust tree, a quiet, undisturbed spot, the ideal place to establish a connection with the rusted sword. Now, with his back against the ancient tree, he sat cross-legged, the rusted sword lying across his lap. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light and shadow on the sword's rust, giving him a sensation of flickering brightness and darkness. He closed his eyes to concentrate, his fingertips tracing the deep rust marks on the blade, plunging his spiritual sense into the sword. At first there was only pitch-black darkness. Then, thump. Thump. A heavy, slow heartbeat like that of an ancient beast slumbering in an abyss slammed violently against his mind. This time Lu Hen did not wait. He condensed his spiritual sense into a fine needle, following the heartbeat as he probed forward madly. The resistance was suffocating, like struggling in thick glue. If the slightest inattention would send him astray. Lu Hen gritted his teeth and persevered, inching forward bit by bit, sensing the ancient, frigid and vast aura deep within the sword, as boundless as the starry sky. He did not know how long had passed, until his spiritual sense finally touched the heart of the heartbeat. It was an endless expanse of starry sky covered in cracks, and those very cracks were the rust on the sword. Hum. The rusted sword on his leg suddenly trembled with a faint sound. Others felt nothing when they touched it, dismissing it as mere scrap metal. But Lu Hen's hand clearly perceived it, perceived the world within the sword so vast and majestic it was almost suffocating. The next second, the starlight that had long lain dormant in Lu Hen's mind suddenly exploded. A voice both cold and utterly exhausted detonated directly within his sea of consciousness, the stellar rust sword. The path of cultivation has 6 steps. The voice carried a feeling of desolation and bleakness. First step initiation. Second step mortal. Third step condensation. Fourth step liberation. Fifth step annihilation. Sixth step divinity. An image of a sword surged into his mind, causing his heart to race wildly and blood to rush to his head, bringing him immense pain. 6 steps. This was his path of the sword, an unknown road that seemed to unfold before him in that moment. At that time Lu Hen's heart was filled with joy but also with lingering fear. Suddenly a voice came, the immortal sister's voice. Weak but clear, each word illuminated his confusion. You have touched the edge of the sword Tao. Use your body as a vessel to draw stellar power for marrow cleansing. Grasping the sword is not grasping iron but grasping the heart. The road is long. Tread carefully. As her words ended, the starlight dimmed once more and fell utterly silent, as if bringing this matter to a fitting conclusion. Lu Hen on the other side was trembling all over. He snapped his eyes open and stared at the rusted sword on his lap. It was still shabby and covered in rust, unchanged from before. Yet under the sunlight the rust on the blade seemed to form patterns. These patterns twisted and intertwined, ultimately connecting into an unknown design. You call this a pattern? Lu Hen said. The final connected pattern resembled a star, much like the ancient formations from novels. This was clearly a damaged star chart. In truth, Lu Hen had no idea what the chart was called, he simply gave it a name. Then he heard the voice once more, draw stellar power. To cleanse yourself. Afterward Lu Hen closed his eyes and, following the guidance, frantically pulled at the starry power within the sword. Slow, agonizingly slow. As tenacious as dripping water wearing through stone. A wisp of icy energy as fine as a strand of hair was forcibly dragged from the sword's core, surging into his palm and racing through his entire body. Cold. Cold to the marrow of his bones, a chill that made one question life itself. His muscles trembled, his bones ached, yet his mind was clearer than ever. At that moment Lu Hen understood. This was stellar power. He finally had his Tao. Unbeknownst to him, the sunset had already dyed the horizon red. Lu Hen picked up his sword and rose. Though his body was weary, a trace of the sword's stellar energy flowed from his meridians into the center of his brow, then spread from there throughout his being, causing Lu Hen's eyes to shine like the stars in the night sky. In the distance, Ku and the others had also finished their training. They were all exhausted, but each of them seemed on the verge of touching the threshold of the first forbidden rank. And he, Lu Hen, was from then on no longer a worthless fool who only embraced a rusted sword. His path had only just begun. Though the road was arduous. No matter how hard, he was determined to walk it. The path was clear and the star within his heart was kindled. Lu Hen lowered his head, gazing at the cold mottled rusted sword in his hand. He tightened his grip, his knuckles white, holding it fast. The rusted sword remains silent, yet it conceals a stellar journey of 10,000 miles. As long as this heart beats, it shall point the blade at the gods. In the far distance the capital of Huaxia stands in the most prestigious golden district. A towering silver-white skyscraper pierces the clouds, its entire structure resembling forged divine iron. As the sunlight cascades down, a dazzling golden light bursts forth, blinding the eyes. This is the headquarters of the Huaxia Alliance. All the top-tier powerhouses of Huaxia, those who stand at the pinnacle of the pyramid, have congregated here. The exterior of the building is serene and silent, yet the interior is as solid as a fortress. Layers of invisible energy shields are activated 24 hours a day. Not even a fly can enter, let alone a powerful 9 forbidden expert attempting a forceful intrusion. In the corridors armed guards exude spiritual energy, their eyes sharp and hawk-like, scanning the surroundings with a chilling aura of lethal intent. A pitch-black sedan silently enters its exclusive underground passage, winding its way through before finally stopping in front of a supreme elevator that leads directly to the top floor. As the car door swings open, Lu Feng and Su Yu step down slowly. Lu Feng, clad in a crisp dark green military uniform, bears the insignia of a general with a glittering star, exuding a restrained yet palpable aura of a true 9 forbidden war god. Suyu dressed in a dark-colored suit links her arm through her husband's. Her smile warm but hidden deep beneath her eyes lies an unshakable fatigue and worry. The elevator doors slowly slide open revealing a mirror-like interior. As it ascends rapidly there is not even a whisper of sound. Don't be afraid, Lu Feng lowers his voice gripping his wife's cool hand, just report the facts. I am here. Suyu nods slightly tightening her grip. Ding, the top floor has arrived. As the elevator doors open a wide luxurious corridor comes into view, the thick carpet muffling all footsteps while the walls are intricately carved with landscapes exuding an imposing majesty. At the end of the corridor two incredibly heavy ancient wooden doors stand tall with the Alliance's emblem embedded at the top, a coiling dragon embracing the earth dominating the world. Two guards in black standing like javelins salute immediately as they see Lu Feng, General Lu. Lu Feng raises his hand in return and pushes the door open. Inside is a vast circular conference hall, the lighting soft yet oppressive. At the center a massive circular table is filled with people. There are battle-hardened generals in military uniforms, extraordinary civil officials and even reclusive masters dressed in long robes exuding an ethereal presence. Among them old and young alike, each radiates a terrifying aura capable of altering the heavens. Some burn with an intensity like a furnace while others chill to the bone, some carry a weight reminiscent of ancient divine mountains. These individuals are all the top 9 forbidden powerhouses of Huaxia. 43 in total. The moment Lu Feng and his wife step in, dozens of terrifying gazes lock onto them. Curiosity, scrutiny, amusement, schadenfreude. Each stare is like a blade nearly piercing through Suyu. Lu Feng remains expressionless, protecting his wife as they walk to an empty seat. He assists Suyu in sitting down before slowly taking his own seat. Just moments ago they were discussing unusual movements in the border secret realm, an area connecting to the dark side where ferocious beasts roam. Energy is chaotic and crises abound. The meeting is presided over by an elderly man dressed in a grey zhongshan suit, his white hair like snow yet full of vitality, Mo Zheng. One of the highest authorities in the Alliance, the ceiling of Huaxia's combat power, a 10 forbidden supreme. Mo Zheng pauses, his gaze settling on Lu Feng. Lu Feng, you have arrived. Just in time. Regarding the awakening ceremony in Donghai City, you were an eyewitness and the commander on site. Please share the details with your fellow comrades. Lu Feng slowly rises, his tone calm and unwavering, devoid of any personal sentiment, each word spoken with sincerity. My son Lu Hen during the awakening ceremony was found to possess a divine-level talent, an unprecedented occurrence. The moment the talent manifested, a rusted and dilapidated sword appeared out of nowhere and directly devoured the divine-level talent. Subsequently a silver-haired woman in a white dress, her features indistinct, appeared, her strength unfathomable. When I attempted to intervene I was struck back with a single blow, not even grazing her clothing. As his words fall, the entire hall falls into silence. These top powerhouses have already received wind of the news, yet hearing it directly from the mouth of the 9 forbidden war god Lu Feng still delivers an overwhelming impact. A divine-level talent. Has it truly appeared? Nothing more. A rugged-faced 9 forbidden general exclaims in disbelief. That rusted sword, that woman in white, who on earth are they? An elderly man with a long beard furrows his brow in contemplation. At this moment a sharp-eyed middle-aged man with a goatee speaks up. This man is also a 9 forbidden powerhouse, his family's influence formidable, his tone unmistakably probing. General Lu, I've heard that your son did not enter prestigious academies like Kunlun Academy or Baiming Mansion but instead went to a Tian Material Academy. Upon hearing this many in the hall smirk with mocking expressions, their eyes filled with amusement. Lu Feng remains unfazed, responding firmly, yes, my son is indeed at Tian Material Academy. Tian Material Academy. A rotund man with a gemstone ring scoffs, his smile hypocritical. That's a third-rate private academy with no reputation, no resources and no strong individuals, worlds apart from top-tier academies. General Lu, could it be that your son's talent was devoured, leaving him a cripple reduced to merely passing time in such a place? His words insinuate that Lu Hen has become worthless. Suyu clenches her skirt tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Lu Feng's expression suddenly turns cold, yet his voice remains steady. Director Wang, you are overthinking it. Tian Material Academy is a formally recognized institution by the Alliance. Its principal Gu Changfeng is a senior advisor to the Alliance. The path my son has chosen as a father I fully support. Gu Changfeng. The bearded elder is taken aback. Isn't he the eccentric who exclusively takes in misfits? Indeed, that's him. Lu Feng nods. Immediately low murmurs arise within the hall. Gu Changfeng is known to be a complete anomaly among the strong. The middle-aged man with a goatee chuckles softly, his tone filled with pity. What a shame for that divine-level talent. If nurtured properly he would surely be a pillar for Huaxia. Now. Alas, what a pity, too great a pity. His words are laced with mockery. Lu Feng's knuckles turn white from clenching rage boiling beneath the surface as he asserts, the path is chosen by oneself, the future is yet to be seen. Though my son has lost his divine-level talent, it does not mean he cannot carve out another path to greatness. A path to greatness. The rotund man scoffs, with that broken sword. With that unidentified female specter. General Lu, that woman's strength far exceeds imagination. Whether your son is blessed or cursed by her remains uncertain. The alliance must remain vigilant. This statement is a blatant warning implying that Lu Han is a hidden danger for Huaxia. Lu Feng suddenly raises his head, his gaze sharp as a sword sweeping over the rotund man, the goateed man, and all those with ulterior motives, ultimately fixing his stare on Mo Zheng. As for the origin of that woman and the broken sword, my son has not disclosed, and I too do not know. But I, Lu Feng, guarantee with this military uniform and this life. My son Lu Han will never betray Huaxia in this lifetime. Whether he is good or bad as his father, I will protect him with my life, ensuring he does not stray even a step from the right path. If the alliance does not believe, feel free to investigate. I, Lu Feng, will fully cooperate. His words resonate with conviction. The hall once again falls into silence. Mo Zheng strokes his chin, slowly speaking, General Lu, you are being too harsh. Regarding your son, the alliance will observe the developments. That mysterious presence shows no hostility for now, and this matter shall be set aside for the time being. The priority now is the ferocious beasts of the dark side and the turmoil in the secret realm. Once the Supreme speaks, no one dares to say more. The meeting returns to the main agenda, discussing ferocious beast lairs, secret realm defenses, and the allocation of talents. Lu Feng sits back in his chair, his back straight as a gun. Su Yu tightly grips his hand beneath the table, her palm icy. The meeting continues, yet Lu Feng can distinctly sense that a myriad of subtle gazes remain fixed upon him, each harboring hidden agendas. He understands the path his son has chosen is fraught with unknown dangers, and the scrutiny and troubles it invites have only just begun. As a father, he must stand in front, shielding his son from the storms ahead. Lu Feng slightly tilts his head, gazing out at the bustling night scene of the capital. His gaze pierces through layers of skyscrapers as if he can see that remote Tian Material Academy. Haineo, your path is destined to be arduous. But since you've chosen it, just move forward. I will shield you from the winds and rains outside. As for the rest, I trust you. At night at the Tian Kai Academy. Lu Han finished washing up. The room was dark, with only a sliver of moonlight seeping through the curtain. He lay awake, replaying the events of the day in his mind. Under the old locust tree, the cool star powered the words of the celestial sister about the 6 realms. As he pondered, his eyelids grew heavier and he slowly drifted off to sleep. Just as he was dozing off, boom! A loud bang resounded, resembling thunder, but it was muffled and heavy, as if an explosion had occurred right outside the house. The entire floor shook and the window glass rattled in a chaotic clatter. Lu Han jolted awake, springing up from his bed. His heart raced wildly. What was happening? An earthquake? Or... Before he could think, too much chaos erupted outside. What the hell? What's that noise? An code? Outside. It's the backyard. The energy fluctuations are intense. Where's the principal? Is the principal here? It was the panicked voices of Lan Pang and Lan and others. Lu Han quickly grabbed his coat, threw it on, picked up the rusty sword leaning against the headboard, flung the door open and dashed outside. The lights in the corridor were all on. And Lan and Kulan Pang and Jin Yuqian rushed out, all disheveled, their faces showing confusion. Let's go see. And Ku was the calmest, quickly leading the way, moving down the stairs like a shadow. The others hurriedly followed. Holding the sword, Lu Han felt a bit of sweat in his palms and ran down the stairs. They reached the open space outside the building, and with the moonlight and light from inside they could finally see. Behind the small building near the area under the old locust tree, dust was flying. A large pit had been smashed into the ground, and beside the pit stood a creature. The creature was about 2 meters tall, humanoid in shape but covered in dark green bumpy hard skin resembling the back of a toad. It had a slightly pointed head with eyes glowing ominously red in the darkness. Its arms were particularly long, hanging down past its knees, with black curved claws at the fingertips. It stood there emitting a low growl from its throat, a chilling aura surrounding it, cold, brutal and filled with a strong desire for destruction, making it hard to breathe. An anomalous creature. Lan Pang's voice changed in pitch, and it's humanoid. This aura. At least a second restriction. Where's the principal? Where did the principal go? Anku positioned himself at the front, taking on a defensive stance, small silver arcs of electricity crackling around him, his gaze sharp as a blade. Don't panic. It's a second restriction, green claw demon. The principal might not be nearby. Second restriction. And Lan gasped in surprise. Jin Yuqian quickly pressed his calculator, muttering to himself, target green claw demon, second restriction, initial stage, power type, weak points are joints and eyes. No high energy reactions detected nearby, probability of the principal not being present is 99. 8. Survival probability calculating. The green claw demon scanned the small figures before it with its crimson eyes and let out a low growl, its powerful hind legs suddenly launching forward. Boom. The ground shook again as its massive body moved with surprising agility, charging straight toward the frontmost Lan. Get out of the way. Anku shouted lowly, his figure instantly transforming into a flash of silver lightning sliding to the side. His speed was so fast that he narrowly avoided the fierce collision. The green claw demon missed its target, crashing into the open space, its claws gouging deep trenches into the ground. It turned angrily, its gaze locking onto the still bewildered Lan Pang. Holy crap! Lan Pang yelled, slamming his hands on the ground. Earth wall. Rise. A thick earthen wall instantly shot up from before him. However, the green claw demon didn't even glance at it, swinging its muscular green arm and slamming down. Bang! The earth wall shattered, sending dirt flying. Lan Pang was knocked back several steps by the force, landing on his backside, his face turning paler. His earth wall was as fragile as paper before a second restriction monster. The green claw demon roared, taking large strides toward the fallen Lan Pang. It's coming. Help. And Lan shouted, raising the frying pan and charging forward, aiming to smash the side of the green claw demon's head. The round shield protected him. Clang. The frying pan struck the green claw demon's hard scalp, producing a sound like metal clashing. The demon winced in pain, swiping back with its claws, creating a fierce wind toward Lan. Lan hurriedly raised the round shield to block. Clang. A tremendous force hit, sending Lan and the shield flying several meters away, his arms going numb, clear claw marks appearing on the shield. Data update: target has extremely strong defense, overwhelming strength. Jin Yuqian spoke quickly, Anku's attack is ineffective, Lan Pang's defense has been breached. Recommendation: move and fight, look for weak points to attack or wait for the principal. But the probability of the principal appearing has dropped to 0. 3. Waiting for the principal. Looking at this situation, the principal was genuinely absent or deliberately not present. Lu Hen stood slightly behind, gripping his sword, recalling the terrifying attacks of the green claw demon, remembering his childhood. A second restriction monster. Higher level than any of them. And the principal was nowhere to be seen. Could the principal be deliberately testing us? This thought suddenly emerged. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that the monster dropped right into the backyard with the principal absent? As the green claw demon charged toward the still recovering Lan Pang, Anku once again transformed into a flash of lightning, gathering a brighter arc of electricity at his fingertips, stabbing fiercely toward the vulnerable ribs of the green claw demon. Ziz. The arc exploded, causing the green claw demon's body to stiffen momentarily, its movement slowing as it let out an enraged roar, turning to swipe at Anku. Anku narrowly dodged again thanks to his speed. But at this rate it wouldn't work. No matter how fast Anku was, his stamina was limited and his attacks were hard to inflict substantial damage. The others couldn't hold it off either. At that moment Lu Hen snapped back from his memories and said, I didn't have strength before, but tonight I'll draw my sword against you. Then he stepped forward, his voice low but clear amidst the monster's roars and the sounds of battle reaching everyone's ears, don't expect the principal. He raised the rusty sword in his hand, which appeared even more worn and dull under the moonlight and the lights, pointing the blade at the frenzied green claw demon. Let's go all out together. Take it down. His voice trembled slightly but was resolute. Anku had just dodged a claw when he turned to look at him, surprise flashing in his eyes, soon followed by determination. All right. Lan Pang got up from the ground, dusting off his pants, breathing heavily. Damn it. Let's go for it. Lu Hen, you've got guts. Anku also stood up, leaning on his shield, rubbing his numb arms, nodding. Jin Yuqian stopped calculating, adjusted his glasses and looked at Lu Hen. New plan: teamwork, concentrate, fire on joints and eyes. Lu Hen attracts attention in close combat, increasing success rate by 12. 5. The green claw demon seemed infuriated by the actions of these little bugs, throwing its head back for a louder roar, its crimson eyes fixating on Lu Hen, and it stomped forward with heavy steps. A foul wind rushed toward him. He didn't retreat. Gripping the sword hilt with both hands, he channeled the star power he felt today into the rusty sword, then swung it at the creature with lightning speed. It didn't feel like a slash, it was more akin to a smash. Because he didn't know any sword techniques. The target was the thick joint of the green claw demon's leg. Clang! The rusty blade struck heavily against the hard skin on the side of the green claw demon's knee. A sound far louder than the impact erupted. Lu Hen felt his entire arm go numb, almost losing his grip on the sword. The immense recoil sent him staggering back several steps. However, the green claw demon also stumbled abruptly in its charge. It let out a pained roar, looking down at its knee. There on the tough dark green skin a shallow white slash mark had appeared. Though it hadn't broken the skin, it undeniably left a mark. Lu Hen's sword was too hard. It had truly shaken a second restriction monster. Effective. Nku's eyes lit up, his figure vanished in an instant, appearing beside the green claw demon, which was slightly off balance due to the knee strike, condensing a silver-white lightning at his fingertips, piercing accurately into the demon's glowing red eye. Ow! The green claw demon let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching its eye and flailing wildly. Now's the time! Lan Pang shouted, pressing both hands on the ground again. This time, instead of an earth wall, 2 raised earth ridges appeared precisely in front and behind the green claw demon's other foot, tripping it violently. The green claw demon, already unsteady from the eye injury, stumbled as its foot caught its massive body, crashing heavily to the ground, sending dust flying. Shield strike. Lan charged forward, using all his strength to slam the round shield hard against the green claw demon's other uninjured eye. Though it wasn't as lethal as Nku's lightning strike, it still left it dizzy. Jin Yuqian had somehow circled around to the side, holding a small device that emitted blue light, and pressed it against the green claw demon's ear near a slightly larger gap in its shell. Ziz! A high-voltage current surged through, causing the green claw demon's body to spasm violently. Lu Hen shook off the numbness in his arm, gripping the sword tightly again, locking onto the green claw demon. He let out a low roar, infusing all his remaining strength and the faint star power once more, and plunged the sword down. Thud. This time it was much easier than when he struck the knee. The rusty blade actually pierced through the tough outer skin, sinking in about an inch. Dark green foul-smelling blood gushed out from the wound. The green claw demon let out an agonizing shriek of unparalleled pain, its massive body convulsing violently. It was still alive. The bone-deep agony only further ignited the ferocity of this beast. Its remaining single eye blazed with blood-red light. Its arm, thick as a pillar, swept back with blinding speed, leaving trails of afterimages and cracking the air with explosive force. Lu Hen. Watch out! Nku's eyes were wide with terror as he lunged forward to pull him away, but he was a fraction too late. Lu Hen had only just drawn the rusted sword halfway from its sheath with no time to dodge, and felt a crushing weight slam into his chest. Bang! It was like being hit head-on by a speeding heavy truck. Lu Hen was instantly lifted off the ground, flying sideways like a broken kite for 4 or 5 meters, rolling awkwardly on the ground several times before coming to a halt. A searing fiery pain exploded in his chest. Every bone in his body felt shattered and dislocated. A metallic sweetness rushed up his throat, which he forced back down with a clenched jaw, swallowing the hot blood. The rusted sword slipped from his hand, clattering a few steps away. Lu Hen. Nku was terrified out of his wits. The green claw demon struggled to its feet, blood gushing from its neck, its single eye destroyed, yet its murderous aura surged tenfold. It locked its gaze on Lu Hen, the one who had wounded it, and let out a frenzied low growl from its throat. Dragging its slightly lame leg, it pounded the ground with heavy trembling steps, charging madly at the fallen Lu Hen. Stop it! Nku gritted his teeth, his eyes red. Holding nothing back, he detonated a burst of electric arcs that coalesced into a dense net of lightning, which he hurled at the green claw demon, attempting to intercept the beast with his own body. The green claw demon roared to the sky. Its intact giant claw swept out with overwhelming destructive force, tearing the lightning net to shreds. The claw was scorched black and smoking, but its momentum did not diminish in the slightest. Lan Pang, pale with fear, slammed his hands against the ground frantically. Earthen wall. Earthen wall. Hold. 3 thick earthen walls rose one after another before the green claw demon. Boom boom boom. Like a frenzied prehistoric rhinoceros, the green claw demon smashed through the 3 walls with a resounding crash, sending dirt flying. Lan Pang's ability was completely drained. His legs gave way and he collapsed onto the ground, too weak to even lift his arms. And Lan immediately raised her shield to block, but was sent flying by a single swipe of the demon's claw. 5 deep bone-exposing claw marks were left on the sturdy shield. She was thrown back and couldn't get up for a long time. Jin Yuqian desperately tried to use his calculator to interfere, but the beast had eyes only for Lu Hen, completely ignoring him. Life hung by a thread. In an instant the green claw demon was upon Lu Hen. Its single eye blazed with murderous intent. Its stinking maw opened wide and its giant green glowing claw was raised high, carrying a deadly foul wind poised to crush Lu Hen into pulp with one strike. At the same time, on the highest slope behind the academy, moonlight cast 2 figures into silhouette. They were Dean Gu Changfeng and a scar-faced middle-aged man in a black combat uniform standing as straight as a pine, the academy's mysterious instructor Hong Jin. The two had been coldly observing the life-and-death battle below all along. "Are you really just going to watch?" Hong Jin asked, his arms crossed, his voice low like muffled thunder. "That's a genuine 2-seal green claw demon. Of these students the strongest in Ku is only at the threshold of 1 seal. The others haven't even reached the formal seal level. If we don't intervene now, people will really die." Gu Changfeng stroked his sparse beard, his eyes narrowed, his expression eerily calm. "Unpolished jade cannot shine. Flowers raised in a greenhouse can never withstand the storm. They must experience the razor's edge of life and death to truly grow. But there's no need to throw a 2-seal beast at them directly." Hong Jin's brow was deeply furrowed, his voice heavy. "A peak 1-seal beast would be enough to put them through the ringer. Crossing an entire major realm isn't training, it's sending them to their deaths. That kid with the sword almost got crushed just now. He's not dead yet, is he?" Gu Changfeng's tone remained nonchalant, his gaze fixed on the rusted sword lying on the ground. "Besides, that sword is rather interesting. I want to see what he can unleash when he's backed into a corner." Hong Jin looked down just in time to see Lu Hen sent flying and spitting blood, with the beast lunging in for the kill. His brow furrowed into a knot. "That's enough. Any later and it'll be too late. And Ku is spent, Lan Pang is completely down, and Lan's defense is broken. Jin Yuqian is just decoration, and that kid with the sword can't hold on any longer." Gu Changfeng remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Hen in his desperate straits. On the clearing, death was descending. Lu Hen stared at the giant claw descending upon him, the foul wind hitting his face, his pupils constricting. He wanted to dodge, but the agonizing pain in his chest and the protest of every limb rendered him immobile. The rusted sword was only a few steps away, yet it felt as distant as the horizon. Was he about to die? The thought flashed through his mind. "No. I cannot die." Lu Hen gritted his teeth, a surge of unwillingness and rage rushing to his head. Drawing upon some unknown last reserve of strength, he instinctively reached out, grasping emptily toward the direction of the rusted sword. Sword! He wasn't shouting with his mouth, but summoning with all the blood and essence of his body, with his towering will, with that cool spot in his brow nourished by starlight. Hum. The next second the rusted battered sword on the ground began to tremble violently. On the blade the few ancient rust marks that resembled star trails flickered with an extremely faint light, as if a star slumbering for eons had forced open a single eye. A wisp of silvery blue light as fine as a hair and nearly invisible to the naked eye burst from the sword and shot into Lu Hen's outstretched grasping palm at a speed surpassing light. It wasn't the sword that flew to him, but the power within the sword that descended. The moment the light entered his body, Lu Hen's palm went cold. A power 100 times vaster and 100 times more violent than before, like an ice river frozen for 10,000 years bursting its banks, rampaged through his meridians, surging throughout his body. Ack! Lu Hen cried out in pain. His meridians felt as if they were being pierced by thousands of ice needles on the verge of being torn apart. But he clenched his jaw, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, with only one thought in his mind: survive. Kill it. Heedless of everything, he channeled this domineering icy power from the sword along with his last shred of strength and all his unyielding will into his right fist. He then punched it fiercely toward the giant claw of the green claw demon that was already descending upon his head. Without a sword, he used his fist as a blade. A faint, barely perceptible silvery blue light flowed around his knuckles, and within that light stars seemed to be born and die, and the Tao seemed to manifest. The fist and the claw worlds apart in scale collided with a thunderous impact. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a single deeply muffled thud. Time seemed to stand still. Then, crack! A sharp piercing sound of bone breaking echoed across the entire clearing. It wasn't Lu Hen's fist that shattered but the finger bones of the green claw demon's giant claw, which were as hard as refined iron and could crush rock. Roar! The green claw demon let out a shriek 10 times more agonizing than when it lost its eye. Its giant claw twisted at a grotesque angle and dark green blood spurted out. Its massive body was forced back step by step by a power so cold, so domineering and unreasonable, each step leaving a deep imprint in the ground. Lu Hen was no better off. The terrifying recoil surged through his body. His right arm went numb instantly. His internal organs felt displaced. He vomited another mouthful of blood, his vision went black and he collapsed backward limply. But this desperate punch had severely wounded the green claw demon, leaving it wide open. Now, strike with everything you've got. Anku roared hoarsely, expending the last of his ability to condense a silver lightning arrow. As the demon howled in agony with its mouth open, he shot the arrow straight down its throat. The lightning arrow detonated inside the beast. The green claw demon's shriek was cut short. Its body convulsed violently, its single eye wide with pain and disbelief. Lan Pang struggled to his feet, squeezing out the last dregs of his ability to turn the ground into a quagmire that trapped the demon's legs. Lan grabbed her deformed shield and smashed it viciously against the joint of its intact leg. Jin Yuqian cranked the device to full power, frantically electrocuting the wound on its neck. Under their combined assault, the red light in the demon's eyes extinguished completely. Its massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom, raising a cloud of dust, and fell silent forever. A dead silence fell over the clearing. Only the heavy, ragged breathing of the group could be heard. Lu Hen lay on the ground staring at the dim night sky. His right arm was completely numb, every breath sent a searing pain through his chest and his mouth was full of the taste of blood. But he was alive. Anku knelt on one knee, his face as pale as paper. The final attack had drained him completely. Lan Pang lay sprawled on the ground like a beached fish. Lan leaned on her frying pan, gasping for air. Jin Yuqian leaned against a tree, the screen of his calculator shattered like a spiderweb, his hands trembling uncontrollably. After a few seconds, Lan Pang spoke weakly, his voice barely a whisper, Is it over? Target's vital signs are gone. Jin Yuqian said hoarsely, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Lan sat down heavily on the ground, looking at her battered shield on the verge of tears. Anku, supporting himself on his trembling legs, stumbled over to Lu Hen and crouched down to check on him, his voice quivering. How are you? Lu Hen tried to speak but only coughed up another mouthful of bloody foam. He shook his head, indicating he wasn't going to die. Anku's gaze fell on Lu Hen's limp right arm, then shifted to the rusted remnant sword lying a few steps away, his expression profoundly complex. He had clearly seen that silvery blue flash of light and the starlight phenomenon at the tip of Lu Hen's fist. On the hillside, Gu Changfeng let out a long breath, slowly unclenching his hands which had been clasped behind his back. Beside him, Hong Jin's tightly furrowed brow finally relaxed, but his gaze grew even more solemn. Did you see that? Gu Changfeng asked. Hong Jin nodded emphatically, a hint of awe in his voice. It's the power of the stars. I've read about it in ancient texts. Though it was so faint it was nearly invisible, its essence was terrifyingly high. That kid took a hit from a two-seal beast and even wounded it in return. His arm bone is fractured, his internal organs are shaken, but his life is saved and his potential has been forced out. Unpolished jade cannot shine. Gu Changfeng repeated the phrase, then turned to leave. Come on, let's go clean up the mess and check on those little brats' injuries. Hong Jin, starting tomorrow we intensify the training. Especially that kid with the sword, train him until he drops. Hong Jin watched Gu Changfeng's retreating back, then looked at the group of youths collapsed on the ground. His gaze finally settled on Lu Hen, who was coughing up blood yet whose eyes held an unyielding spirit. The faintest hint of a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Understood. The moonlight was cold. The clearing was thick with dust and the smell of blood. The battle was over. They had won. At the cost of all being severely injured and their abilities exhausted, they had managed to slay a two-seal green claw demon. Lu Hen lay on the ground gazing at the stars on the horizon. The searing pain in his right arm and chest came in relentless waves, but deep within his heart a strange unprecedented sensation began to rise. That cold vast power from before. It had come from that rusted sword. Ankh knelt beside Lu Hen, his face as pale as paper, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. The lethal lightning arrow from moments ago had drained his supernatural ability completely. He reached out to help Lu Hen up, but his body suddenly swayed, nearly sending him crashing to the ground. On the other side, Lan Pang lay sprawled in the mud, his chest heaving violently as he panted like a broken bellows. His clothes were caked with dirt and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. The backlash from the green claw demon smashing through the earthen wall had nearly shattered his internal organs. And Lan sat on the ground clutching tightly a pitted round shield covered in deep claw marks and a dented frying pan, her small face a mix of heartache and lingering fear. A long gash ran along her arm, blood smeared across it in a shocking display. Jin Yuqian leaned against a tree, half of his glasses lens cracked into a spiderweb pattern scratches on his face. He held a small thoroughly smoking blue light device in his hand, his gaze vacant and his mind utterly blank. The cold moonlight spilled down, illuminating the motionless corpse of the green claw demon on the ground and the battered, utterly bedraggled youths. Cough. Cough. A coppery sweetness surged in Lu Hen's throat and he couldn't help coughing up 2 mouthfuls of bloody froth, his chest aching unbearably. Don't move. Ankh's voice was hoarse. Your ribs might be cracked. As his words fell, a steady sound of footsteps slowly emerged from the shadows not far away. The group tensed, instantly snapping their heads up to look. They were utterly spent with barely enough strength to lift a hand, yet their vigilance was razor sharp. A figure stepped out, hands clasped behind his back. It was the academy's principal, Gu Changfeng. Beside him followed a middle-aged man in black, a ferocious scar running from his brow to his jaw. He was built like an iron tower, exuding a fierce aura that warned others to keep their distance, clearly someone not to be trifled with. The two walked to the edge of the clearing, first scanning the dead green claw demon, then looking at the students sprawled on the ground. Gu Changfeng's face was expressionless, yet deep in his eyes a faint trace of satisfaction was hidden. The scar-faced man beside him twitched the corner of his mouth in a faint ambiguous smile, his presence suffocating. Principal. Lan Pang called out weakly, on the verge of tears, you finally came. Another moment later and would have been this monster's snack. Ankh sighed in relief, but his gaze turned icy as he stared at Gu Changfeng. Principal, this monster. I released it. Gu Changfeng admitted it casually, his tone as flat as if he were saying, the weather is nice today. Just testing your mettle. Bang. Their minds exploded. A second-tier green claw demon. To test us. Lan Pang wanted to jump up in fury, but the movement aggravated his wounds and he slumped back with a groan. Principal, you were trying to kill us. Ankh's eyes reddened, filled with grievance. Jin Yuqian adjusted his broken glasses, silent, but his eyes clearly read calculation error, principal's risk factor off the charts. Lu Hen lay on the ground looking at Gu Changfeng, feeling both fear and speechlessness. This old man was truly ruthless. You won't die. Gu Changfeng waved his hand, stepped forward and crouched down, pressing his fingers one by one on the youth's wounds. Lu Hen's chest and right arm, Ankh's forehead, Lan Pang's stomach and Lan's arm, and finally a glance at Jin Yuqian's broken glasses. Lu Hen right arm bone cracked, internal organs shaken. Ankh ability depleted, meridians damaged. Lan Pang inner energy disturbed. And Lan flesh wounds. Jin Yuqian. As long as your brain isn't broken. With a few brief words the diagnosis was complete. He casually pulled out several small porcelain bottles and tossed them to Ankh, red for external application, blue for internal use. Treat your injuries first. Ankh quickly caught them and distributed them to the others. As soon as the medicine was applied, a cooling sensation spread throughout their bodies and the pain sharply diminished. After swallowing the pills, a warm feeling blossomed in their lower abdomen, stabilizing their injuries rapidly. At that moment the scar-faced man who had been silent stepped forward. His gaze swept over the group like a hawk, lingering on Lu Hen for an extra second. He spoke, his voice deep as thunder, my name is Hong Jin. From today onward I am your combat instructor. Combat instructor. Everyone was stunned. Hello, Instructor Hong. Ankh was the first to react, forcing himself to bow despite the pain. The others quickly followed suit, their voices weak but not daring to be careless. Hong Jin nodded slightly and without another word pulled out several more exquisite small jade bottles from his pocket, tossing one each to Lan Pang, Ankh and Jin Yuqian. This is condensation due to solidify your foundation and break through bottlenecks. Hong Jin was concise. Your foundations are sufficient, you just need that final push. Meditate tonight with the medicine's power and breaking through to the first tier is certain. The first tier. That was the mark of truly stepping into the threshold of a powerhouse. A direct leap in strength. The youths clutched the jade bottles, their eyes shining. Only Lu Hen, looking at his empty hands, felt a slight emptiness in his heart. He had no supernatural ability, such miraculous medicine was utterly useless to him. But just then, Hong Jin walked straight up to Lu Hen and slowly crouched down. The scar on his face looked especially frightening under the moonlight, yet his gaze was exceptionally serious. You, Lu Hen. Hong Jin stared at him. That punch just now, not bad. Lu Hen was taken aback. That punch was a desperate life-risking blow, one that even he feared in hindsight. No ability, a rusty sword, and you dared to clash head-on with a second-tier green claw demon, even severely wounding it. Hong Jin's tone was calm, but each word rang with force. Your spirit is tough enough. With that he pulled something from his pocket, not a pill but an old scabbard. The scabbard was a dark dull black-brown made of an unknown material. Its surface was covered in wear marks, yet it was well preserved, simple and unadorned in style, with only a rim of dark gold at the mouth and tip. This is a scabbard I used in my early years. Hong Jin handed it to Lu Hen. Not a treasure but solidly made. It can nurture a blade and also conceal the aura of your sword, saving you trouble. Lu Hen took it with his left hand. It was heavy in his grip, warm and solid, a stark contrast to the cold roughness of the rusty sword. Thank you, instructor. Hong Jin stood up, his voice cold and stern. If you can still move, go back and treat your wounds. Assemble on the training ground tomorrow morning at dawn. If you're late, you'll train until you drop. With those words he turned and left without any hesitation. Gu Changfeng followed with his hands behind his back, pausing before leaving to glance at the green claw demon's corpse, clicking his tongue, dead for sure. What a waste of materials. Let logistics collect it tomorrow. Leaving the wounded youths staring at each other. This instructor is really cool, Lan Pang said through gritted teeth. Let's go back first. Ink struggled to his feet and helped support Lu Hen. Lu Hen picked up the rusty sword with his left hand and slid it into the scabbard, a perfect fit as if made for each other. Once the sword was sheathed, the faint vast icy aura was mostly concealed, undetectable without careful inspection. The group supported each other, limping back, their shadows stretched long under the moonlight. Back in the small building, Lu Hen treated his wounds with one hand and took the medicine given by the principal, instantly easing the tight pain in his chest. He placed the sheathed rusty sword gently by his bedside, his fingertips tracing the ancient scabbard, recalling Hong Jin's words. The power of last night's punch had come from within the rusty sword, wild and violent, nearly tearing him apart. As he pondered, exhaustion washed over him and Lu Hen fell into a deep sleep. That night, dreamless, he slept profoundly. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking. Bang bang bang. A frantic knocking exploded and Ank's anxious voice came through. Lu Hen. Get up. Instructor Hong is calling everyone to the training ground. Latecomers get extra drills. Lu Hen jolted awake. A dull pain in his right arm instantly pulled him back to last night's bloody battle. Gasping from the cold, he got up, washed and dressed, with one hand strapped the sheathed rusty sword to his back with cloth strips. With the sword on him, he felt grounded. Stepping out, he saw Ank waiting in the hallway, now in a neat training uniform, his arm wound properly bandaged, looking much better. Hurry. Lan Pang and Jin Yuqian have already gone down and Sister and Lan arrived early. The two quickly descended the stairs and dashed straight to last night's battlefield clearing. The green claw demon's corpse was gone, the ground roughly leveled, but the potholes everywhere still bore witness to the previous night's brutality. Instructor Hong Jin was already standing in the center of the field. He had changed into a black-fitted training suit, standing with his hands behind his back like an iron tower. The scar on his face was gilded by the morning light, making him look even more fierce and formidable. Lan Pang and Jin Yuqian were already in position. Lan Pang had dark circles under his eyes but was brimming with excitement. Jin Yuqian wore new glasses, holding a new calculator, his fingers flying rapidly. Seeing Lu Hen and Ank arrive, Hong Jin merely gave them a faint glance without a word. Once everyone was assembled and standing in formation, Hong Jin's deep voice suddenly rang out, "Yesterday you worked together to kill a second-tier green claw demon. Though you used tricks, though it was a Pyrrhic victory, the result is acceptable. From today onward I am in charge of your combat training. I have only 3 requirements: obey, fight to the death, and don't die. Yes. They answered in unison, their voices uneven but carrying a tenacious spirit. Now state your names, abilities and ranks. Starting with you. Hong Jin pointed at Ankh. Ankh stepped forward, standing straight as a ramrod, Ankh lightning variant, swift thunder. After taking the condensation dew I've broken through to the first tier initial stage. Hong Jin nodded and looked at Lan Pang. Lan Pang earth ability, defense and support. Also broken through first tier initial stage. And Lan manifestation ability, kitchenware manifestation. First tier initial stage. Jin Yoqian precognition and probability deduction. First tier initial stage. Calculation precision improved by 37. 2. Finally everyone's eyes fell in unison on Lu Hen. His right arm was immobile, the old sheathed rusty sword strapped to his back, standing alone yet perfectly straight. Lu Hen took a deep breath, stepped forward, his voice steady and firm. Lu Hen, no ability. Weapon, the star rusty sword. Rank. Unknown. He had no ability, rank nothing to judge by. Hong Jin stared at him, his scar twitching, and gave an astonishing evaluation. No ability but has a sword. Tentative rank. Unranked. But last night's combat power was comparable to the first tier. Unranked yet comparable to the first tier. Contradictory yet utterly real. Lu Hen nodded slightly, showing no discontent. He was well aware of his own strength. Good. Hong Jin paced with his hands behind his back, his voice harsh. Since you've all stepped into the first tier, training intensity doubles. Morning physical fitness techniques and reaction training, no abilities allowed, pure physical endurance. Afternoon combat, sparring or sparring with me. Sparring with the instructor. Their hearts clenched. Just looking at Hong Jin's scarred face made them ache all over. Now warm up. 10 laps around the back mountain. Hong Jin pointed at the towering peak behind the academy. Last place gets 5 extra sets of basic fist drills. Go. What? 10 laps. They groaned in unison but dared not delay, sprinting toward the back mountain. The morning sun rose, spilling golden light. True hellish training had now officially begun. The dirt path behind the mountain was riddled with potholes, jagged rocks digging into their feet, and steep slopes one after another. Instructor Hong Jin's icy voice hammered into their ears, no abilities, pure physical strength for 10 laps. If you can't finish extra training. At these words several faces turned pale instantly. This was practically a death sentence. On the first lap they still had some stamina and could barely keep up. Lu Hen's right arm throbbed with a fractured pain, throwing off his balance as he ran, yet he gritted his teeth and refused to fall behind. Anku took the lead, his steps steady and breathing as even as an anchor. Lan Pang followed closely, puffing and panting like an ox, but he stubbornly pushed on. And Lan came third while Jin Yuqian and Lu Hen lagged at the back, their footsteps heavy. By the second lap the gap had completely widened. Anku still led the pack. Lan Pang began gasping for air and Lan was forced to slow down. Jin Yuqian's face remained expressionless but cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Lu Hen's chest felt tight and suffocating, and with every step his right arm screamed in pain. Yet he held on to a fierce determination, not retreating a single step. On the third lap Lan Pang dropped directly behind Lu Hen, his face flushed crimson, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. He wailed as he ran, I can't. I'm dying. On the fourth lap even the leading Anku slowed down. And Lan glanced back, slightly reducing her pace but never stopping. By the fifth lap Lu Hen felt as if his lungs were about to explode, a rusty bloody taste filling his throat. His right arm ached to numbness, his chest throbbed unbearably. He stared fixedly at Anku's back, then glanced at Jin Yuqian beside him, who was also gritting his teeth. Only one thought remained in his mind: keep running, don't stop. On the sixth lap Lan Pang was completely spent, barely shuffling forward. And Lan's face was ghostly pale, her steps unsteady. Jin Yuqian's complexion turned white but his pace remained unbroken. On the seventh lap darkness flickered before Lu Hen's eyes. Just as he was about to collapse, a faint coolness suddenly spread from his brow. With his violent breathing and pounding heart, a thread of icy sensation flowed through his entire body, forcibly suppressing the scorching fatigue. It was faint yet undeniably real. On the eighth lap Anku was the first to cross the finish line, bending over with his hands on his knees, gasping for air. Lan Pang stumbled and crawled to the end, collapsing into a puddle of exhaustion. Lan and Jin Yuqian arrived almost simultaneously, too tired to straighten their backs. Lu Hen was the last. As he reached the finish, his legs gave way and darkness swept over him, nearly causing him to fall. Ku reached out and steadied him firmly. Instructor Hong Jin stood nearby holding an old-fashioned stopwatch, his voice cold and harsh. Ku excellent. Lan Pang failing. Lan Jin Yuqian passing. Lu Hen barely passed. Lan Pang lay on the ground wailing, instructor. You're trying to kill me. Shut up. Hong Jin kicked the ground beside him. Rest for 5 minutes, then practice the basic fist forms 100 times. Lan Pang 5 extra sets. No one dared to utter a word. They all collapsed on the ground, gasping frantically. Lu Hen leaned against a tree, secretly touching his brow. That cool sensation was still there. Could running also draw upon the power of the stars? Even if only a trace. When the 5 minutes were up, Hong Jin's voice rang out, on time, get up, line up. They struggled to their feet and formed a line. Hong Jin walked to the center and assumed the starting posture of the basic fist form. His movements were slow but steady and powerful. This is an improved military boxing style adaptable to all physiques. Coordinate your breathing with the movements. Use intent, not brute force. First seek form, then seek penetration of power. Move by move, thrusts, blocks, kicks, horse stances, simple yet carrying immense force. The group followed along, and Ku learned the fastest, his movements precise with faint traces of lightning energy around him, his thunder ability already merging with the forms. Lan Pang's movements were crooked, but he gave it his all, a dim yellow light flickering intermittently. Lan was meticulous, as if wanting to etch the basics into her bones. Jin Yuqian's movements were stiff yet precise, like executing a program. Only Lu Hen struggled the most. The searing pain in his right arm made it impossible to use, preventing him from completing the hand movements. Hong Jin noticed this but only casually gestured for him to complete the forms with his left hand alone, using his body to compensate for the deficiency. After 100 repetitions of the fist form, everyone was drenched in sweat, yet their bodies felt more relaxed. The faint stream of energy within them flowed more smoothly. Morning training is over. Assemble here at 2 in the afternoon, bring your gear. Dismissed. As soon as Hong Jin finished speaking, they felt as if pardoned, helping each other as they trudged back to the small building. Ku slowed his pace to wait for Lu Hen. How's your right hand? The instructor's medicine works wonders. Apply it again tonight and you'll be able to move it by tomorrow. Be careful in the afternoon combat session. Lu Hen nodded, knowing full well that Hong Jin's training would only get harsher. Back in his room, he showered with one hand and changed into clean clothes. The medicine from Dean Gu was indeed miraculous. The pain in his right arm had greatly subsided. Though he couldn't exert force, he could move it slightly, and the tightness in his chest was gone. He looked at the rusty sword beside the bed. Its scabbard was ordinary and unremarkable. The power that had erupted at the critical moment last night was now completely untraceable. He concentrated his senses but only felt a faint weak pulse connecting to it. Still too weak. Lu Hen murmured to himself. He had to become stronger and fast, or there would be no luck next time danger struck. At noon, Lan prepared lunch, simple but filling. Lan Pang wolfed down his food like a starving ghost. Jin Yuqian fiddled with a calculator after eating. Ku chewed slowly, seemingly lost in thought. Lu Hen stuffed food into his mouth frantically, desperately replenishing his energy. At 2 in the afternoon they assembled on the training ground. Hong Jin was already waiting. Beside him stood 5 wooden Andaran puppets, each as tall as a man. Their joints were stiff, their forms clumsy, yet they exuded a dangerous aura. Afternoon combat training. Hong Jin's voice was icy. These puppets are equivalent to initial stage Forbidden Realm martial artists. They only know basic attacks. Your mission, defeat them. You may use abilities any means necessary. This is training, not a life or death fight. If you can't hold on, call a stop immediately. One each, choose for yourselves. As he finished speaking, Ku stepped forward first. He circled a puppet twice, then with a flash of electric light beneath his feet instantly teleported to its side. His hand blade crackling with arcs of lightning sliced toward the puppet's neck. Crack. The puppet's neck twisted askew and it swung a punch back. Ku dodged effortlessly, waiting for another chance. Lan Pang charged straight at the sturdiest puppet, roaring as he pressed his hand to the ground. Earthen prison. The ground softened, trapping the puppet's legs, but it broke free with force. Lan Pang quickly raised an earthen wall to block, then seized the moment to strike at the puppet's waist joint. Lan wielded a round shield and a cleaver holding her ground and counterattacking. The shield absorbed the blows while the cleaver sent sparks flying as it hacked at the puppet. Jin Yuqian adjusted his glasses and specifically targeted a puppet with stiff legs. He ran around it wildly, his green light device occasionally shooting at its knees, causing it to lose balance constantly. He kited the whole time, never letting the puppet touch a single hair on his head. Finally, only one puppet remained. Lu Hen looked at his injured right arm, then touched the rusty sword on his back. Gripping the hilt with his left hand, he slowly drew it out. The rust-covered blade was dull and unremarkable in the sunlight. Lu Hen took a deep breath, recalling the footwork from the morning's fist form. Holding the sword with one hand, the tip slanting downward, he lowered his stance slightly, staring intently at the approaching puppet. He couldn't rely on that desperate power, only the techniques he had just learned. The puppet took stiff steps, its metal fist smashing fiercely toward Lu Hen's head. It wasn't fast, but the force was immense. Lu Hen didn't meet it head-on. He sidestepped with a sliding step, using his left-hand sword to follow the fist form's blocking and deflecting technique. The blade touched and guided the blow aside. Clang! The fist was precisely deflected and the puppet lurched forward from inertia, exposing a massive opening. Opportunity! A sharp glint flashed in Lu Hen's eyes. He charged forward, thrusting his left-hand sword with full force at the puppet's supporting leg's knee joint, the weak point Hong Jin had repeatedly emphasized. Pft! The tip of the rusty sword pierced precisely into the joint gap, wedging it tight. The puppet's movements froze instantly. Lu Hen pressed his advantage. He stamped his left foot, twisted his waist and pried the sword upward. Crack! A sharp sound exploded. The puppet's knee joint was pried apart, its entire leg crippled. With a thunderous crash it fell to one knee. Lu Hen quickly withdrew his sword and stepped back on high alert. Stop! Hong Jin's voice rang out on time. Lu Hen sheathed his sword, panting heavily, his left hand numb. But as he looked at the kneeling puppet, an unprecedented sense of achievement surged within him. Without using abilities or that mysterious power, relying purely on technique, he had defeated an initial stage Forbidden Realm puppet. The others also finished their battles one by one, and Lan had dismantled her puppet's joints. Lan Pang had smashed its head, and Jin Yuqian was still kiting his puppet but remained completely in control. Hong Jin paced over, offering critiques one by one, his tone harsh, and Lan enough skill but poor control of power. Lan Pang only brute force, terrible tactics. Jin Yuqian all running and no fighting, what kind of combat training is that? Finally his gaze fell on Lu Hen's rusty sword and the damaged puppet joint. His tone softened slightly. Your left-hand swordplay is stiff, your footwork is messy, and you lose 70% of your power. The only thing worth noting, you dare to strike at vital points and your sword is tough enough. Lu Hen lowered his head. Yes, instructor. Know your shortcomings and correct them, Hong Jin said, hands behind his back. That's enough for today. Practice the fist form 50 times tonight. Continue tomorrow. Yes. They answered in unison. Though utterly exhausted, their eyes shone several times brighter than in the morning. Especially Lu Hen, he could clearly feel himself growing stronger bit by bit. Every drop of sweat was watering the roots of his growth. The sun set in the west, casting a golden glow over the training ground. Hong Jin watched the group helping each other and discussing their battles, the scar on his face softening a little in the afterglow. The dean was right. They're all good material. They just need a good tempering. Not far away in the herb garden, Dean Gu Changfeng crouched among the grass, humming a tune as if he knew everything all too well. Lu Hen tightened his grip on the rusty sword and looked up at the setting sun. After the training session ended, the group dragged their aching bodies back to the small building as darkness fully enveloped the sky. Lu Hen felt his left arm, which had been wielding the sword, ache so much he could barely lift it. Yet his right arm, which had suffered a bone crack, had improved considerably and could move slightly. The tightness in his chest had also faded significantly. He didn't want to do anything now except crash onto his bed and sleep until he was dead. Who's making dinner? I really can't move anymore. Lan Pang slumped against the wall, groaning weakly. I'll cook some noodles. It'll be faster, and Lan volunteered to take on the cooking duty despite her own exhaustion. The others naturally had no objections and dragged themselves back to their respective rooms. Lu Hen returned to his room, carefully leaning the rusty sword against the wall. His clothes, soaked and dried repeatedly, felt sticky and uncomfortable. He grabbed some clean clothes, rushed to the communal bathroom at the end of the hallway and stood under the hot water for a long time. Only then did his stiff body begin to recover slightly. After showering and changing, Lu Han threw himself onto the bed, unwilling to move a muscle. Outside the window the night was deep, dotted with countless stars. Moonlight streamed through the window, spreading across the room like a layer of white frost. His body was utterly exhausted, yet a strange sense of fulfillment welled up in his heart. The image of him using the rusty sword with one hand in the afternoon, skillfully breaking the puppet's knee joint, replayed in his mind over and over. That feeling of defeating an enemy not by desperate struggle or mysterious power but by what he had learned himself was far more reassuring than the near-death punch he had unleashed the previous night. Staring at the ceiling, he reviewed the day's training repeatedly, the agonizing 10 laps around the back mountain, the awkwardness of the basic fist techniques, the tense decisions during the puppet duel. As he thought, his eyelids grew heavier and sleep flooded in. Just then, buzz. 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 The old phone on the bedside table suddenly vibrated and lit up, glaringly conspicuous in the dim room. Lu Han forced himself to sit up, reached for the phone and unlocked the screen. A message jumped out at him. Sender Su Ro. Content: what are you doing? Is training over? At the end was a cute emoji of a cat yawning. Lu Han was stunned on the spot. Su Ro. Why would she suddenly message him? They hadn't contacted each other since their last encounter in the neighborhood. He had thrown himself into the devilish training at this Tian Kai Academy and had long forgotten about it. His fingers hovered over the screen, pondering how to reply. Should he say the instructor had worked him like a dead dog? Should he mention he had fought an initial level forbidden puppet? Nothing seemed right. Just as he hesitated, bam. 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 A sharp knock came at the door, followed by Instructor Hong Jin's deep commanding voice penetrating the wood. Everyone gather on the first floor. 5 minutes. Lu Han's heart tightened. Not daring to delay, he tossed the phone onto the bed, struggled to get up and threw on his jacket. A sudden assembly this late at night was definitely bad news. He pulled open the door to find Nku and Lan Pang and Jin Yuqian all emerging with faces etched with exhaustion and confusion, bewilderment written in their eyes. Instructor, what's up? We haven't even had a bite of noodles yet. Lan Pang grumbled with a pained expression. Less chatter, get downstairs. Hong Jin stood at the top of the stairs, his face cold and intimidating under the dim light. None of them dared to talk back and obediently followed him downstairs to the small dining hall on the first floor. Hong Jin stood in the center with his hands behind his back, getting straight to the point with a tone that brooked no negotiation. Take out your phones and all communication devices. Now. They exchanged glances, but no one dared to resist. They slowly pulled out their belongings. Lu Han also picked up the old phone, still glowing with the unread message notification, his heart sinking. He had just received Su Rao's message and now it was about to be confiscated. Turn them off and put them all in this basket. Hong Jin pointed to a small bamboo basket at his feet. From today until the next break, all personal devices will be kept in unified custody. During training, contact with the outside world is forbidden. No distractions. No way, instructor. Lan Pang's face fell. Is it really that harsh? Can't I even browse the forums at night? That's exactly why I'm afraid you'll get distracted by the forums, Hong Jin shot back coldly. Nku, you're in charge of collecting them all. If even one is missing, the whole group runs 10 extra laps. Nku nodded and picked up the basket to collect the phones one by one. Despite their extreme reluctance, they all knew the instructor meant what he said, so they obediently turned off their devices and handed them over. Lu Han stared at Su Rao's unread message on the screen, feeling a slight emptiness in his heart. But orders were orders, so he silently pressed the power button and placed the phone into the basket. That message, which he hadn't had time to reply to, was thus cut off in the chat window. Very good. Hong Jin picked up the basket full of phones, his tone utterly unruffled. Focus on training. When you satisfy me, I'll give them back. Dismissed. And Lan, eat the noodles as soon as they're ready, then rest. Tomorrow's training will be doubled. With that he turned and left, leaving no room for argument. In the small hall they looked at each other, utterly dumbfounded. Well, that's it. We're completely cut off from the world now, Lan Pang said, dejected. It's for the best. No phone distractions means we can train more focused, and Lan said, taking it in stride. Jin Yuqian adjusted his glasses and said seriously, external interference variables eliminated. Training efficiency theoretically improved by 18. 7. Only Lu Hen remained silent, feeling an inexplicable emptiness. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to part with the phone, it was that he was worried about the message from Su Ro that he hadn't replied to. Why had she suddenly contacted him? She had entered the top-tier Kunlun Academy, her training must be grueling too. Did she have something to tell him? But no matter how much he thought about it now, it was useless. The phones were locked away. Lu Hen shook his head to clear his mind of distractions and followed the others into the kitchen. Anlan had already cooked a large pot of plain noodles, simple clear broth yet steaming hot. The starving group grabbed bowls and devoured them, savoring every bite. At the same time, thousands of miles away in the north, at the secret training base of the Kunlun Academy, China's premier supernatural academy. The night was deep, but the training ground was brilliantly lit with searchlights illuminating the entire area like daylight. Su Ro had just finished a round of high-intensity superpower and physical training. Her ice blue hair was soaked with sweat plastered to her smooth forehead and neck, and her deep blue special training uniform was covered in dust. Her breathing was slightly rapid, but her ice blue eyes still shone with astonishing brightness. This was the Kunlun Academy's freshman special training camp, a gathering of the best of the best. The training's brutality was no less than that of the Tiankai Academy. With her dual demigod-level Ice Soul and Void Trace talents, Su Ro had dominated her peers from the start, firmly holding the top spot. During a training break, she walked to the rest area and picked up a communicator which was allowed for use outside training hours. The screen showed only academy notifications and messages from her family. It was clean, with none of the messages she was waiting for. Her fingertips tapped lightly, opening her contacts and scrolling to that name, Lu Hen. After a moment of hesitation, she typed a line and sent it, her tone carrying an unconscious softness. "What are you doing? Is training over?" She also added a cat yawning emoji. After sending it, she held the communicator, waiting quietly. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. The screen remained dead silent. No reply, no read receipt, not even the typing indicator. An inexplicable irritation surged in Su Ro's heart. She recalled that day in the neighborhood when Lu Hen, holding the rusty sword, had said with firm eyes, "This is the path I chose." What kind of crappy academy had he gotten into? Didn't he even have time to reply to one message? Or did he simply not want to reply? A trace of annoyance which she herself didn't even notice flickered in her ice blue eyes. She abruptly shut off the communicator and shoved it into her locker. Su Ro, prepare for the next round of sparring training. The instructor's voice rang out across the training ground. Yes. Su Ro took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and strode to the center of the field. Her opponent was another top-talented freshman. In this training session, Su Ro fought with extraordinary ferocity. Her ice soul ability was unleashed at full power, dropping the training ground's temperature sharply as a storm of ice crystals howled forth. Her void trace ability aided her movement, making her figure elusive and controlling the entire space. Her opponent was completely suppressed, unable to last even 10 moves before admitting defeat. Even the instructor couldn't help but nod, his eyes full of approval. Training ended late into the night. Su Ro dragged her tired body back to the dorm, washed up, and as soon as she lay down, she grabbed the communicator again. The screen remained quiet. Lu Hen's avatar was gray. Unread, unreplied, no activity at all. A wave of grievance and frustration surged into her heart. She stared at that gray avatar, her fingertips pressing hard on the screen as if she wanted to poke through it. Lu Hen. You blockhead. You fool. You jerk. She lowered her voice and cursed angrily a few times. The pride of winning the day's training was instantly washed away by disappointment. She threw the communicator aside in a huff and buried her head under the covers. "I'm never talking to you again." The muffled, petulant voice was wrapped in the blanket, carrying a girlish tenderness she herself wasn't aware of. Outside the window, the biting wind howled through the Kunlun Mountains. Meanwhile, far away at the Tiankai Academy, Lu Hen was completely unaware of all this. Holding a bowl of hot noodles, his mind was entirely occupied with tomorrow's double training, how to train his left hand with the sword more steadily, and how to draw upon that thread of star power between his brows. The phone. Su Ro's message. They had long been locked away in Instructor Hong Jin's drawer, severing all contact. After wolfing down 2 bowls of hot noodles, Lu Hen was so exhausted that his eyelids felt like lead, and the moment his head hit the bed, he sank into a deep slumber. Before dawn had even broken, with no trace of the morning assembly bugle, Lu Hen was abruptly jolted awake by a searing pain. The soreness from yesterday's grueling training surged through his body like a relentless tide while his left arm and chest burned as if pricked by needles and scorched by fire. The slightest movement made him wince in agony, his teeth clenched tight. He lay stiff in bed for a long while before slowly sitting up. Outside the window the sky had just begun to pale with the first light of dawn. The entire academy was shrouded in silence save for the crisp scent of dew and grass drifting into the room. Lu Hen crept out of bed, careful not to disturb his still sleeping companions. He strapped on the rusted sword sheathed in an old scabbard, and its heavy solid weight brought him an ineffable sense of reassurance. He slipped quietly to the open ground behind the building. All traces of the green claw demon had long been cleared away, leaving only the charred marks etched into the ground's edge by Ank's lightning strike. Finding a flat patch of ground, Lu Hen set down the rusted sword and began to stretch. Every movement sent sharp pangs of pain through him, making him gasp, but he gritted his teeth and endured. Instructor Hong Jin had said that the more it hurt the more one needed to loosen up, or the muscles would only grow stiffer. After stretching, he repeatedly drilled the basic fist techniques he had learned the day before. His right arm was still too weak to exert force, so he practiced solely with his left hand, coordinating it with footwork, going over the motions again and again, slow yet intensely focused. Sweat soon soaked through his undershirt and the horizon gradually blazed with orange and crimson hues. "You're up early." A voice came from behind him. Lu Hen turned to see Ank standing not far off, his training clothes already drenched in sweat, clearly having been at his morning workout for some time. "Couldn't sleep, so I figured I'd get up and train a bit," Lu Hen said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ank approached, glanced at his slightly trembling left arm and said bluntly, "You pushed too hard yesterday. It's a muscle strain. Don't force it in today's training." He paused, then pointed at the rusted sword on Lu Hen's back. "That thrust you made at the puppet's knee yesterday. Perfect timing, but your power delivery was all wrong. Strength starts from the feet, passes through the waist and reaches the hands. You were just relying on arm strength, brute force. At least 70% of your power was wasted." Lu Hen replayed the moment in his mind and was suddenly struck with a flash of understanding. "Watch closely." Ank casually picked up a dry branch, bent his knees slightly and sank his weight. With his center of gravity firmly planted on his rear foot, he executed a seamless motion, twisting his waist, rotating his hips and driving off the ground. His entire Buddha's strength surged like a river into his arm as the branch sliced through the air, producing a crisp whistle. The entire movement was sharp and clean, power flowing as one. "Got it. A little." Lu Hen's eyes lit up. "Use the branch to practice, not the real sword." Ank tossed him the branch. "First find the feel of the power transfer. The real sword is too heavy and will throw off your form." Lu Hen took the branch and began to repeatedly imitate Ank's movements. At first his hands and feet were stiff and uncoordinated, but Ank patiently guided him, each comment hitting the nail on the head. After a full half-hour of practice, the sun had fully risen. Only then did Lan Pang and Lan and Jin Yukai stumble out, rubbing their sleepy eyes. Seeing the two drenched in sweat from training, they were all wide-eyed with shock. "Damn, you two are way too hardcore." Lan Pang yawned, his face a picture of utter despair. Jin Yukai pushed up his glasses and began doing his own strange warm-up exercises, while Lan directly materialized a spatula and swung it with fierce whistling strokes. At 7 in the morning, Hong Jin arrived right on time. His tight-fitting training suit accentuated his steel-cast muscles, and the scar on his face was terrifyingly imposing in the morning light. "Fall in." At his low bark, the five of them snapped to attention, standing ramrod straight, not daring to breathe too loudly. "This morning endurance and impact resistance training." Hong Jin pointed to a row of heavy waist-high sandbags at the edge of the open ground and said coldly, "One each. No using your abilities. Continuous striking for 1 hour. If anyone dares to stop for even a second, everyone gets extra training." Their hearts sank. This demon of an instructor showed no mercy at all. "Begin." Ank stepped forward first, his fists landing on the sandbag with steady heavy thuds, the muffled sounds creating a clear rhythm. Lan Pang chose the heaviest bag, ramming and smashing it while shouting to keep himself going. And Lan whacked hers with a frying pan, the clanging noise particularly jarring. Jin Yukai struck the exact same spot with machine-like precision and a fixed tempo. Lu Hen took a deep breath. Following the power transfer technique Ank had taught him, driving from the feet, twisting the waist, channeling force through the body, he slammed his left fist into the sandbag with all his might. Thud. The sandbag shook violently and the recoil numbed his left arm, but the force of this single punch was a full double what he had managed yesterday. This is the feeling. Liu Hen's gaze sharpened. Gritting his teeth he threw punch after punch without pause. 10 punches and his arm ached. 20 punches and the skin on his knuckles split stinging with pain. 30 punches and his waist and hips felt like they were about to shatter, his breathing ragged like a beast's. Sweat streamed into his eyes stinging fiercely and his clothes were plastered to his body soaked through. Yet he showed no sign of stopping. Only one obsession filled his mind: don't stop. Stopping means being useless. After what felt like an eternity, Hong Jin's voice finally rang out like a heavenly melody: stop. Liu Hen's last punch landed weakly and he collapsed to the ground, sitting heavily. He gasped for air, his vision swimming with black spots. Blood seeped from the raw knuckles of his left fist, burning with an intense pain. Glancing at the others, Ankh was barely standing, drenched from head to toe. Lan Pang was lying flat on the ground, playing dead, his breath wheezing like a broken bellows. Lan couldn't even hold her spatula and Jin Yukai's face was deathly pale, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Rest for 10 minutes, drink some water. Hong Jin tossed over a few bottles of warm water. They scrambled for them and gulped it down. At that moment plain water tasted sweeter than the finest nectar. The 10 minutes flew by in an instant and Hong Jin's cold voice boomed again: get up. Next item, impact resistance training. Before his words had even faded he pushed over several thick leather training pads and said in a chilling tone: pair up. Strike the simulated vital zones and learn how to absorb and redirect force. Lan and Lan Pang one pair. Ku and Jin Yotsai another. Liu Hen, you're with me. The others instantly breathed a sigh of relief, but Liu Hen's heart skipped a beat and his scalp went numb. Sparring with the demon instructor was like walking straight into the line of fire. The pairs quickly started. Lan Pang was soon wincing from the hits while Lan used her spatula to strike Jin Yotsai, a scene both comical and brutal. When it was Liu Hen's turn, Hong Jin pointed at the target pad. Turn your back to me. Keep your muscles slightly tensed, don't relax. Liu Hen braced himself and took his position. The oppressive pressure behind him was even more terrifying than facing the green claw demon. First, feel a bit of force. Hong Jin's fingertip tapped lightly and a sharp piercing energy instantly shot into Liu Hen's body like an ice pick stabbing into his flesh. It shook his very internal organs until they trembled. Liu Hen let out a muffled groan and nearly collapsed to his knees. Tighten your muscles, disperse the force, don't just take it hidden. Then came a barrage of pushing and drilling forces. Each strike from Hong Jin was precisely controlled, not enough to seriously injure but enough to make Liu Hen break out in a cold sweat, his clothes so drenched they could be wrung out. His back, chest and ribs, there wasn't a spot that didn't ache. Liu Hen clenched his jaw, desperately memorizing the trajectory of each type of force, adjusting his body and learning to absorb and root himself according to the instructor's commands. After an uncountable number of strikes, Hong Jin finally stopped. Rest for 5 minutes. Reflect on it on your own. Liu Hen collapsed onto the ground, too exhausted to move even a single finger. It felt as though every bone in his body had been dismantled and reassembled. But strangely, amidst the searing pain, his body had begun to develop a combat memory, firmly imprinting the secrets of receiving and redirecting force. At the peak of agony he was evolving at a terrifying speed. Everyone up, time to eat. This afternoon, reaction training and combat review. At Hong Jin's command, Liu Hen struggled to his feet. Staring up at the blazing sun, his gaze grew more resolute than ever. Even if the training flayed his skin, he would see it through to the end. His strength was undergoing a terrifying explosive transformation. At 2 in the afternoon the scorching sun blazed overhead, its venomous rays heating the ground until it was searing. On the open ground 5 figures lay sprawled in disarray, drained hollow by the morning sandbag and impact resistance training. Lan Pang staggered as he walked and Lan couldn't lift her arms. Jin Yukian's gaze was vacant and Liu Hen's muscles twitched violently, the wounds on his back and ribs throbbing with a piercing pain that stabbed deep with every movement. Hong Jin stood in the shade of a tree, arms crossed, the scar on his face as cold and hard as iron. His gaze swept over them like a blade. Stand straight. Afternoon reaction training. Reaction training. Their hearts tightened, anticipating more suffering. Hong Jin dragged out a metal cylindrical machine, its surface covered in dense tiny holes looking utterly sinister. This is the Hive reactor. It fires soft gel bullets randomly, speed and angle completely unpredictable. Hong Jin said coldly. You can only rely on footwork blocking or weapons to dodge. No large-scale abilities allowed. The screen will tally the results. The worst performer will have extra training until they collapse tonight. With that he pressed the switch. The machine hummed to life, the holes spinning rapidly, radiating danger from all sides. Enku, you're first. Enku took a deep breath, planted his stance, lowered his center of gravity, and his eyes sharpened like an eagle's. Begin. Whoosh. A red gel bullet shot out abruptly, aiming straight for his calf. A flicker of lightning sparked beneath Enku's feet as he slid half a step sideways, the bullet grazing past his leg. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A triple volley followed in rapid succession. His figure wove through the hail of bullets, his arms blocking with precision, each move perfectly timed as if he had predicted the trajectories. 30 seconds ended and the screen displayed the data: reaction speed excellent. Hits 2. Not bad. Next, Lan Pang. Lan Pang trudged up with a grimace, his bulky frame clumsy. As the gel bullets came he floundered in panic, nearly summoning an earth shield before forcibly suppressing it. Thwack thwack thwack, he was hit multiple times, wincing in pain. Final score poor. Hits 11. Extra training on 2 sets of footwork tonight. Hong Jin said expressionlessly. Lan Pang was utterly deflated. And Lan stepped up, raising a shield to block, protecting her vital points. Though somewhat flustered, she was hit only 5 times. Jin Yuqian was even more astonishing, relying not on weapons but on calculated evasion, his body swaying in a rhythmic pattern as the storm of bullets grazed past him. He was hit just once. Hong Jin cast an extra glance his way, clever trick but effective. Finally it was Lu Hen's turn. He walked to the center, his left hand reaching for the rusted sword, then lowering it again. The sword was too heavy, drawing it would never match the bullet speed. He stood empty-handed, assuming a defensive boxing stance, his whole body tense, his concentration razor sharp. Begin. The first bullet came straight at him. Lu Hen sidestepped to dodge. Then came a simultaneous volley from left, right, and above. His feet moved in rapid succession, his left arm blocking. Thwack, the impact numbed his arm and he took a hit on the shoulder. The gel bullets grew faster, their angles more insidious. Lu Hen was like a lone boat in a raging storm, twisting his body desperately, using the deflection techniques he had learned that morning to endure. He tensed, his muscles shifted with the impacts, and somehow weathered the dense assault. Just then, a gel bullet shot from the most treacherous angle toward his ankle. Lu Hen had already lost his balance with no room to evade. Boom, a faint coolness burst at his brow. It wasn't a surge of power but an invisible ripple spreading outward. Faster than sight, keener than hearing, he sensed the bullet's trajectory in advance. Completely instinctively his ankle twisted oddly, his body leaning back and folding. Whoosh! The gel bullet grazed the sole of his shoe. Lu Hen lost his center of gravity and crashed to the ground, gasping for air, his heart pounding wildly. Time's up. The screen lit up, reaction speed good. Hit 7. Hong Jin walked up to him, his gaze piercing. That last dodge, how did you do it? Lu Hen swallowed hard. I sensed its trajectory. Hong Jin stared at him for a few seconds, didn't press further, and only left a remark: instinct is more accurate than sight, but it's uncontrollable. If you want to grow stronger, train it until it's second nature. Next came combat review. Hong Jin brought out a projector and played footage of their battles against the Green Claw Demon and the puppets, critiquing each frame harshly. Enku, your lightning bolt was 0. 3 seconds too early. Lan Pang, the earth wall was half a meter off. And Lan, the angle of your shield was wrong. Jin Yuqian, your calculations were too rigid. Finally the image froze on the moment Lu Hen struck the Green Claw Demon. Brave but utterly foolish. Hong Jin scolded fiercely, you stabbed it and didn't withdraw, didn't follow up, didn't guard against a counterattack. If Enku hadn't blocked for an instant, if your rusted sword hadn't shielded your heart meridian, you'd be in a medical pod by now. Lu Hen lowered his head, drenched in cold sweat. Remember, until the enemy is dead the fight isn't over. The review ended and night had fallen. Their minds were stuffed full, more exhausting than the physical beating. Dismissed. Digest tonight. Continue tomorrow. Hong Jin packed his things and left without a backward glance. The group dragged their battered bodies back to the small building, eating a tasteless dinner, their minds consumed by the training and critiques. Back in his room, Lu Hen's whole body ached, but his spirit was intensely exhilarated. He looked at the rusted sword against the wall, his heart racing. During the day there had been no time. Now at last he could settle his mind. Liu Hen sat up cradling the rusted sword on his lap. His left hand gripped the hilt, his right hand caressed the scabbard. He closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness, reaching out to feel the sword. In the darkness a familiar heavy pulse emanated, thump. Thump. Like the heartbeat of an ancient beast. This time Liu Hen didn't rush to draw out its power. Instead he let his own breath and heartbeat gradually synchronize with the sword's pulse. Hum. The blade trembled lightly. It was no illusion. A gentle cool current flowed from the hilt into his palm, coursing through his arm, no stabbing pain, only a spring-like nourishment repairing the sore meridians throughout his body. The next moment, fragmented blurry images forced their way into his mind. An endless vast starry sky stretched before him and a figure danced with a sword beneath the stars. The blade light merged with the galaxy, its trajectory profound and inscrutable. At the same time ancient obscure syllables imprinted directly into the depths of his consciousness, not heard but instinctively understood. It was a cultivation technique's oral formula. Liu Hen strained to see clearly but only grasped a fragment. When the cool sensation returned to his brow, the images and syllables vanished simultaneously. He snapped his eyes open, his forehead covered in cold sweat, his heart pounding uncontrollably. The sword hides a cultivation technique. He stared fixedly at the rusted sword, his fingers trembling, holding his breath. Recalling the ancient syllables etched into his soul, he breathed out the first character in a whisper, star. Hum. The coolness at his brow exploded. Beneath his left hand on the hilt within the rusted sword, it was as if a slumbering starfield had ignited a single speck of dust. It worked. Liu Hen's body quaked, trembling with excitement. He dared not chant further, afraid of alerting others, but that syllable, that sensation was already deeply etched into his soul. He hugged the rusted sword, leaning against the headboard, unable to calm himself for a long time. Vague, incomplete, yet undeniably real. Within this unremarkable rusted sword lay a heaven-defying cultivation technique. And he had just learned its name, the star attraction art. Liu Hen gripped the rusted sword tightly, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented light. The days dragged on, the training unchanged. At dawn instructor Hong's grating voice would roar them awake for running, boxing and beatings, none of it missed. Afternoons were spent dodging rubber bullets and fighting for their lives with the instructors using them as punching bags. Every day left him exhausted as a dead dog, yet Liu Hen never slackened. Once everyone was dead asleep, he would stealthily retrieve the rusty old sword and sit cross-legged. No longer sitting in vacant stupor, he desperately recalled the bizarre images that had exploded in his mind that night, along with the strange sounds forcibly implanted in his thoughts. He dared not make a sound lest he alert others. He laid the sword across his lap, his left hand gripping the hilt, eyes closed in concentration. When his mind was utterly still, syncing with the sword's heartbeat, he silently recited the syllable in his heart, star. At first there was no response, only the icy blade faintly echoing with a dong-dong sound. Liu Hen was not impatient. No matter how weary or bitter, he would sit quietly each night. This was the only peaceful moment in his day that belonged solely to him. Gradually change came. When he silently uttered star, the coolness at his brow began to stir like a pebble dropped into water, rippling with imperceptible waves. The rusty sword on his lap trembled faintly, so slight only the hand gripping it could sense it. The vast icy starry sky aura within the sword stirred, and a thread of cool starlight seeped through his arm into his body. It was 100 times weaker than the first violent force, yet gentler and more enduring. The coolness entered without rampaging, flowing slowly with his breath and heartbeat. Where it passed, the aches and hidden injuries from training were soothed, leaving his body refreshingly cool and indescribably comfortable. What thrilled Liu Hen even more was that he was growing increasingly resilient. Morning runs no longer left him breathless, blows no longer hurt, and his left hand was far steadier on the sword. He knew in his heart, like a clear mirror, the star attraction art truly worked. Even if he had only grasped a single word drawing minuscule star power, it was undeniably refining him with stellar energy, the very beginning of the initial realm that fairy sister had spoken of. He trained even more fiercely. Not only in nightly cultivation but also during daytime training at his limits. When his mind was highly focused, he silently chanted star in his heart. In the split second of dodging the instructor's fist or evading the machine's rubber bullet, the coolness at his brow would suddenly leap, allowing him to vaguely predict danger and trajectory. Occasionally a flash of insight would let him narrowly escape a fatal blow. This was his secret extra training. Time flew by. The training remained brutal. Instructor Hong still ferocious and Dean Gu still appeared mysteriously in the herb garden. Enk's lightning grew more condensed. Blue Fatty's earth walls thicker and Anlin could transform into two more objects, a small knife and a small frying pan. Jin Yukian's calculator was replaced with a more expensive one. Everyone was being forced to progress wildly by this bizarre academy and ruthless instructors. Lu Hen's progress was hidden in the crowd, unremarkable. He still had no superpower and his level remained none. Yet his foundation was unshakable, his physique formidable, and his left-hand swordsmanship gradually took form, occasionally matching Enk evenly. Instructor Hong no longer praised him, but neither did he call him stupid. His gaze held a shade less impatience. Another night fell. Lu Hen returned from training, his body aching but his mind unusually clear. After washing up he sat cross-legged on the bed as usual, laying the sheathed rusty sword across his lap. The room was unlit, moonlight slanted through the window casting a cold frosty gleam on the scabbard. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath and let his mind sink. The chirping of insects outside and Blue Fatty's snoring next door faded away. The world was reduced to his heartbeat, his breathing and the slow steady dong-dong of the rusty sword. Dong. Dong. His breath unconsciously synchronized with the sword's hum, one long and one short, their rhythms aligned. When his mind was fully settled, Lu Hen once again recited the syllable etched into his soul star. The coolness at his brow surged instantly. The sword trembled slightly and a wisp of starlight coolness finer than a strand of hair silently seeped into his palm. This time he did not let the star power wander on its own. He wanted to try, drawing in more star power. Following the route the star power had taken over these days, he focused completely, carefully guiding that thread of coolness to precisely strike the blocked and injured areas within his body, the rib injury from Instructor Hong's hidden force that morning and the sore and swollen meridians in his left arm from days of exertion. This task required extreme precision. Too little star power and it would dissipate with excessive force, too weak a force and it would not move. Lu Hen held his breath, his spirit taut to the breaking point. Thread by thread. He guided the wisp of coolness fine as an embroidery needle, gently tapping the hidden pain beneath his ribs. A low hum, like a drop of ice water into boiling oil. The flesh around the old injury suddenly numbed and swelled as if frozen earth thawed by ice water. A spot of dark turbid stagnation was forcibly washed out by the star power dissipating with the blood. The long-suppressed ache in his ribs vanished by more than half. His entire body felt unprecedented ease and comfort. Lu Hen's heart leaped with joy, but he dared not lose focus, continuing to guide the star power to cleanse his sore left arm. Just as he was utterly concentrated and undistracted, a sudden change occurred. The rusty sword on his lap without any warning emitted a deep hum from a primordial age. Clang. It was no mere tremor but a true sword cry. The sound was not loud, yet it pierced the silent night, startling and sharp. Simultaneously among the 9 dull inconspicuous star grains on the sword's body, the smallest and dimmest one burst into brilliant light. Just a flash. A small cluster of vivid silver-blue starlight shot forth as if drawn by an invisible force and plunged straight into the palm of Lu Hen's right hand resting on the sword. Lu Hen's body convulsed violently. A torrent of star power, purer and more savage than any before, like a raging frozen river, crashed into his arm and swept through his entire body in an instant. The force was too strong, too fierce. His flesh could not withstand it. His meridians felt as if pierced and forcibly torn open by icy spikes. Bones creaked, muscles convulsed wildly, blood nearly frozen. Agony. An excruciating bone-gnawing agony. Yet he clenched his teeth and refused to black out. Only one thought remained in his mind: hold on. Guide it. Do not let it rampage. He frantically recalled the route of star power from these past days, exerting every ounce of his spirit to forcibly lock onto this violent energy. He suffered as if dying 1,000 deaths. It felt like 10,000 ice needles stabbing inside him or being cast into a freezing stellar vortex to be shredded. But he did not relent. His spirit was nailed firmly ahead of the rampaging star power, like a tiny boat in a raging storm, desperately dragging it back onto the correct meridians. Little by little. Under Lu Hen's life-risking guidance, the violent star power finally slowed, advancing along the established path. Where it passed, the pain reached its peak, yet it also brought a profound transformative cleansing and rebirth. Sweat soaked his clothes, then froze into ice shards from the frigid star power. His face was pale as paper, his lips bitten bloody, his body trembling uncontrollably. But he held on. When this savage star power under his desperate guidance completed a full grand cycle and crashed into the cool spot at his brow, boom. An invisible membrane in Lu Hen's mind seemed to explode completely. The constant coolness at his brow swelled and brightened, instantly transforming into a faint rotating nebula phantom. Though still hazy and dim, it was real. At the same moment the agonizing pain sweeping his body receded like a tide, replaced by an indescribable clarity and lightness. The accumulated injuries, turbid air and fatigue within him were scoured away entirely by that violent star power. His bones grew harder, his meridians wider, coated with a faint silver-blue glow. His flesh seemed reborn, soaked in star power, surging with infinite new strength. His 5 senses and 6 perceptions heightened to the extreme. He could hear Blue Fatty turning over in bed next door, smell the scent of distant mountain grass carried by the night breeze, see the trajectories of dust dancing in the moonlight, and clearly perceive the heartbeat of the vast starry sky within the rusty sword on his lap, as well as the faint resonance of the other 6 dim stone grains. He had broken through. Not to the first or second seal of a superpower user, but to the first step of the star attraction art. The initial realm that Fairy Sister had spoken of. Lu Hen slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his gaze a trace of faint starlight flickered and vanished. The moonlight remained cold, the rusty sword returned to stillness, and the 7 stone grains dimmed once more. But everything had changed. Lu Hen looked down at his open hands. Outwardly there was no difference, yet he could clearly feel, beneath his skin, in his blood, within his bones, a thread of genuine icy and vast stellar power flowing. He stood up, stretching his limbs. The aches and fatigue were gone, his body was light and powerful, never so strong. He walked to the window and pushed it open. The night wind brushed his face cool to the bone. He gazed at the distant dark mountains, then looked back at the rusty sword lying quietly on the bed. The path had truly just begun. The initial realm was merely the first step. Lu Hen slowly clenched his fist, feeling the new power of the starry sky within him. His eyes burned brighter than the moon in the night sky. At dawn the next day, just as light began to break. During his morning run, Lu Hen felt his entire body light and agile, his breath steady and prolonged, no longer gasping like an old ox as before. Punching the sandbag, his fists carried formidable power, though the soreness in his left arm subsided with excruciating slowness. Dodging mechanical rubber bullets, the wisp of star energy at his brow would occasionally pulse gently. Though his predictions weren't precise, they always allowed him to evade half a step ahead, making things considerably easier. Even when Instructor Hong's restrained punches landed on his body, the pain was greatly diminished, as if his frame instinctively absorbed most of the force. And Ko and the others noticed none of these subtle changes. Lu Hen remained silent, only training with increasing ferocity, his gaze steady to an unnerving degree. Instructor Hong maintained his cold demeanor, as always, scolding when necessary and drilling them relentlessly. Yet occasionally his gaze would linger on Lu Hen for an extra half-second before shifting away without a word. Dean Gu continued his elusive ways, weeding in the herbal garden as if the sky could collapse and it would be none of his concern. Only once, as Lu Hen passed by after training, the old man abruptly lifted his head to glance at him and muttered under his breath. "Oh, one little star lit up." His voice was too low for Lu Hen to catch. When he turned to ask, the old man had already buried his head in weeding, feigning deafness. Days passed one after another. Training, eating, sleeping, and secretly practicing the star attraction art at night. That wisp of icy star power circulated through his body with increasing smoothness, each daily cycle bringing immense comfort. He could draw a little more star power from the rusted sword each day, small but steady. Yet Lu Hen's mind remained fixed on the 9 tiny stars on the blade. The dimmest and smallest had already lit, while the other 6 remained dark. He guessed that to grow stronger he would have to ignite the remaining stars one by one. With no one to guide him, he could only grope forward in silence. That afternoon during combat training, his opponent was a new iron puppet, swift and fierce. Lu Hen gripped the sword in his left hand, maneuvering cautiously. As the puppet hurled a punch, he sidestepped to evade, pressing the blade against its arm in an attempt to overcome force with finesse. But suddenly several iron spikes shot out from the puppet's arm. Startled, Lu Hen recoiled sharply, the spike tips grazing his chest and instantly slashing a long gash in his training suit. Too slow. Instructor Hong's voice was cold. "Shadow creatures come in all forms. You think they're all as dumb as dead sandbags?" A chill ran down Lu Hen's spine. Lately things had gone too smoothly, he had indeed grown a little arrogant. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and re-engaged. The puppet lunged again, its fists whistling through the air. This time, instead of retreating, Lu Hen stepped forward, gripping the sword in his left hand. He channeled the strength from his waist and legs along with the faint star power within him into his left arm and legs. The next moment, the sword moved. It wasn't a deliberate slash, his body carried the blade naturally sweeping upward. The motion wasn't fast, but it was terrifyingly steady and uncannily fluid. Clang! The rusted sword precisely struck the joint of the puppet's wrist. Instead of clashing heat, the blade trembled lightly, channeling a subtle force into the puppet's body. The puppet's forward charge abruptly stalled, its punch veered off course, leaving its chest wide open. Opportunity. Lu Hen's mind went blank and clear. Following the sword's upward arc, he stepped forward again, twisting his body like a drawn bow. All his strength and star power converged into his left wrist, erupting through the tip of the blade. Neither a thrust nor a chop. The sword tip merely traced a minuscule yet impeccably sharp half-circle in the air, as if to sever everything in its path. Shying. A soft sound more piercing than the earlier clang of metal, yet eerily subdued. The rusted sword's tip, like a hot knife through butter, sliced through the reinforced iron plate on the puppet's chest without the slightest resistance. A clear, smooth cut half a finger deep was left starkly on the iron. The puppet froze, its eye lights flickering a few times before extinguishing completely. Lu Hen himself was stunned. He looked at the sword, then at the gash on the puppet's chest, his heart pounding wildly. That strike just now was too smooth. So smooth it felt as if the sword was meant to move that way, the force meant to flow that way. In the instant the blade cut through the iron, he could even sense the lit star within the sword warming slightly. Stop. Instructor Hong walked over, examined the cut, then looked at the rusted sword in Lu Hen's hand and finally at his face. What were you thinking with that move? Lu Hen answered honestly, nothing. I just felt that's how the sword should strike, as if the sword itself led me. Instructor Hong stared at him for a few seconds, then nodded slowly. Interesting. Consider yourself initiated. That move carried a hint of severance, though it's still crude. Keep practicing. Back in the dorm that night, Lu Hen eagerly took out the rusted sword, replaying the sensation of that afternoon strike. Eyes closed, mind still, he channeled star power and mimicked the motion, gently swinging the blade. The sword whistled through the air, but it lacked that fluid precision, stiff and awkward. He frowned and stopped. Evidently that move couldn't be summoned at will. After several failed attempts, Lu Hen stopped forcing the motion. Instead, he focused on sensing the sword's heartbeat, letting the star power flow naturally through his body and swinging the blade in harmony. Shying. The familiar soft sound of slicing air returned. Though not as stunning as that afternoon, it was already much smoother. Just as the sword's momentum was about to fade, a fragment of the star attraction art suddenly stirred in his mind. A syllable more domineering and sharper than star exploded into being, accompanied by an ultra-simple yet utterly severing trajectory that imprinted itself in his mind. Sever. This single word etched itself directly into his soul. Lu Hen's spirit surged. Following the sword's momentum, he silently chanted the word in his heart, channeling his star power along that trajectory and pouring it fiercely into the blade. Hum. The sword hummed softly. The lit star on the blade flashed with a silver-blue glimmer. A nearly invisible silver-blue thread trailing the sword tip through the air vanished in an instant. Crack. The corner of the table before him silently broke off. The fracture was as smooth as a mirror. Lu Hen stared in shock at the wooden block on the floor, then at the rusted sword in his hand, his heart racing. What was that just now? The syllable, sever. The trajectory, severance. The star stone's flash. Could this be a true killing move from the star attraction art? The first technique. Severing stars. Star sever. His palms sweaty with excitement, he tried again. But the moment he consciously focused, he could no longer find that feeling, and the star stone refused to glow. Only by sinking his heart completely, becoming one with the sword, swinging with intent and silently chanting sever while channeling star power, could he barely trace a faint mark, far less sharp than the first time. He understood. This move consumed immense energy and required a special state of mind. It couldn't be used freely. But at least, he had touched its edge. This move would be called star sever. From then on, Lu Hen trained even more obsessively. By day, Instructor Hong ground his fundamentals to the bone. By night, he delved madly into the sword's feel and the sever mantra. Progress was slow, but each bit accumulated solidly. And Ko and the others didn't stop either. Blue Fatty's earthen wall could now rise over 2 people tall, complete with spikes. And Lan's shield grew harder and his frying pan struck more painfully. Jin Yuqian had swapped for a new calculator claiming it computed faster. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On an ordinary morning, Instructor Hong called the 5 of them before him, his face colder and harder than usual. "You've trained enough. Time for the real thing." He cut straight to the point. A small shadow vein fissure has been discovered nearby with energy fluctuations between first and second shackles and plenty of low-level shadow creatures. Pack up. We depart this afternoon. Real combat, real killing, this counts as your assessment. Shadow vein fissure. Real killing. The faces of the group all changed at once. Training puppets were lifeless, shadow creatures were alive, savage and bloodthirsty. One misstep and death was real. Scared? Instructor Hong's gaze swept over them. If you're scared, leave now. Pack your things and get out. The Celestial Academy doesn't raise cowards. No one spoke. No one wanted to leave. 2 o'clock, assemble on the training ground. Instructor Hong tossed out the words. Bring your weapons, and your brains. He turned and walked away. The 5 exchanged glances, tension hidden in their eyes yet also a barely suppressed excitement. Real action. It was finally coming. At 1:50 in the afternoon the sun blazed down on the playground, making it unbearably uncomfortable. 5 individuals stood in full gear, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Lu Hen carried a rusty sword on his back and Ku had 2 short daggers at his waist. Lan Pang stuffed with talismans and Lan held a shield with a sharp knife hanging from it, and Jin Yuqian wore a detection watch. Instructor Hong strode over holding a black compass that flashed with swirling lights. Final equipment check, make sure everything is in place. Instructor Hong's voice was as cold as ice. In the dark rifts there are many unknown dangers, so we must unite and cooperate. If you die it will be in vain. You all stay close to me, don't run off, follow orders. This is real combat and people will die. Anyone who betrays their teammates, I won't save them. At that moment his voice trembled slightly. No one dared to make a sound, everyone was on edge, not daring to show any disobedience. Move. Instructor Hong turned and led the team down a narrow path into the back mountain. The further they walked the more remote it became. The vegetation was dense and for some reason a foul stench assaulted their senses, causing growing anxiety. Half an hour later the dense forest was pitch black and the sky seemed to be covered. Instructor Hong stopped in front of a moss-covered stone wall. We're here. He shone the compass and it beeped loudly. He pressed on a protrusion of the stone wall. Buzz. The space twisted. The stone wall cracked open, revealing a dark gray light seam that was the entrance to the dark rift. You may feel dizzy when you enter. If this is normal since it's your first time. Let me say it again, the dark side is not like the light side, so things inside often defy logic. Therefore be extra cautious when entering. Everyone answered in unison, yes. Instructor Hong was the first to dive in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Soon after, and Lan Pang and Lan and Jin Yuqian followed in quick succession. Lu Hen took a deep breath and then stepped into the light seam. The world spun. He felt as if he was walking on air. After 2 to 3 seconds he steadied himself. He had stepped into another world. Everyone was equally shocked upon seeing this. This is... The sky here resembled solidified blood with no sun, only a few pale crooked stars. The air was filled with the stench of sulfur, rotting flesh and a sweet yet nauseating odor that made one want to vomit. The ground was cracked red earth and in the distance there were bizarre trees resembling ghostly claws. The environment here felt oppressive, hot and eerie to Lu Hen and the others. Instructor Hong said, this place is not like the outside, what you see is not necessarily real. Instructor Hong glanced at the compass, level 1 polluted outer area within a 3-mile radius, low to medium risk. Your tasks this time: eliminate the core, gather resources and more importantly sharpen yourselves and address your shortcomings. Formation: and Ku leads the way, Lan Pang and Lan on the sides, Jin Yuqian in the center and Lu Hen covering the rear. Move. The team quietly advanced, the only sound was the echo of their footsteps. Suddenly a ghostly wail-like wind echoed from afar, sending chills down their spines. In less than 10 minutes. Instructor Hong suddenly made a fist signal, stop. Everyone's wits were sharp and they quickly hid behind a rock, not daring to breathe. In the depression ahead there were 5 purple-skinned dark claw lizards. 1.5 meters long with pus-filled scales, bony tails and sharp teeth dripping with venom, they surrounded a pool of green slime, hissing and licking it hungrily, making it look utterly disgusting. Jin Yuqian whispered urgently, Dark Claw Lizard Level 1 monster usually social if their claws are toxic and extremely poisonous. All 5 are at the initial to intermediate level. Instructor Hong remarked, you did well to identify that so accurately. Just as Jin Yuqian was about to speak, Instructor Hong suddenly gave a sharp order, his voice piercing through the air, first battle. Anke to the left. Lan Pang controls the right. And Lan engages the center leader. Jin Yuqian provides intel. Lu Hen finishes off the remnants. Quick and decisive, don't attract more monsters. Act swiftly. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Anke darted out like a shadow, channeling his lightning abilities into his short dagger, then he stabbed the lizard's throat with a flash of electric light. One strike, instant kill. Lan Pang slammed the ground, creating a pit, trapping the 2 on the right who struggled violently. The largest leader lunged angrily at Lan Pang. And Lan raised his shield and shouted to draw its attention. Clang! The leader's tail struck the shield, sending Lan staggering back, and the shield shattered. Jin Yuqian used his unique ability, predicting and controlling the overall situation. The battlefield information appeared before Jin Yuqian like an electronic grid. At this moment, Jin Yuqian played a versatile role, not only intervening but also relaying information to others. Deal with the left. The right is trapped. The weak points in the middle are the neck and belly. Jin Yuqian yelled. Lu Hen's eyes sharpened as he charged out, diving into the mud pit to strike the fiercest one. The lizard opened its mouth and spewed green acid, hissing as it corroded the ground. Lu Hen dodged to the side, flicking his sword with his left hand. Swish! The sword slashed open its abdomen and the lizard died on the spot. And Lan can't hold on much longer. Lan Pang exclaimed loudly. Then, gritting his teeth, he slammed the ground using earth abilities. In an instant the ground mutated and spikes erupted, halting the leader's movements. Lu Hen turned and lunged at the last trapped lizard, not giving it a chance to spew acid. Star power surged into the rusty sword. Feeling the sword's intent, he flicked his wrist. Swish! A slash across the throat. Blood spurted wildly as the dark creature was killed instantly. After clearing the small monsters, Lu Hen dashed straight for the leader. Anke and Lan restrained it on the sides while the leader was stunned by the electricity, exposing its weakness. Lu Hen stepped forward, pouring all his strength into a slash. The sword flashed. The howling ceased abruptly. The leader crashed to the ground, blood spurting from its throat, dead as a doornail. In 3 minutes, all 5 level 1 Dark Claw lizards were annihilated. At this moment, Instructor Hong realized he hadn't expected them to cooperate so well on their first attempt. It was truly surprising. On the other side, the 5 of them were panting heavily, and Anke felt his arm trembling, and Lan Pang collapsed to the ground, saying, I'm exhausted to death, fat man. Jin Yuqian reported loudly, threat eliminated, no new enemies. Lu Hen stood with his sword, feeling more adept with the rusty sword. He noticed that his last 2 strikes were remarkably smooth, with nothing superfluous. At this moment, Instructor Hong approached, surveying the battlefield. He would give a series of evaluations on their teamwork, and Anke seized opportunities. Well, very good. However, Lan Pang was a bit slow when using earth spikes, clearly unfamiliar and needs to utilize his abilities more, and Lan's attack power was weak and needs reinforcement. Jin Yuqian barely met expectations, and Lu Hen's finishing strike was ruthless. You all barely passed this time. You will take the ears of the dark creatures as proof. Prepare to set out again in 30 seconds. He fixed his gaze on Lu Hen, saying, the last 2 strikes had some substance, but you're not familiar, you need to keep practicing. Lu Hen nodded, yes. Everyone gritted their teeth and cut off the lizard's ears, the stench piercing. The team ventured deeper, the foul odor in the air growing heavier and denser. Anke and the others realized, truly dangerous things were still ahead. The team severed the ears of the Dark Claw lizard and continued deeper into the dark realm. The further they advanced, the more intense the sweet rancid stench in the air became, oppressive enough to make one gasp for breath. The dark red soil beneath their feet became sticky, while grotesque twisted and oddly colored grasses and trees grew wildly at the roadside, clearly filled with toxins and malevolence. Be careful, we're almost at the core area. Instructor Hong walked at the forefront, the lights on the black box in his hand flickering wildly. This is the source of pollution, there must be stronger monsters guarding it. Anke moved more cautiously, his eyes scanning the surroundings while his ears remained alert. Lan Pang and Lan closely protected Jin Yuqian, who was fixated on the wrist detector. His voice was urgent, 50 meters ahead, energy intensity is skyrocketing with multiple life signs detected, far stronger than the Dark Claw lizard we encountered earlier. Lu Hen walked at the back of the team, his palm resting firmly on the hilt of his sword. The star power within his body flowed slowly, enhancing his senses beyond the ordinary, and a strong sense of danger constantly emanated from ahead. After advancing more than 20 meters and navigating around a pile of rubble, a massive depression suddenly appeared before them. In the center of the depression, a muddy pit with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters bubbled with green toxic bubbles, and the acrid acidic air assaulted their senses. Around the muddy pit 7 or 8 corrosive beasts much larger than the dark claw lizards roamed back and forth. They had bony spikes protruding from their backs and dripped with acidic saliva, clearly powerful and guarding this source of pollution. These are corrosive beasts level 2 dark realm monsters, generally at the peak of first level to early second level. Their acidic water is highly corrosive and has tremendous impact. Jin Yuqian spoke rapidly, that muddy pit is the pollution source we need to eliminate. Instructor Hong's expression turned serious and he immediately commanded, there are too many, we can't fight them. Heedon. Enku and Lan Pang create distractions. Enku protect Jin Yuqian and focus all efforts on disrupting the muddy pit. Lu Hen clear the edges with me. Avoid the acidic water and target the eyes and joints. Before he finished speaking, everyone sprang into action. Enku vanished like a ghost, shooting arcs of electricity from his fingertips that struck hard against the 2 foremost corrosive beasts. Under the paralysis of the electricity, the 2 monsters roared in fury and chased after Enku. Lan Pang seized the opportunity, pressing his hands against the ground, and with a rumble a curved earthen wall rose on the opposite side of the muddy pit, effectively blocking the sight of 3 corrosive beasts and completely disrupting their formation. Lan instantly raised her shield to protect Jin Yuqian, who pointed rapidly, and the wrist device emitted a gentle blue light that shot straight into the muddy pit. The pit immediately bubbled violently, with toxic bubbles rolling more intensely. Charge! Instructor Hong shouted in a low voice, leaping like a leopard toward a corrosive beast that was isolated and bewildered behind the earthen wall. He was barehanded, his fists enveloped in a faint golden glow, and he struck with a punch. Bang! The corrosive beast's hard skull caved in and its massive body crashed to the ground, twitching a few times before going completely still, an instant kill, clean and efficient. Lu Hen did not hesitate either, locking onto a corrosive beast distracted by Enku's assault, avoiding a heathen clash and swiftly closing and using a rock for cover. Just as the corrosive beast sensed movement and turned around, Lu Hen had already circled to its flank. With a flick of his wrist, the rusty sword, infused with the momentum of a star-cutting strike, accurately slashed at the weak joint of the corrosive beast's hind leg. Hiss! Dark green blood gushed forth. The corrosive beast howled in agony, its hind legs giving way, collapsing to the ground. Lu Hen took the opportunity to advance, plunging his sword through its eye swiftly and decisively, killing it on the spot. Within the depression, the sounds of battle raged, energy surged, and the fight reached a fever pitch. But at that moment, a light mocking voice suddenly floated down from a small slope nearby. Oh! Isn't this Instructor Hong? What a coincidence to run into you in such a hellish place. Everyone was startled, but their movements did not slow. Instructor Hong punched away a charging corrosive beast, turned his head, and his brows furrowed instantly. Lu Hen also took the chance to glance up. There, standing on the slope, were 4 people. Leading them was a tall, handsome, middle-aged man dressed in a silver-gray tight combat suit, radiating an air of arrogance that was hard to shake off. Following him were 2 young men and 1 woman, all in matching combat suits with a silver whirlwind emblem embroidered on their chests, their expressions haughty and disdainful. It was the middle-aged man speaking. Zhang Lei. Instructor Hong recognized him, his tone calm and unperturbed. What are people from Tsangfeng Academy doing at our Tian Kai Academy's assessment site? Assessment site? Zhang Lei laughed loudly, his laughter piercing. Hong Jin, this dark realm rift isn't your family's property, why should only you be allowed to come here? We from Tsangfeng are just bringing new students for training, and we happened to pass by to take a look. His contemptuous gaze swept over Enku and Lan Pang, who were fighting bloodily in the depression, finally landing on Lu Hen's rusty sword, the mockery in his eyes unhidden. TSK tis Gold Hong, after not seeing you for years, how did you end up in such a miserable state? Just bringing along these few misfits. Zhang Lei shook his head, overflowing with superiority. Back in the day we both came out of Beiming Preparatory Academy together. Your talent and strength were clearly a cut above mine. Everyone thought you would enter Beiming Mansion with a bright future ahead. But who would have thought that you would abandon such a promising future just to repay that old madman Gu Changfeng for casually tossing you a broken notebook and end up as an instructor at his desolate Tian Kai Academy? Ha ha ha, it's simply laughable. Look at what kind of people you are leading now. One with a frying pan, one with a calculator, and even someone with a firewood stick. They dare to enter the Dark Realm Rift. The three Tsangfeng students behind him burst into laughter, their disdainful gazes almost overflowing. In their eyes the students of Tian Kai Academy were nothing but trash except for Enku, who barely passed muster. Especially Lu Hen, who exhibited not a hint of psychic energy fluctuation, clearly just a burden come to die. Lan Pang was furious, his face flushed, but was entangled by the corrosive beasts and unable to break free. And Lan gritted her teeth, veins bulging in her hand, gripping the shield, wishing she could rush up and tear their mouths apart. Jin Yuqian adjusted his glasses, silent, but his fingers tapped rapidly on the device, leaving afterimages. Anke's gaze turned, icy arcs of electricity surged, and he struck down a corrosive beast, rendering it completely paralyzed. Lu Hen tightened his grip on the sword, his knuckles turning white. Yet he did not look up, did not rage, nor did he lose focus. He knew all too well that anger would only reveal openings. His strength was the best slap in the face. Instructor Hong remained silent, focusing solely on defeating the enemies. In the blink of an eye the last corrosive beast was smashed in the skull by Instructor Hong's punch. Hong Jin slowly turned around, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands. The old scar on his face appeared especially daunting under the dark red light of the sky, yet his gaze remained calm and undisturbed. Finished talking. Instructor Hong looked at Zhang Lei indifferently. Once you're done, take your people and leave. Don't hinder us here. Zhang Lei's smile froze instantly, clearly not expecting Hong Jin to show him no courtesy. He snorted coldly, his expression darkening. Hong Jin, you still have that foul temper. I'm kindly reminding you not to waste your time on a ridiculous act of repayment which would only delay you and your students. My people don't need your concern. Instructor Hong stood his ground, pointing at the boiling muddy pit. We need to clean up the pollution source. If Tsangfeng Academy is bored, go play in another rift and don't block the way. Dare you speak to our teacher Zhang like that? A tall boy behind Zhang Lei shouted angrily. Tsangfeng Academy is the top academy in this city. What are you, Tian Kai Academy, but a bunch of trash? Shut up. Zhang Lei raised his hand to stop the student, but his face had already turned completely cold. His gaze swept over Hong Jin with malice, then fell on the 5 students from Tian Kai Academy who were muddy and injured yet possessed unyielding spirits, finally zeroing in on Lu Hen and his rusty sword stained with green blood. Alright Hong Jin, you're quite tough. Zhang Lei smiled insincerely, however being able to kill these mindless low-level monsters does not count as a skill. Just right, my 3 students also need some practice. How about letting them compare with your talented students? Let you Tian Kai Academy have a chance to see what kind of geniuses we from Tsangfeng Academy produce. As soon as he spoke, the 3 Tsangfeng students behind him instantly perked up, their eyes filled with provocation and contempt, staring fixedly at Enku and the others. Instructor Hong narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at Zhang Lei's 3 students who were at least mid to high tier first level, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Enku stepped forward, standing beside Instructor Hong, surrounded by electric arcs, his gaze icy. Lan Pang and Lan and Jin Yuqian followed closely, none of them retreating despite their injuries. Lu Hen silently stepped forward, gradually adjusting his breathing, the flow of star power within him accelerating suddenly. He looked at the 3 well-dressed, exceedingly arrogant students from Tsangfeng on the slope, feeling no fear, only a surge of suppressed anger. Tian Kai Academy is trash. They are misfits. His rusty sword is a firewood stick. Lu Hen slowly tightened his grip on the cold and heavy sword hilt. This battle is not for anything else but to slap their faces. For Tian Kai Academy, for himself, for this sword. Today he would make the people from Tsangfeng Academy swallow back all their words. Instructor Hong suddenly let out a cold laugh, the smile chilling to the bone. Zhang Lei, you're still the same, always enjoying stepping on others to show off. Alright, since you want your precious students to see the world. He turned back, his gaze sweeping over Enku, Lan Pang and Lan Jin Yuqian and Lu Hen, his voice low yet resonant. Did you all hear? The top academy in this city, Tsangfeng Academy, is going to spar with you. Remember, don't embarrass me and don't embarrass Tian Kai Academy either. A spar. Fine. Zhang Lei deliberately dragged out his words, his eyes brimming with mockery. But fighting alone is dull. There are plenty of monsters in this rift, how about we add a wager? Hong Jin looked up, his tone cold and hard. What bet? Simple. Zhang Lei tapped the dark red ground beneath his feet. This rift isn't big. Our 2 teams each relying on our own skills to kill monsters. In the end we compare who kills more and who kills stronger ones and who cleans up this filthy ground more thoroughly. Since it's a competition, a little friction during the process is normal. He deliberately emphasized the words a little friction. Anyone with eyes could see, this was clearly a declaration to steal their kills. The three Tsangfeng Academy students behind him immediately perked up, their gazes fixed on Lan and his group with undisguised provocation. In their eyes the opposing team, armed with makeshift weapons like frying pans, calculators and fire pokers, were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Hong Jin was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly bared his teeth in a grin. Beneath the dim oppressive dark red sky his smile carried a fierce brutality. Fine. Since Teacher Zhang is in the mood, let's have some fun. But I'll warn you now, my students hit hard. If they bruise your precious darlings, don't come crying. Don't worry, my students aren't that delicate. Zhang Lei also smiled, then turned and gave a stern order to his 3 students. You heard him. A real combat match. Don't disgrace Tsangfeng. Yes sir. 3 voices rang out in unison, their fighting spirit soaring to the heavens. All right then. Zhang Lei looked back at Hong Jin. Start from here. We each take our own path and finally meet at the dirtiest spot in the deepest part. See who cleans it up better. Agreed. Hong Jin nodded without another word, turned and said coldly to the 5 from Ankh, let's go. The 5 members of the Tiankai Academy immediately followed, their steps swift and crisp as they quickly disappeared into the jagged shadowy rocks. Watching their retreating figures, Zhang Lei let out a scornful laugh and said to the students beside him, his face full of disdain, see that? That's what happens when you don't know your place. If Hong Jin hadn't been a fool back then, he'd be a big shot in Baiming Mansion by now. Instead he's stuck in a dump like this leading a bunch of losers. Teacher, they don't look like much. The short-haired boy Li Rui flicked his wind elemental energy, looking completely relaxed. With his speed he was the best at stealing kills. That kid using lightning is decent, but the rest are just fillers. The tall burly boy Wang Meng thumped his chest. He was thick-skinned and tough, able to take a beating and fight back. The only girl, Zhou Qian, had a cold look in her eyes and spoke impatiently, let's get to work. Don't waste time on these people. Move quickly. Zhang Lei waved his hand, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Don't let them actually deal with the core pollution source first. If you see an easy lone monster, kill it directly. If you catch them in the middle of a fight, you know what to do. The 3 exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes full of cunning. Stealing kills. They were masters at it. On the other side, Hong Jin led his team swiftly through the piles of rocks. Instructor, they're obviously trying to steal from us. Lan Pang's face was puffed up with anger, his fists clenched in indignation. Let them steal. Hong Jin's tone was flat but carried an undeniable authority. In the dark vein, rift might makes right. If you can't even protect the meat in your own pot, you deserve to have it taken. Ankes's eyes turned cold and he replied firmly, understood. Lu Hen said nothing, silently adjusting his breathing, his fingertips lightly stroking the hilt of his sword. He knew clearly in his heart that this upcoming competition was not just about killing monsters, it was a direct confrontation with Tsangfeng Academy. Change of plans. Hong Jin suddenly stopped, his gaze sweeping over everyone as he quickly laid out the strategy. Don't clash with them, heathen. Focus on speed. And clear fast. You're responsible for scouting and luring monsters, specifically targeting lone ones or small groups of 3 to 5. Lan Pang and Lan work together for quick takedowns. Jin Youqian, how effective is your equipment at interfering with the pollution sources? Jin Youqian looked down at the high-tech wristwatch on his arm and quickly replied, it can suppress low-level pollution sources, but complete purification requires time or a strong impact. Then mark the locations first and we'll deal with them all together at the end. Hong Jin turned to look at Lu Hen, his expression serious. Lu Hen, you're on mobile support. Protect Jin Youqian. Remember, our goal is to kill enough and strong enough monsters and finally clean up the core. If we run into them along the way. Hong Jin paused, his tone turning icy. Don't be polite, but don't strike first either. If they want to steal, let them try, on the condition that you can hold your ground. The meaning was crystal clear, getting your kills stolen is allowed, but only if you have the skill to steal them back. Yes sir. Several voices answered in unison, their morale instantly lifted. The team moved out immediately. Ankes's figure moved like a wisp of smoke, vanishing ahead to scout. Lan Pang and Lan flanked Hong Jin, one on each side. Jin Yuqian stared at his wristwatch, detecting monster fluctuations in real time. Lu Hen brought up the rear, his long sword gripped tightly, fully alert, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Soon a message came from Nku. 3 dark claw lizards were wandering ahead to the left, not very strong. Hong Jin led the team to creep over. They used their usual tactic. Nku lured the monsters, Lan Pang trapped them, and Lan and Lu Hen launched the main attack, their cooperation seamless. In just 2 minutes the 3 dark claw lizards were all slain and their materials were bagged clean and efficient. But no sooner had they finished clearing the battlefield than a sharp sound of tearing air came from their right rear. A dense wave of energy swept over them. A wind blade. It's Li Rui. Jin Yuqian's face changed and he shouted in a low voice. A cyan wind blade shot through the air like lightning, precisely striking the neck of a low-level corrosive beast that had just crawled out of a rock crevice and hadn't yet reacted. The beast's head flew off instantly, spraying green, foul-smelling blood everywhere. Li Rui's figure emerged from behind a boulder, grinning at the Tiankai Academy team. He made a provocative throat-slitting gesture, quickly cut off the most valuable gland from the corrosive beast, and with a flicker disappeared back into the jagged rocks. Damn it! That bastard stole our kill. We spotted it first. Lan Pang cursed loudly, his fists clenched so tight they cracked. Shut up and keep moving. Hong Jin's expression didn't change, but his tone grew heavier. Speed up. But things only got worse from there. The 3 Tsangfeng Academy students, relying on their advantages, were utterly unscrupulous. Li Rui's wind element speed dominated the field, making the complex terrain feel like flat ground. Wang Meng was thick-skinned and tough, tanking damage to brute force kill monsters. Zhou Qian was precise at long range, able to snatch a kill with a single energy sphere. They specifically targeted monsters that the Tiankai Academy was about to finish or had just discovered. Every time Lan and the others wounded or trapped a monster, they would suddenly strike, landing a fatal blow, stealing the kill and materials, then vanishing like slippery eels. The Tiankai Academy team was fighting with extreme frustration. Nku was fast, but not as fast as Li Rui with his wind element boost. Lan Pang's earthen wall defenses were easily broken by Zhou Qian's energy spheres and Li Rui's high-speed movements. Lan had top-tier defense but weak offense, unable to finish off monsters quickly. Lu Hen's sword was sharp, but he lacked ranged and control abilities. If the enemy hit and ran, and he couldn't even chase them. Jin Yuqian's wristwatch could detect monster positions in advance, but the enemy clearly had detection means too, always intercepting them halfway, which made him gnash his teeth in anger. 70 meters ahead to the left, 2 corrosive beasts, one advanced to high rank. Jin Yuqian reported again, his voice urgent. Go. Hong Jin led the charge. Nku arrived first, but just as he was about to act, a fiery red energy sphere shot out from the side, slamming viciously into one of the corrosive beasts, causing it to shriek in agony. It was Zhou Qian. In the next instant, Li Rui flashed by like the wind, and a wind blade precisely finished the beast off, easily taking the kill. Wang Meng, like a charging tank, rammed straight into the other corrosive beast, enduring its corrosive acid, and with a few punches knocked it to the ground. By the time the Tiankai Academy team arrived, panting, the 2 corrosive beasts were already Tsangfeng Academy's trophies. Wang Meng even deliberately shook his fist and grinned fiercely at Nku and Lu Hen, his provocation off the charts. Bastards! Lan Pang's eyes were bloodshot and he was about to curse again. Save your strength. Less talking. Hong Jin's voice remained calm, but his eyes had turned utterly cold, chilling to the bone. Lu Hen stared intently at the retreating figures of the Tsangfeng trio. The hand gripping his sword tightened and loosened repeatedly, his knuckles turning white. Because of the constant running, fighting, and the stifling frustration of having his kills stolen repeatedly, the faint star power within him began to circulate at an accelerated pace. The cool spot at his brow center began to burn faintly. This absolutely couldn't go on. They were exhausting themselves only to have their fruits snatched away at the last moment. Their mission progress was falling far behind, and even their morale was on the verge of collapsing. They had to find a way to fight back. Lu Hen looked up at Hong Jin. The instructor's face was calm, but a calculating gleam flickered in his eyes. Just then Hong Jin suddenly spoke. Jin Yuqian, can you roughly determine their movement route? Jin Yuqian's fingers flew over his wristwatch and a map immediately appeared on the screen, showing the terrain energy points and 3 fast-moving dots representing the Tsangfeng Academy students. Based on their recent movement patterns and energy fluctuations, they're advancing toward the depths of the rift along an arc, while simultaneously cutting off all our possible forward routes. An arc. Hong Jin's gaze sharpened. They want to outflank us, push us to the edge and monopolize the monsters and pollution sources in the core area. Then what do we do? Ku asked urgently. Hong Jin's gaze swept over the group, finally settling on Lu Hen. His voice carried a hint of provocation. Do you want to take back everything they stole with interest? Lu Hen's head snapped up, a brilliant light exploding in his dark eyes. Instructor, how do we do it? Lan also couldn't hold back any longer, asking in a deep voice. They like to steal, don't they? A cold icy curve curled at the corner of Hong Jin's mouth. Then let them steal to their heart's content. Ku continue scouting, but this time look specifically for tough nuts to crack or places where you can easily lure a horde of monsters. Lan Pang, get your portable traps ready. Don't hold back. Lan, protect Jin Yuqian and stay close to me. Lu Hen. He looked deeply at Lu Hen, his tone serious. Do you dare to be the bait once? Lu Hen didn't hesitate for a moment. He met Hong Jin's gaze, his voice resolute and unyielding. I dare. Lu Hen asked no further questions and nodded in agreement. He tightened his grip on the rusty sword, channeling the frustration of having his prey snatched away as his motivation. Ku quickly found a suitable spot, a small cave with grayish-black smoke billowing from the entrance. Inside, several heavy gasps could be heard and the energy readings were quite high, indicating at least 3 to 4 mid-level monsters of the first tier with the possibility of even more formidable foes. This is the place, Instructor Hong confirmed. Lan Pang immediately began to hide his small stones near the cave entrance and along several potential paths. These stones would spring traps, creating spikes turning into mud pits or shaking the ground when stepped on, primarily designed to create chaos and slow down the enemies. Jin Yuqian used a scanner to scan the cave. There are 4 living creatures inside, 3 high-tier first-level monsters and 1 that's almost at the second level, likely their leader. The cave is narrow, easy to ambush but hard to evade, he continued. Lu Hen, you go near the cave entrance and pretend to want to take a look, create some noise. Ku hide in a higher spot nearby and assist when they arrive. Lan Pang and Lan Jin Yuqian follow me to lay an ambush on the back path. Once they are entangled with the monsters in the cave or triggered, the traps will surround them from behind, Instructor Hong quickly arranged. Good. The group immediately split up to execute their plans. Lu Hen took a deep breath, trying to appear a bit cautious and curious as he slowly approached the cave entrance, emitting black smoke. He deliberately tapped the stones at the cave entrance with his sword sheath, creating some noise. Almost simultaneously, a faint sound of wind could be heard from a distance. Li Rui's figure appeared like a ghost on a nearby pile of stones. He had indeed been watching the Tian Kai Academy side. Seeing Lu Hen loitering alone at the cave entrance, his eyes brightened. Hey, that kid with the fire stick found a cave. Trying to sneak a bite for himself. Li Rui sneered inwardly and quickly contacted Wang Meng and Zhou Qian through the communicator. They were equipped with inter-team communication devices. Found a cave, could have treasure if that kid wants to take it all for himself. Hurry up, let's cut him off. Wang Meng and Zhou Qian soon rushed from different directions. The 3 of them met and looked at Lu Hen, who was still hesitating at the cave entrance, all laughing. Is it just him? Where are the others? Zhou Qian asked, cautiously scanning the surroundings with her equipment. No signs of anyone else. If they might have scattered to hunt. That kid probably wants to grab some benefits for himself, Li Rui analyzed, confident in his speed and believing he could escape even if there was an ambush. So what are we waiting for? As usual, I'll charge in and stir up the monsters. Li Rui, you use your speed to grab the last hit. Zhou Qian provides support from a distance. Wang Meng could no longer wait. Alright, let's go quickly, don't let that kid react. Li Rui nodded. The 3 of them spread out like leopards, forming a triangular formation, and quickly rushed towards the cave. Li Rui was the fastest, sprinting ahead, trying to enter the cave before Lu Hen. At that moment, Lu Hen just happened to notice them, displaying a look of panic on his face as if he wanted to retreat but hesitated, glancing back at the cave. This expression made Li Rui even more certain that there were good things inside, propelling him to run even faster. Just as Li Rui was about to dash into the cave, Wang Meng followed closely behind while Zhou Qian prepared to launch an energy ball at any monsters that might appear. Crack. Puff. Boom. The traps laid by Lan Pang activated one after another. Several sharp spikes suddenly erupted from under Li Rui's feet. He reacted quickly and dodged, but his momentum was interrupted. Wang Meng stepped into a patch of ground that suddenly turned soft, sinking his calf into it. The ground shook beneath Zhou Qian's feet, causing her energy ball to veer off and explode against the cave wall, dislodging a chunk of rock. There are traps. Li Rui's face changed. At that very moment the energy ball that Zhou Qian misfired and the commotion outside thoroughly enraged the monsters inside the cave. Roar! Several furious roars emanated from within the cave, accompanied by a foul wind and powerful energy fluctuations. Following that, 3 monsters larger than the outside corrosive beasts with dark red thick shells and mouths drooling with lava-like saliva charged out. Their eyes were blood-red, clearly driven mad. Finally, a giant monster that nearly blocked half the cave entrance with a dark golden shell and a significantly stronger aura slowly emerged, its cold compound eyes fixated on Li Rui nearest to the entrance. It's a lava beetle. That one behind is the elite leader, almost at mid-second tier. Jin Yuqian's voice echoed through Instructor Hong's communicator. Tian Kai Academy also had basic communication tools. Li Rui and the others turned pale in an instant. They hadn't expected the monsters inside the cave to be so fierce, or that the Tian Kai Academy would dare use such dangerous creatures as bait and even set traps in advance. The 3 ordinary lava beetles had already gone berserk, lunging at Li Rui and Wang Meng. Their thick shells and great strength, along with their ability to spit small fireball-like lava, made them formidable. Li Rui struggled to evade with his speed, but the wind blades only left white marks on the shells. Wang Meng roared, bracing himself against a charge from one, but was rocked by the impact, unable to free his leg stuck in the mud. Zhou Qian quickly provided support from a distance, but the energy balls had little effect on the shells and instead attracted the elite leader's attention, which began to slowly approach Zhou Qian, gathering a dark red light in its mouth. The 3 of them were thrown into chaos, danger lurking at every turn. Now is the time. Instructor Hong whispered sharply, leading Lan Pang and Ku and Jin Yuqian out from the back path. Their target was not the monsters but the 3 members of Tsangfeng Academy who were being overwhelmed by the creatures. Lan also appeared from a higher spot nearby, not attacking the monsters but instead directing several arcs of electricity precisely at the mud around Li Rui and Wang Meng's feet, making it even harder for them to move. Lu Hen noticed that the 3 from Tsangfeng Academy were entangled with the monsters and decided to act. He didn't charge at the strongest elite leader but instead darted towards the side of the lava beetle, attacking Wang Meng, who was stuck in the mud. With the rusty sword shimmering with a barely visible silver-blue light, he executed a precise slice, piercing right into the soft joint of the beetle. Splat! Dark red hot blood gushed out. The beetle let out a painful roar, freezing in its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Meng exerted himself and finally pulled his leg free from the mud, but before he could catch his breath, Kes shield slammed heavily against his back. Although it wasn't a deadly blow, it caused him to stumble, nearly getting swiped by another beetle's claw. While Lan Pang continued to trouble Li Rui with spikes, he threw 2 runestones toward Zhou Qian's direction, which would explode into clouds of dust and debris, disrupting her aim and line of sight. The scene was in complete disarray. The 3 from Tsangfeng Academy were being assaulted by stronger monsters while also having to deal with the interference and ambush from Tian Kai Academy, leaving them utterly flustered. Li Rui was quick but constantly hindered by Lan's electric arcs and Lan Pang's spikes, frustrated as he tried to land the final blow on the injured monsters but was repeatedly interrupted. Wang Meng, strong as he was, had just escaped one trap when he was hit again, having to fend off 2 beetles blocking left and right. Zhou Qian was targeted by the elite leader, unable to unleash her ranged advantage while also dodging Lu Hen's sudden close-range harassment. Lu Hen was not engaging directly but maneuvering to distract. On Tian Kai Academy's side, Instructor Hong commanded from a distance, not directly attacking the Tsangfeng students that would be beneath him, merely watching calmly and occasionally advising Lan on the timing to create chaos. Their primary goal was not to kill but to create confusion, making it impossible for the Tsangfeng trio to effectively hunt the monsters or even forcing them to give up or help them out. Soon the lava beetle that Lu Hen had injured in the joint was howling as it collapsed under a powerful electric arc from Nku. At almost the same time, Li Rui, braving a claw strike from one beetle, finally slashed through another beetle's eye with a wind blade, killing it. However, he also sustained injuries, with a charred mark appearing on his arm. Wang Meng roared as he clashed with the remaining ordinary beetle. Though he ultimately killed it, he was left gasping for breath, covered in several scorched patches. Only the strongest elite lava beetle leader remained seemingly enraged, ignoring Zhou Qian's energy balls, which were ineffective, and turned to charge at Lu Hen, who had been the most bothersome to it, unleashing a torrent of dark red light that erupted into a searing lava fire column. Lu Hen's pupils constricted. It was too fast. He desperately urged the cool energy within his body, his feet moving as he narrowly rolled aside to evade. The fire column grazed past him, scorching the ground into a blackened trench, the heat waves causing his skin to sting. The elite leader, having missed its strike, turned clumsily, exposing the comparatively softer side of its belly. A golden opportunity. Nku, who had been waiting for the right moment, gathered all the lightning energy into his fingertips, transforming it into a slender bright silver electric bolt which shot out during the elite leader's brief moment of weakness. Puff! The electric bolt precisely penetrated the larger gap in the elite leader's shell, exploding inside. Roar! The elite leader let out a heart-wrenching scream, its massive body shaking violently as scalding lava and dark red blood oozed from the gaps in its dark golden shell, its movement slowing greatly and weakening significantly. Now is the time. Lu Hen leaped up from the ground, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He no longer held back, channeling all the weak star power he could muster along with all the pent-up frustration and unwillingness he had built up over the days into the rusty sword, envisioning the feeling of cutting through the stars. He launched a full-force thrust towards the elite leader's throat, which was less protected due to its pain. The small stone on the sword's body glimmered brightly. Splat! This time it was not a slice but a powerful thrust with a penetrating force. The rusty tip of the sword actually pierced through the relatively soft shell of the elite leader's throat, deeply plunging in. The elite leader's scream abruptly ceased, its crimson compound eyes rapidly dimming and its massive body thudded to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and heat. The scene fell silent in an instant. The Tsangfeng Academy trio, Li Rui, Wang Meng, Zhou Qian, were all pale, injured and dazed as they stared at the fallen elite leader, then glanced at Lu Hen, who was holding the dripping rusty sword and slightly panting, and finally at Instructor Hong and Enlan, who were casually approaching. They had toiled for so long, fighting for ages, only to find that the strongest elite monster was ultimately taken down by this kid whom they had looked down upon wielding a fire stick. Moreover, they had just been made a mess of by the monsters and Tian Kai Academy's interference, nearly falling here. It seems that Teacher Zhang's students are not very capable if they couldn't handle this tough nut. Instructor Hong walked up, looking at the disheveled trio, and said lightly, "Still want to keep sparring? We're just getting warmed up over here." Li Rui and the others' faces alternated between green and white, their mouths opening and closing without a sound. They were well equipped and strong, but the feeling of being outsmarted by both the monsters and their opponents was too frustrating and dangerous. If they continued fighting, who knew what other tricks these rotten fruits from Tian Kai Academy would pull? Especially that kid with the rusty sword. At that last strike, swift, accurate and ruthless, he certainly didn't seem like a powerless waste without abilities. "We should leave." Li Rui gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. He realized that they had fallen into a trap due to underestimating their opponents. Staying any longer would only lead to more embarrassment. Wang Meng and Zhou Qian also wore unwilling expressions but did not argue. Supporting each other, they glared at Lu Hen and Enlan fiercely before following Li Rui as they hastily fled this troublesome area towards the crack leading out. As they disappeared behind the rocks, Lan Pang could no longer contain himself, hands on his hips as he laughed heartily. "Ha! How satisfying. Serves you right for trying to steal from us." Enlan also let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Jin Yuqian adjusted his glasses and began scanning the battlefield for loot. Nku walked over to Lu Hen's side, noticing his slightly pale face and trembling hands. That last action had taken a toll on him. "Are you alright?" Lu Hen shook his head, glancing at the body of the elite lava beetle on the ground and then at the sword in his hand. The blood on the sword was slowly being absorbed by the rust, and the light from the small stone had long faded. He had won thanks to his wits. Instructor Hong approached, patting Lu Hen on the shoulder. "Well done. The bait was effective and that last strike was quite decisive." He glanced in the direction where the Tsangfeng trio had left, snorting softly. "Tsangfeng Academy. Just so. Pack your things, we need to prepare to deal with that dirty area deeper inside. The real assessment is not over yet." "Yes, instructor." The group responded in unison, their voices carrying newfound confidence and satisfaction. Lu Hen nodded without a word. He gripped the seemingly ordinary rusty sword tightly, the long-suppressed frustration and anger within him transforming into the fiercest motivation. The hatred of being robbed, the anger of being belittled. Today all will be repaid. Nku was highly efficient and quickly found an excellent location, a small cave emanating grey-black miasma from which heavy and violent breathing sounds continuously emerged. The energy detector was going haywire, indicating at least 3 or 4 mid-tier monsters of the first prohibition with an even stronger presence lurking faintly. "Right here." Hong Jin's gaze sharpened as he made a decisive call. Lan Pang immediately sprang into action, his hands flying as he buried all the trap stones he carried at the cave entrance and along several must-pass routes. These stones appeared ordinary, but once stepped on or triggered by a strong energy fluctuation, they would immediately unleash spikes, pits and shockwaves specifically designed to slow down and disrupt. Jin Yuqian lowered his head to operate his wristwatch, his voice serious. There are 4 living creatures inside the cave, 3 mid-tier monsters of the first prohibition and 1 leader about to break into the second prohibition. The space inside the cave is narrow, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. If provoked, it will be extremely dangerous. Lu Hen, you go to the entrance to pretend to scout, deliberately creating a commotion to lure them in. Hong Jin spoke rapidly, the tactics arranged instantly, and Ku hide above and wait for a chance to support. Lan Pang and Lan Jin Yuqian, follow me to ambush from the back path. As soon as they were entangled with the monsters and triggered the traps, we will immediately encircle them from the rear, leaving them in a dilemma. Alright. The group instantly dispersed, their movements extremely smooth. Lu Hen took a deep breath, deliberately adopting a cautious yet greedy demeanor, slowly approaching the cave entrance shrouded in black mist. He intentionally made the rusty sword collide with the stone wall, producing a crisp sound. The next moment, a sound of breaking air suddenly rang out from the distance. Li Rui's figure appeared like a ghost on top of a pile of stones. He had indeed been closely watching the movements of the Tian Kai Academy. Seeing Lu Hen alone lingering at the cave entrance, his eyes instantly lit up frighteningly. Hey, a waste with a firewood stick thinks he can monopolize the benefits inside the cave. Li Rui sneered inwardly and immediately activated the internal communications, discovered a treasure cave. That kid wants to take it all, hurry over to intercept. Wang Meng and Zhou Qian arrived in an instant. The 3 gathered together, looking at Lu Hen, who pretended to hesitate at the cave entrance, all showing disdainful smiles. Just him. Where are the others? Zhou Qian cautiously scanned the surroundings with her equipment. No response at all, probably dispersed to look for monsters if this kid wants to secretly steal the treasure. Li Rui scoffed, extremely confident in his speed. Even if there were ambushes, he could retreat unscathed. No more talk. Same old rule, I rush in to disrupt the monsters. Li Rui takes the final strike. Zhou Qian provides long-range cover. Wang Meng's muscles tensed, unable to hold back any longer. Let's go. The 3 charged into the cave like hungry tigers, forming a triangular formation. Li Rui unleashed his wind-based elemental energy to its fullest, moving at breakneck speed, determined to rush into the cave before Lu Hen. Lu Hen just happened to notice the 3, his face instantly showing a panicked expression. His steps hurried as he tried to retreat, but his gaze remained glued to the cave entrance, unwilling to part with the treasure. This appearance completely lowered the guard of Li Rui and the others. Inside there must be great benefits. Charge. Just as Li Rui was about to step into the cave, Wang Meng closely followed, and Zhou Qian raised her hand to gather an energy sphere. Crack. Boom. The trap set by Lan Pang detonated in a chain reaction. The spikes erupted beneath Li Rui's feet, causing him to awkwardly twist and evade, his momentum instantly interrupted. Wang Meng stepped into a soft mud trap, his calves sinking deep, unable to move. Zhou Qian's feet trembled violently, the energy sphere completely going astray, smashing heavily against the cave wall with debris flying everywhere. There's an ambush. Li Rui's face changed drastically, panic and anger mixed. It was too late. The explosion at the cave entrance and the energy fluctuations thoroughly enraged the terrifying monsters lurking within. Roar. The extreme beast roar shook the eardrums, a stench of blood rushing towards them. 3 lava beetles, their size far surpassing ordinary corrosive beasts, clad in dark red thick armor and spewing magma-like saliva, charged out crazily, their eyes blood-red, fully enraged. Finally, 1 elite lava beetle, nearly blocking half the cave entrance, its shell a dark golden color exuding a terrifying aura multiple times stronger, slowly emerged with heavy steps, its cold compound eyes locking onto Li Rui, who was closest. It's a second prohibition elite monster. Jin Yuqian's voice echoed in the communicator. The faces of the 3 from Tsangfeng instantly turned as pale as paper. They could never have imagined that this group of fools would dare to use such terrifying monsters as bait and set up a deadly trap. 3 ordinary lava beetles already charged forward crazily. With a shell that was incredibly hard, the wind blades only left white marks when they struck. Li Rui dodged awkwardly, relying on his speed, facing life-threatening dangers. Wang Meng endured the impacts, his vitality surging, unable to pull his legs out of the mud. Zhou Qian's energy sphere couldn't break the defense and was instead fixated on by the elite beetle, a massive sense of crisis enveloping her. The 3 were in chaos, utterly flustered. Now's the time. Hong Jin gave a low shout, leading the group to charge out fiercely from the rear. The target was not the monsters but the three from Tsangfeng, entangled in a desperate situation. Lan shot out electric arcs, accurately hitting Li Rui and Wang Meng's feet, making it even harder for them to move. Lu Hen moved. He did not engage the strongest elite monster but swiftly darted to attack the side of the lava beetle, attacking Wang Meng. The rusty sword, enveloped in a barely noticeable silver-blue glow, slashed out with precision, stabbing deep into the soft joints of the beetle. Sizzle. Dark red-hot blood gushed out. The lava beetle let out a howl of agony, its movements halting instantly. Wang Meng seized the chance to pull out his legs, but before he could catch his breath, Ke's shield slammed into his back with tremendous force, nearly sending him crashing under the claws of the beetle. Lan Pang continued to unleash spikes and throw talismans, creating a cloud of dust that completely disrupted Zhou Qian's aim. The situation instantly turned around. The three from Tsangfeng were being attacked by the monsters while also suffering precise interference from the Tian Kai Academy, completely overwhelmed. No matter how fast Li Rui was, he was forced to a standstill by the electric arcs and spikes, and no matter how tough Wang Meng's skin was, he couldn't withstand the frenzied assault of two beetles. Zhou Qian, no matter how powerful her long-range attacks were, was too scared to divert her attention with the elite monster fixated on her. Hong Jin stood with his hands behind his back, observing coldly, directing the battle without personally harming anyone, yet each of his instructions was deadly accurate. What they wanted was not to injure but to crush, to ensure the three from Tsangfeng couldn't even finish off the monsters. Soon, the lava beetle, wounded by Lu Hen, was struck down by a bolt of lightning from Nku, crashing to the ground. Li Rui barely managed to kill a severely wounded beetle after taking a claw his arm, leaving a charred burn. Wang Meng roared as he smashed the last ordinary beetle to death, yet he was covered in injuries, panting heavily. On the battlefield, only that enraged elite lava beetle leader remained. It had completely gone mad, ignoring Zhou Qian's attacks, charging directly at Lu Hen, who had been the most troublesome, its mouth gathering a dark red magma beam ready to unleash. Boom! The magma fire beam grazed Lu Hen's body, crashing into the ground and creating a pitch-black trench, the heat wave nearly roasting him alive. At the critical moment, the cool energy within Lu Hen surged violently, barely rolling away. The elite beetle's old strength had just waned and its new strength had yet to emerge, leaving its soft abdomen exposed. A great opportunity. Nku gathered lightning into a bolt, accurately shooting into the gap in its shell, exploding violently within its body. Roar! The elite beetle let out a wailing scream, its movements abruptly slowing. At this moment, Lu Hen leaped into the air, his eyes revealing a fierce glint. All the frustration, all the unwillingness, all the faint star power poured entirely into the rusty sword. The starlight on the sword body surged, the silver blue light dazzling. He aimed for the elite beetle's weakest throat, delivering a full thrust. Sizzle! The rusty sword pierced through the soft armor without resistance, plunging deep inside. The furious roar came to an abrupt halt. The massive body of the elite beetle crashed heavily to the ground, dust flying, completely silenced. The entire area fell into silence. The three from Tsangfeng stood frozen in place, their faces pale, covered in wounds, staring blankly at the fallen elite monster, then glancing at Lu Hen, who was gasping for breath, looking unremarkable, and finally turning their gaze to Hong Jin and his group, who were walking over. They had exerted all their strength, suffering heavy casualties, and yet the strongest elite monster, the final blow, was actually taken away by this kid they regarded as a waste who wielded a firewood stick. Hong Jin approached the three, his tone calm but filled with an air of crushing superiority. It seems that Teacher Zhang's students are not very good at biting through tough bones, huh? Do we continue to compete? We're just getting warmed up. Li Rui and the others' faces turned from blue to white, opening their mouths but not being able to say a single word. Underestimating the enemy arrogance being schemed against, they had lost utterly. Staying any longer would only lead to more humiliation, and they might even be seriously injured. We leave. Li Rui gritted his teeth, forcing out 3 words. Wang Meng and Zhou Qian, faces full of unwillingness, could only support each other, glaring fiercely at Lu Hen and the others fleeing towards the crack in a sorry state. Until the 3 figures disappeared, Lan Pang could no longer contain himself, hands on his hips, laughing skyward. Ha ha ha. So satisfying. Let them steal the monsters. Let them be arrogant. They deserved it. Lan let out a long breath, a relaxed smile appearing on his face. Jin Yuqian immediately stepped forward to count the spoils scattered on the ground, grinning widely. Nku patted Lu Hen's shoulder, looking at his slightly pale face and trembling hands, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Lu Hen shook his head, looking down at the rusty sword in his hand, the blood being slowly absorbed by the rust the light on the sword body had already extinguished. He had won. Not relying on special abilities, not relying on equipment, but on schemes, courage and ruthless determination. Hong Jin stepped forward and firmly patted Lu Hen's shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. Well done. You baited well. The final strike was even fiercer. He gazed towards the direction of Kang Feng's escape, snorting coldly. It's Sangfeng Academy. Just so. Clean up the loot, target the core pollution source. The real assessment starts now. Yes, instructor. The five responded in unison, their voices strong and powerful, filled with confidence, no longer carrying any of the previous frustration. A deathly silence accompanied their journey. Hong Jin carried the injured Nku on his back while Gu Changfeng led the way. Though his steps were leisurely, the twisted dark red scenery around them seemed to part like a plague before him. They trudged on in silence, none speaking. The terrifying tentacles that blotted out the sky from the pit, the cataclysmic energy and Dean Gus' effortless overwhelming strike were all etched into their bones. Leaving the core zone, the suffocating malevolence gradually dissipated, yet the sweet putrid stench in the air and the tattered cloth and broken blades left by the Tsangfeng students on the ground all told them this was no dream. The fissure's exit lay just ahead, its gray-black light membrane shimmering faintly. Gu Changfeng halted, glancing back at the dark red sky. A flicker of complexity passed through his aged eyes but quickly faded into his usual lazy demeanor. Without a word he stepped into the light membrane. Follow me, Hong Jin said in a low voice. Passing through the membrane, a wave of dizziness struck. When they opened their eyes again, they were back in the normal forest behind the mountain. The sun shone brightly, the breeze was refreshing and the air was impossibly clean, a world apart from the hellish scene within the fissure. All of them felt as though they had narrowly escaped death and returned to a different life. Lan Pang collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Holy crap. That scared the hell out of me. What the hell was that thing? Lan leaned against a tree, his face deathly pale. Hong Jin had tended to his injuries, his bones weren't broken but his internal organs were shaken and needed rest. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. 7 forbidden. That was a 7 forbidden monster. We actually made it out alive. Nku remained silent, quietly examining his wounds and depleted energy. Jin Yuqian's fingers trembled as he frantically recorded data on his watch, a mixture of lingering fear and excitement. Lu Hen leaned against a tree, his muscles aching all over. He looked down at the rusty sword in his hand, still stained with dark purple slime and blood. Recalling the moment he struck at the tentacle, if Dean Gu hadn't intervened in time. He dared not think further. Don't just stand there like idiots. Gu Changfeng walked toward the academy with his hands behind his back, his tone flat. Go back, treat your wounds and rest. Not a single word about today's events is to be spoken outside. Hong Jin's expression was grim, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. Back at the small building of the Tian Kai Academy, the tense atmosphere finally eased a little. Lan helped Nku to his room. Lan Pang clamored for a shower to calm his nerves while Jin Yuqian buried himself in his room to analyze the data. Lu Hen returned to his own room, closed the door and let out a long heavy breath. This trip, though short, had been more thrilling than the past decade combined, life and death combat, being robbed of kills, counter-crushing and finally facing death head-on. He sat on the edge of the bed, picked up the phone that the instructor had confiscated, plugged it in and turned it on. The screen lit up and the moment the signal returned, notification sounds exploded in a frenzy, the phone vibrating non-stop. Swiping open the screen, most were spam, but at the very top, Su Ro. Over a dozen unread messages. Several missed calls. Lu Hen's heart skipped a beat. The messages started from the day they entered the fissure, one after another. Lu Hen, are you training that busy? Not even replying to messages. Hey. Where did you go? If you don't reply, I'll really be mad. Heard you're in closed training. Fine, remember to reply when you're done. I got first place in the assessment. Photo, Lu Hen. You blockhead. I'm never talking to you again. The latest one was just 2 hours ago. Reading the messages that shifted from worry to anger to grievance, Lu Hen felt a pang in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't want to reply, his phone had been taken away and he had no idea. He dialed Su Rao's number directly. It rang several times and just as he thought she would hang up, the call connected. Hello. Su Rao's voice came through, deliberately cold with a hint of nasal congestion, as if she had just been crying. Su Rao, it's me, Lu Hen. He quickly apologized. Sorry, the academy had a closed practical assessment and all phones were confiscated. I just got mine back and saw your messages. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Closed training. What kind of training requires taking phones? Su-ro asked, a note of suspicion in her voice. Really, it was a practical in a special place, very dangerous. The instructor forbade leaks. Lu Hen didn't dare mention the dark fissure. Your Tian Kai Academy can have real practicals. Isn't it just child's play? Su-ro was tough, but her tone was full of concern. It wasn't child's play, Lu Hen said, his voice lowering. It was very dangerous. I almost didn't make it back. The line went silent instantly. Su-ro could hear the lingering fear in his voice and her tone softened immediately. Are you okay? I'm fine, just minor injuries. My teammates were hurt worse. Oh. Good that you're okay. I'll let you off this time, she muttered softly. Lu Hen breathed a sigh of relief. Congratulations on getting first place. Of course. No matter how tough Kunlun Academy's training is, I'm still number one. Su-ro immediately regained her smugness, chattering on about her training routine. Lu Hen listened quietly, the sunlight warming him. The terror of the fissure seemed to fade away, distanced by her voice. Oh, by the way, Su-ro suddenly spoke, anticipation in her voice. We'll have an inter-academy freshman exchange competition soon. I might pass by your area. That's great. You're welcome to come. Who cares? She snorted, but her tone was much lighter. I'm off to training. Don't you dare go to such dangerous places again. Got it. After hanging up, Lu Hen sent a reply, just got back. Phone was confiscated. I didn't mean to ignore you. Congrats on first place. I'm not dead. Tossing his phone aside, he lay on the bed, his gaze firm. Opening his palm, he could still feel the grip of the sword and the coolness of star energy. Become stronger. He must become stronger faster. Closing his eyes, he activated the star attraction art and a faint stream of star energy slowly flowed, nourishing his body. Meanwhile, at the Huaxia Alliance headquarters, the top secret conference room, the atmosphere was suffocatingly cold. The large round table was filled with Alliance high-ranking officials and top powerhouses, their oppressive auras soaring. Gu Changfeng was squeezed into a corner, wearing a faded cloth shirt, his hair a mess, holding a cup of the cheapest green tea, completely out of place. The white-haired elder, the Alliance's strongest, fixed his gaze on him gravely. Advisor Gu, that minor fissure you handled personally, how is the situation? All eyes in the room instantly locked onto Gu Changfeng. He set down his teacup, speaking lazily, took a few kids to see the world. But at the deepest part of the fissure I found something interesting. The conference room fell into dead silence. His voice was flat, but it struck like a thunderbolt. A soul-devouring demon octopus hatchling was awakened, blood sacrificed to near the 7th forbidden level, and it devoured 3 students from Tsangfeng Academy. What? A soul-devouring demon octopus. 7th forbidden. Blood sacrifice. The room erupted in chaos. A soul-devouring demon octopus, one of the most ferocious monsters in the dark side, its hatchling appearing in a first-level minor fissure and artificially accelerated. Gu Changfeng slowly pulled out an energy-sealed box. Inside, a segment of dark purple tentacle was still writhing, slightly exuding an aura of extreme evil. Evidence. Enough. He casually pushed it to the center of the table and added lightly, sending the room into utter silence. Also, that monster had the scent of artificial bait on it. Artificial bait. Not an accident. Someone had deliberately lured the demon octopus there, using student blood sacrifices to accelerate its growth. The temperature in the room plummeted. Everyone's faces turned ashen, their eyes filled with horror. Gu Changfeng picked up his teacup, took a sip and murmured to himself, a voice only he could hear, the rats hiding in the sewers can't hold back anymore. The wind outside swirled a few fallen leaves, creating a little whirl on the silent courtyard wall. Lu Hen sat on the edge of the bed, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the sheath of the rusty sword. The last few words of Instructor Hong weighed like a stone on his heart. Something is not right, he murmured to himself. In his mind, the scene from a few nights ago suddenly flashed back to him when he returned to his room after extra training and passed by the old forest on the back mountain of the academy. He always felt as if there were eyes staring at him from behind. At that time he thought it was merely an illusion. Now that he thought back to it, the chilling sensation of being watched bore a striking resemblance to the cold aura emanating from the soul-devouring demon's mark in the crack. And this sword, he held the rusty sword close to his chest. The blade was icy cold against his skin. He could faintly sense that slow, heavy heartbeat. Since the day he acquired it, strange occurrences had never ceased. At first it only heated up at night, but later it could draw upon that thread of stellar energy. Until today it even helped him resist the spiritual erosion of the soul-devouring demon's mark. What exactly is its origin? Lu Hen furrowed his brows. Suddenly the sword trembled lightly as if in response to his question, and the cool sensation at his brow rippled. Before his eyes a blurred star map seemed to flash. Countless light points flickered in the darkness, too fast to grasp. Buzz, the rusty sword trembled again. This time it was clearer. Lu Hen abruptly raised his head and looked out the window. Under the moonlight the branches and leaves of the old locust tree outside the courtyard moved as if stirred by an invisible force. In the shadows it seemed something was lurking, fleeting away. He sprang to his feet, grabbing the rusty sword, rushing to the window. Outside it was empty. Only the rustling sound of the wind through the leaves remained. Is it an illusion? Lu Hen tightened his grip on the sword's hilt, his palms sweating. That moment just now. He distinctly sensed a familiar chilling aura identical to that which emanated from the tentacles in the crack, albeit much weaker. Just then, from the next room came the snoring of the blue fat man, shaking the window with its vibrations. Across the room Anlan's light was still on. He could vaguely see the shadow of Anlan under the light, polishing his frying pan shield. The academy was very quiet, everything seemed normal. Lu Hen stared out the window for a long while. It wasn't until that chilling sensation completely dissipated that he slowly sighed in relief. Perhaps he was truly too tired, leading to an illusion. He turned around and returned to the bedside. But he did not sit down again. Instead he picked up the rusty sword and walked to the empty space in the corner of the room. Regardless of whether it's an illusion or not, getting stronger is never a mistake. He drew the sword from its sheath. The rust-covered blade glimmered with a faint silver sheen under the moonlight. Following the mental methods of the star guiding technique, he focused his mind and began to sense that thread of stellar energy. The cool sensation at his brow surged. The stellar energy slowly flowed into the sword along his arm. This time the rusty sword did not remain silent as usual. As the stellar energy poured in, the rust on its surface began to flake away, revealing a very fine silver thread beneath. Like a little snake it slithered along the blade. What is this? Lu Hen's eyes brightened. He attempted to increase the output of stellar energy. That silver thread immediately became clearer, winding up along the blade and finally coalescing into a point of faint light at the tip of the sword. At the same time, the wind outside suddenly picked up. The leaves of the old locust tree outside the courtyard rustled loudly as if something had been startled by the faint light on the sword. Lu Hen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately withdrew his energy and the silver thread instantly vanished. The rust covered the blade anew, as if everything that had just happened had never occurred. The sound of the wind outside also calmed down. That faintly discernible chilling sensation completely disappeared. Indeed, it is related to this sword. Lu Hen gasped for breath, his back already soaked with cold sweat. He sheathed the sword and leaned against the wall, trying to calm his breathing. That moment just now, he clearly felt that what lay within the sword was no simple matter. And that force observing him seemed to be directed at this sword. It seems Instructor Hong was right, things are not that simple. Lu Hen walked to the table, picked up the water cup and gulped down several mouthfuls. The icy water slid down his throat, calming him significantly. He recalled the ancient Dean, that old man squatting by the street gnawing on a sweet potato. He appeared disheveled but could effortlessly crush the tentacles of the soul-devouring demon. Perhaps he knew something. But looking at the ancient Dean's demeanor, he clearly had no intention of revealing anything to him at this moment. I can only rely on myself. Lu Hen wiped his face, his expression growing resolute. He sat back down on the bed. This time he did not touch the sword again. Instead he closed his eyes and focused on operating the star guiding technique. That thread of stellar energy flowed slowly through his meridians, like a small stream washing away the obstacles along its path. What he did not know was that while he was immersed in his cultivation in the old forest on the back mountain of the academy, a shadow was standing closely against the tree trunk, its eyes flashing in the darkness, fixating intently on the direction of Lu Hen's room. A cold smile crept across its lips. Found it. Indeed it is on this kid. The shadow silently retreated. Blending into the deeper darkness it left behind a whisper that drifted in the wind, the item the master desires cannot escape. The night is still long. After returning alive from the dark rift everyone had changed. Previously even the most grueling training was met with a hint of reluctance, a task forced upon them. But now things were different. A fierce resolve burned within each of them, born from the terror of those monstrous creatures and the rage at their own helplessness. Blue Fatty had completely abandoned his habit of sleeping in. Before dawn he would dash out to run and build strength, obsessively studying his earth abilities. Earthen walls had to be faster and thicker, the ground softer and more treacherous. He trained until he collapsed from exhaustion, forcing down the nauseatingly bitter medicinal brew the instructor provided, then gasping for air before rising to continue. Anlan was no longer content with merely conjuring pots and shields. Gritting his teeth he attempted to manifest sharper weapons, spiked wheels, hooks that could lock onto foes. He failed countless times, covered in dust and grime, yet he refused to stop. His shield shattered and reformed repeatedly, each time growing sturdier. Jin Yuqian had directly upgraded to a top-tier smartwatch, its processing speed multiplied several times over. He recorded all battle data into his terminal, frantically simulating optimal combat strategies, even attempting to factor his bizarre good luck into his combat power. Anku was the harshest on himself. During runs he forcibly accelerated with lightning to temper his body. When striking metal targets, his lightning, as fine as a strand of hair, precisely hit vital points. His gaze was chillingly cold, as if he sought to merge lightning completely into his very bones. Lu Hen pushed himself to the absolute limit. The fear of his near-death experience was etched into his marrow. By day he trained relentlessly with the instructor, by night he clutched his rusted sword, swinging it again and again. His sole aim was to fully channel that cool star power into his blade with each swing. Late at night, in a secluded corner behind the small building, Lu Hen stood with his sword, eyes closed, breathing deeply. His breath and the sword's frequency slowly synchronized. A sudden chill touched his brow. His eyes snapped open. He stepped forward with his left foot pivoted and his entire being erupted like a fully drawn longbow. At the same moment star power surged unimpeded down his arm into the blade. Slash! The rusted sword traced an ordinary arc through the night. Yet where the tip passed, the air was cleaved by a faint silver-blue light trail that vanished in an instant. 3 meters away a hair-thin but deep smooth cut appeared on a thick stone slab, revealing its depth. The edges were cool and smooth, a result impossible to achieve with brute force alone. This was a cut. Lu Hen sheathed his sword, panting heavily, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. This single strike had consumed nearly half of his star power and mental energy. Yet gazing at the cut on the stone, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. Success. Though the success rate was low, succeeding only 3 or 4 times out of 10, his technique grew smoother and the star power became more obedient. The power of this sword strike was 10 times greater than a purely physical swing. He even dared to imagine that with sufficient star power this sword could cleave through harder substances, perhaps even the air itself. Lu Hen lowered his head to look at the rusted sword in his hand. Of the 9 dim stars on the blade, 4 had already lit up and the 5th was faintly glowing. A reaction. Though the light was weak, it was undeniably real. This proved that his cultivation direction was entirely correct. He was on the verge of mastering the star-slashing technique. His fingertip gently traced the faintly glowing star pattern, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Half a month later, in the early morning, on the open ground behind the mountain, Blue Fatty's body blazed with yellow light. With a roar he slammed both fists into the ground. A thick sharp stone spike burst from the earth, sending the instructor's steel target flying. He collapsed to the ground gasping, but his face was a mask of ecstasy. Instructor. I felt it. Second seal. I've broken through to the second seal. The instructor nodded indifferently. Not bad, but your spike is too slow and consumes too much. Keep training. A crisp sound came from the side. Before Anlan floated a heavy gleaming rhomboid shield. He dismissed the shield and short hammer, his face pale yet his eyes blazed with startling brilliance. Instructor, I've broken through too. The conjured items are sturdier and last longer, but the consumption is still high. On another side, Nk's figure flickered, leaving a trail of lightning after image 10 meters away. In his palm a spear condensed from lightning crackled and hummed, slowly dissipating after a few seconds. The lightning spear has just taken shape. Its duration is short and consumption high, but its power far exceeds the lightning arrow. Jin Yuqian adjusted his glasses, his tone calm and flat. Data simulation complete. Can predict opponent movements 0.5 seconds in advance. Hit rate at 68.7. Energy reserves increased. Confirmed breakthrough to second seal. The instructor's gaze shifted to Lu Hen. What about you? They've all entered the second seal. Lu Hen stepped forward slowly, gently extending a single finger. At its tip a grain-sized silver-blue point of light floated quietly, radiating a faint coolness. "I'm not sure about myself yet," he said softly, "but the star power is more abundant and obedient. The fifth star on the sword has lit up." The instructor glanced at the light point and snorted, "Showy nonsense. Keep practicing with your sword. Come talk to me when you can cleave the stone I throw with a single strike." Lu Hen nodded without a trace of discontent. He knew very well that his path was still long. But that was fine. Everyone was striving to grow stronger with all their might. That was enough. Morning light bathed the 5 youths, drenched in sweat yet with eyes burning with unwavering determination. The instructor clasped his hands behind his back, his voice cold and hard. "Don't get cocky. The second seal is just the beginning. Afternoon training, double the intensity." "Yes, instructor." 5 voices rang out in unison, echoing across the back mountain. Days repeated in a monotonous cycle. Training, eating, sleeping, and extra drills late into the night. It was dull yet profoundly grounding. Instructor Hong still wore that cold expression, the scar on his face looking fierce and menacing. The training intensity didn't diminish one bit, nor did his scolding soften. But everyone had long grown accustomed, even able to detect a hint of concern beneath his harsh reprimands. "Lan Pang. Is that earth wall of yours made of paper? Punctured with a single poke? Thicken it. Are you hoarding energy for offspring?" After the scolding, Lan Pang, huffing and puffing, piled the earth wall from half a meter to a meter thick, collapsing directly from exhaustion. "And Lan, raise your shield higher. What's the use of it if it can't block? Are you a turtle just curling up? Ram it back." And Lan gritted his teeth, charging the shield again and again against the training iron dummy. Finally he managed to knock one over, his arm aching so much he couldn't lift it, yet he grinned widely in joy. "And code. Are you setting off fireworks with your lightning? Condense it. Condense it further. Compress that electric light into a needle." And Ko repeatedly compressed the arc of electricity at his fingertips, only to fail and have it explode, leaving his hair standing on end. At last a silver-white bolt of lightning, as thin as a strand of hair yet dazzlingly bright, pierced through the specially made iron plate with a hiss, leaving a small charred hole. Jin Yuqian. "Calculate, calculate, always calculating. Is a fight won with calculations? Move. Feel it with your body." Jin Yuqian was forced to abandon his calculator, chased around the field by Instructor Hong wielding a wooden stick. He was utterly disheveled, but after running a few laps he suddenly realized that his Bodis reaction was actually a fraction faster than his calculations. "Lu Hen. Is that how you hold a sword? Limp as a noodle. Where's your waist? Your legs? Don't you know power starts from the feet? Channel the strength of your whole body into the sword tip." Lu Hen swung his sword again and again, sweat soaking through his clothes, his arms trembling uncontrollably from fatigue. In his mind he repeatedly sensed and guided the faint star power, searching for that moment when his entire Bodis strength merged with the sword. During training breaks Instructor Hong would occasionally sit down. Watching them lie on the ground like dead dogs, exhausted, he would rarely say a few more words. "Fighting isn't just about strength. You need to use your head. Those things in the dark side are bizarre beyond imagination. Without a brain you die fast. What are teammates for? To be screwed over by you. Keep your eyes on the back of your head and watch out for the people beside you. The sweat you shed today is so you bleed less tomorrow." The words were crude but held truth. Everyone listened in silence, etching them deep into their hearts. Occasionally Dean Gu Changfeng would stroll over with his hands tucked in his sleeves. He would crouch by the herb garden watching their training, occasionally muttering incomprehensible words. Or he would toss Instructor Hong a few bottles of oddly colored but remarkably effective medicinal ointments. Each time Hong would accept them expressionlessly, then apply them without mercy onto their wounds. The pain made everyone grimace, but the wounds healed astonishingly fast. During this period everyone improved by leaps and bounds. Lan Pang's earth wall, which could only trap a single lizard before, could now hold 3 corrosion beasts for 10 seconds. And Lan's shield, once shattered by a single punch from the iron dummy, could now withstand 2 impacts from an elite lava beetle before breaking. And Kess lightning had transformed from scattered arcs into condensed lightning javelins, its power surging. Jin Yuqian combined calculation with luck, his predictions becoming increasingly accurate, even able to subtly influence an enemy's attack trajectory. Lu Hen's success rate for the star-slashing sword art slowly climbed to 70%. The silver-blue halo of the 5th star on his sword had shifted from a faint flicker to a steadier glow, though it remained dim. Their coordination also grew increasingly seamless. And Lan would hold the line, Lan Pang would control, and Ku would be the main attacker. Jin Yuqian would cover any gaps, and Lu Hen would strike for the kill. Though Instructor Hong still trained them to the brink of collapse, they now handled training dummies with far greater ease. This kind of life was bitter and exhausting. Yet watching themselves grow stronger day by day, seeing their comrades progress together, it felt deeply reassuring, even a little sweet. Until that afternoon when training ended. The setting sun dyed the horizon a fiery orange. As usual, the 5 of them collapsed by the edge of the training field, drinking the foul-tasting nutrient supplements, teasing each other about who got beaten the worst today. Instructor Hong walked over. He didn't immediately announce extra drills or bark a dismissal as usual. He stood there, his tall figure casting a long shadow in the setting sun. The scar on his face seemed somewhat blurred in the twilight. He simply stood there, gazing quietly at the 5 young people, some sitting, some lying down, for a long, long time. So long that Lan Pang couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "What's up with the instructor? Extra drills again?" Hong Jin finally spoke. His voice was still low, but it had lost some of its usual harshness. "Starting tomorrow I won't be teaching you anymore." One sentence like cold water thrown into a hot oil pan. The 5 of them froze instantly. Those lying down shot up, those drinking choked on their supplements. The training ground fell silent, only the wind rustling. "Instructor. What did you say?" Lan Pang was the first to jump up, his eyes wide as saucers. "I'm leaving," Hong Jin repeated calmly. "Leaving? Where to?" And Lan also grew anxious. Hong Jin's gaze slowly swept over the group, finally settling on Lu Hen's face. The corner of his mouth twitched faintly, almost like a smile, yet not quite. "Going to a place where I can improve my strength. Can't really let you little brats surpass me." Then where would this instructor's face go? He said it lightly, even with a hint of playfulness. But the 5 of them felt a deep unease in their hearts. They all knew Instructor Hong was strong, unfathomably so far beyond their current level. For someone like him to need to go elsewhere specifically to improve his strength. "Instructor." And Ku opened his mouth wanting to say something but didn't know how to begin. He was a man of few words, but he remembered every bit of Instructor Hong's strict teaching. Jin Yuqian adjusted his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses as calm as data. "Your growth in strength far exceeds expectations. There's another reason for your departure. Is it an alliance transfer, or does it have to do with that dark side rift last time?" Hong Jin glanced at him, neither denying nor confirming. "Don't ask what you shouldn't." He paused, his tone softening slightly. "Teaching you useless lot these past few years hasn't been a complete waste of effort. Seeing you now, not bad. You haven't disgraced me." Coming from him, this was the highest form of praise. A sour wave of emotion washed over the 5 of them. "Instructor, do you really have to go?" Lan Pang's eyes reddened slightly. He had been scolded the most, but he also respected Hong Jin the most. All good things must come to an end. Hong Jin uttered a rare cultured phrase. "The path is yours to walk. I've taught you what I can. The rest you have to walk on your own." Just then a slow, unhurried voice came from the side. Dean Gu Changfeng had somehow wandered over, hands tucked in his sleeves, still looking half asleep. He walked up to Hong Jin and gently patted him on the shoulder. Hong Jin's body stiffened noticeably. "You've worked hard these past few years." Gu Changfeng looked at him, a rare seriousness in his cloudy old eyes. "Keeping a fine talent like you cooped up in my shabby academy has been a waste." Hong Jin was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "It was my choice. And Dean, this place isn't shabby." Gu Changfeng chuckled twice and dropped the subject, turning to the 5 still dazed youngsters. "Little Hong has some business to take care of to improve himself and deal with some trouble. You lot don't just sit around." His gaze swept over them and a strange grin appeared on his face. It was a mix of schadenfreude and eager anticipation. "I've found you a new instructor. He'll arrive tomorrow." A new instructor. The five of them felt their hearts sink simultaneously. Instructor Hong was fierce, but they had long grown used to him and knew he genuinely cared for them. What would the new instructor be like? "The new instructor," Gu Changfeng drawled, deliberately pausing to build suspense, "is a very beautiful lady. A beautiful female instructor." The five exchanged glances. Lan Pang instinctively puffed out his chest and Lan's eyes lit up, and even the normally aloof and Ku turned his head slightly. Only Lu Hen felt a vague sense of unease. He had a feeling that Dean Gus' smile boded no good. Sure enough, Gu Changfeng's next sentence sent their hearts plummeting. "But she has a bit of a temper. Her training methods are much harsher than little Hong's. You'd better prepare yourselves mentally." Harsher than Instructor Hong. The five of them collectively gasped. Instructor Hong already trained them to the point of collapse every day. Harsher than him. What did that even mean? Gu Changfeng watched their faces instantly fall and grinned even wider. "Scared. Scared won't help. I've already invited her. Oh, and her surname is Bai. You can call her Instructor Bai." Instructor Bai. They had never heard of her. Hong Jin took one last look at them. His gaze was complex, carrying sternest scrutiny and a barely perceptible hint of expectation. "Train hard. Don't slack off." With those final words he turned and strode away. The setting sun stretched his shadow long and thin until it finally disappeared around the corner of the academy building. On the training ground only 5 young people and a chuckling old man remained. "All right, don't look like the sky is falling." Gu Changfeng waved his hand. "Go back and rest well. Recharge your energy. Tomorrow. Heh, you're in for it." With that he tucked his hands back into his sleeves and ambled away. The 5 were left standing there staring at the spot where Instructor Hong had vanished, feeling an emptiness in their hearts. They were filled with apprehension and a strange nervousness about the supposedly stunning yet extremely fierce Instructor Bai who was arriving tomorrow. As night deepened, lights flickered on one by one in the small building of the Talent Academy. But tonight some were destined to lie awake. Lu Hen returned to his room, his gaze falling on the rusty sword in the corner. The 5th star on the sword flickered faintly. Early the next morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, the whistle that usually blasted them out of bed never sounded. The 5 found themselves oddly unaccustomed to the silence, dragging themselves up with faint dark circles under their eyes gathering at the edge of the training ground. The morning breeze was cool, refreshing their spirits, yet the unease in their hearts remained undispersed. The sun had not fully risen, leaving the training ground empty save for the 5 of them. "When's the new instructor coming?" Blue Fatty yawned, looking around. "A beautiful female instructor. Will she be gentle?" Dean Gu said, "She's even harsher than Instructor Hong," Enk reminded him, tightening his wrist guards. "Maybe. The dean was just scaring us." Jin Yuqian adjusted his glasses, his tone uncertain. Anlin remained silent, quietly stretching his limbs. Lu Hen stood to one side, his hand habitually resting on his sword hilt, his gaze fixed on the academy entrance. Just then the faintest, almost inaudible footsteps approached. Not from the main gate but from the rooftop beside them. The 5 instinctively looked up. A figure in white, as if weightless, drifted down from the edge of the low building's roof. Upon landing, not even a speck of dust was stirred from the ground. The newcomer stood still as the morning light pierced through the clouds, casting its glow upon her. She wore a pristine, form-fitting white combat suit tailored to perfection, outlining a tall, powerful silhouette. A dark silver metallic belt cinched her waist, adorned with several small mysterious metal cases. Her feet were clad in matching white special-issue boots. Higher still was a face so breathtaking it could steal one's breath. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, her skin fair as snow, her brows like distant mountains, and her eyes like frigid stars. Her silky silver hair was tied up in a crisp high ponytail, a few stray strands falling across her forehead. She appeared no older than 27 or 8, impossibly young and beautiful, resembling a magazine cover model more than an instructor. Yet there was no warmth in those eyes. Only an icy appraisal and an aloof condescension. A single glance from her felt like being drenched in ice water from head to toe, sending chills through the body. "Students of the current year at the Talent Academy." The silver-haired woman spoke, her voice clear and cold like the clash of jade, yet devoid of any inflection. "I am Bai Wei, your instructor from now on." Her gaze swept slowly over the five as if appraising objects. It paused for a fraction of a second on Ankh. When her eyes fell on Lu Hen and the rusty sword on his back, her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly before quickly looking away. Hong Jin taught you. I hear there's been some progress. Bai Wei's tone was flat, revealing neither praise nor criticism. But in my eyes you are still trash. The words dropped like a stone. Blue Fatty's face flushed crimson instantly. Anlin clenched his fists. A cold glint flashed behind Jin Yuqian's glasses. Ankh's gaze grew even frostier. Lu Hen pressed his lips tightly together. Not convinced. Bai Wei's lips curled into a faint mocking smile. Then prove with your strength that you're not trash. Now one by one let me see what Hong Jin actually taught you. She walked to the center of the training ground, standing casually with her hands at her sides, not even assuming a starting stance. Who's first? I am. Blue Fatty, unable to contain himself, let out a roar and charged forward. He knew he couldn't win, but he refused to be looked down upon like this. He lunged a few steps, slapping his hands on the ground to summon earth spikes for disruption, then sidestepping for a close-range attack. But the moment his hands touched the ground before the spikes could emerge, Bai Wei's figure had already appeared beside him like a phantom, so fast only a blur remained. Then Blue Fatty felt a single finger lightly tap his side. A force not violent but insidious and sharp instantly penetrated his body. It directly scattered his gathered earth-based energy, leaving half his body numb and powerless. Ouch! Blue Fatty's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. He stumbled awkwardly a few steps before crashing onto his backside, clutching his side and wincing in pain. Slow reactions, obvious intentions, sluggish energy mobilization. Bai Wei didn't even glance at him, her voice icy. Trash among trash. Next. Anlin took a deep breath, raised his shield and approached cautiously. He didn't attack rashly, focusing entirely on defense, his shield covering most of his body, his eyes fixed on Bai Wei. Bai Wei didn't move. Once he entered a 3-meter range, she suddenly lifted her foot and stomped the ground with seeming casualness. Thud. A dull booming shockwave erupted. Centered on her, an invisible shockwave radiated wildly. The ground undulated like water for an instant. Anlin's footing suddenly became unstable, his balance faltering and his shield tilted. In that instant Bai Wei vanished again. She reappeared at his undefended side, her hand formed into a blade and gently traced along the edge of his shield. SSSH, a faint sound of metal scraping arose. A clear scratch appeared on Anlin's shield, the same one that could withstand a lava beetle's charge. The force numbed his arm, nearly causing him to drop the shield. He was spun half a turn, almost falling. Rigid defense, poor adaptability, completely unprepared for ground-based attacks. Bai Wei commented flatly. Barely counts as a moving piece of trash. Next. Anlin's face paled as he retreated, gritting his teeth. Ankh stepped forward. Without a word he attacked directly. His figure flickered as several fine silver arcs of lightning spread out like a spiderweb, sealing off all of Bai Wei's escape routes. Simultaneously a condensed spear of electric light rapidly took shape in his hand, shooting straight at Bai Wei's chest with a sharp whistle. This strike was fast, precise and ruthless, one of Ankh's current strongest techniques. A flicker of almost imperceptible seriousness finally appeared in Bai Wei's eyes. She didn't dodge, merely raising her right hand, fingers spread and grasping the air towards the spear of light. Hum. A peculiar wave emanated from her palm. The formidable spear of light, half a meter from her hand, abruptly decelerated. It was as if it had crashed into a mass of invisible viscous glue. The arcs on the spear's surface rapidly dimmed and became chaotic. Bai Wei gently closed her fingers. With a soft pop, the spear shattered like a soap bubble, leaving only a few stray sparks. At the same time Ankh felt his connection to the arc severed instantly. An invisible recoil traveled through the link, causing a tightness in his chest. He retreated half a step, his face slightly pale. Your energy usage is passable with some cleverness, but fundamentally crude and lacking control. Bai Wei withdrew her hand, her tone still sharp. Counts as half a useful piece of trash. Ankh pressed his lips together tightly and retreated to the side without a word. Jin Yuqian adjusted his glasses and stepped forward. He didn't assume a combat stance but quickly operated his wristband. Oh. Data streams. Probability deduction. Bai Wei regarded him with interest. Interesting. But Before she finished, Jin Yuqian suddenly moved. He tossed an energy-disrupting stone hastily made the night before towards an empty spot on his left. Then he abruptly threw himself to the right. The move was completely untelegraphed and inelegant, yet it was the position his calculations deemed most fortunate for evasion. But Bai Wei hadn't moved at all. She watched the energy-disrupting stone fly past, then looked at Jin Yuqian as he awkwardly picked himself up. Interesting idea. Using calculations and your ability to seek good fortune and avoid calamity to try and evade attacks. Bai Wei's voice was utterly flat. But the foundation of your calculation is my conventional attack pattern. What if I don't follow your calculations? She simply lifted her foot and stomped the ground. Snap. A small pebble was jolted loose, tracing a precise parabolic arc. It struck Jin Yuqian squarely on the wrist, holding his wristband. Ouch. He yelped in pain as the wristband flew from his grasp, hit the ground, and the screen flickered before going black. Over-reliance on external tools and calculations with virtually zero personal combat ability. Bai Wei was merciless. Useless. Finally only Lu Hen remained. Bai Wei's gaze fell upon him, especially on the rusty sword. The mocking curl of her lips became more pronounced. Your turn. The boy who's said to have no ability. She deliberately slowed her speech, her disdain undisguised. Hong Jin actually accepted a student like you. What unique taste. What are you planning to spar with that historically significant fire poker of yours? The words were biting to the extreme. Blue Fatty and the others all frowned, looking at Lu Hen. Lu Hen's hand had already locked onto the sword's hilt. His knuckles were white from the force of his grip. It wasn't that he was angered by being belittled himself. It was that Instructor Hong's teachings, his own sweat under the sun and moon, the secrets of this sword, were all casually dismissed with the words fire poker. Rage churned in his chest like molten lava. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, but the fire in his eyes only burned brighter. He stepped forward, the rusty sword leaving its sheath. He held the sword in his left hand, the tip pointing diagonally at the ground. Please instruct me, Instructor. His voice was a little hoarse but unusually steady. Bai Wei looked at him, her contempt deepening. Your stance looks quite impressive. The question is whether it's actually useful. She didn't even shift her feet, just raised her right hand and gently crooked her finger at him. Come on, let me see your swordsmanship. The gesture was one of utter contempt. Lu Hen hesitated no longer. He knew the gap in their strength was immense, but this one strike had to be made. For himself, to prove his worth. He didn't use a basic sword form, directly channeling all the star power within him. His anger became fuel, and the star power in the cool space between his brows surged like never before. The fifth embedded star within the blade resonated with unprecedented intensity. He poured all his spirit, all his will, and his churning rage into this single strike. His target, the casually standing white figure before him. A step. A twist of the waist. The swing of the sword. Star sever. A low shout erupted from his chest. The rust-covered blade seemed to break free from all constraints. The fifth embedded stone on the sword blazed with an unprecedentedly clear silver-blue light. A silver-blue sword aura, condensed and substantial, about a foot long, sharp enough to seem capable of cutting through space itself, erupted from the sword's tip. It tore through the air, carrying a sharp screech, and slashed towards Bai Wei. The might of this strike far exceeded any of his practice sessions. Where the aura passed, the air warped and the ground was gouged by the escaping sharp energy, leaving a shallow trench. What? Lu Hen, Blue Fatty, Jin Yuqian and Anlin all stared with wide eyes, their faces full of shock. They knew Lu Hen's sword was peculiar, but they had never seen such a fierce, such an astonishing attack. The silver-blue aura carried a power that made their hearts tremble. Yet facing this strike that would make a 3-seal ability user prepare for battle, Bai Wei's expression didn't change a bit. She remained standing, simply raising her right hand and gently opening her fingers. And then simply grasped the incoming silver-blue sword aura. There was no burst of energy, no flash of light. The moment the fierce, unmatched aura touched an inch before her palm, it was like snow meeting a red-hot iron, crashing into an invisible deep sea. Its speed plummeted and a faint sound like shattering glass was heard. The entire sword aura was crushed by her bare hand. Yes, crushed. Fragments of silver-blue light scattered like stardust from between her fingers, rapidly fading away. Her fair, slender palm didn't even have a mark on it. Lu Hen remained in his sword-swinging posture, his face instantly pale as paper. The sudden depletion of his star power combined with the backlash from his attack being forcefully broken caused his body to tremble slightly. He stared at Bai Wei's unharmed hand, then at his own rusted sword whose light was rapidly dimming. An immense sense of powerlessness and absurdity washed over him. His full force strike, even amplified by his rage, was just crushed casually like that. A deathly silence fell over the training ground. Bai Wei slowly lowered her hand, brushing off some non-existent dust. She looked at Lu Hen, whose face was pale and eyes unfocused, and for the first time her cold, harsh expression shifted slightly. She gave a slight nod, her tone no longer purely sarcastic but carrying an indescribable nuance. Not bad, not bad. Rage can stimulate potential, but it also clouds reason, making your attack intentions too obvious. However, your temperament still needs tempering. Channel this drive onto the right path, don't be led by your emotions. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the other 4 shocked individuals before returning to Lu Hen. That strike was somewhat interesting. Though its power was pitifully weak, the intent within it was rare. It seems that fellow Hong Jin hasn't been teaching entirely blindly. Having said this, she no longer looked at Lu Hen. She turned to face everyone, her voice returning to its icy commanding tone. Warm-up is over. Now today's training begins. Objective: strengthen physical power. Those who can't endure it will have no lunch. Now all of you attack together. The 5 snapped out of their daze, looking at each other. Their eyes held shock, bitterness and a hint of fierce determination that had been thoroughly provoked. Lu Hen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging energy in his body. Instructor Bai's final words echoed in his mind. Rage. Temperament. Tempering. It seemed he was beginning to understand. Cough cough. The old Dean Gu Changfeng had come over at some unknown time, squatting by the herb garden with a squint and a smile. Instructor Bai, on the first day of class, don't be so hot-tempered. Gu Changfeng said slowly, young people need some time to adapt. Bai Wei turned to look at him, her face slightly thawing. She nodded. Dean Gu. She regarded Gu Changfeng with an expression more formal than she would have for Instructor Hong, as if he were a peer. You have an idea of these kids' foundations, right? Gu Changfeng inquired. Bai Wei glanced at the 5 of them, pausing especially on Lu Hen, and said flatly, Instructor Hong's foundation work is decent, but that's about it. Their training is wild and unstructured, showing some potential, but it needs to be reorganized. This implied that Instructor Hong's teaching was inadequate and needed to be revised according to her method. Do as you see fit, Gu Changfeng nodded, seemingly unfazed. I invited you here because I trust your abilities. However, he paused, his murky old eyes looking at Bai Wei, be mindful of your methods, you don't really ruin them. Especially that boy with the sword, his style is strange, so take extra care with him. Bai Wei's brows furrowed slightly as she glanced at Lu Hen and his rusty sword, falling silent for 2 seconds before nodding, understood. Alright, you all continue training. Gu Changfeng waved his hand, returning to his languid demeanor as he squatted down to observe the herbs. Bai Wei turned back and the atmosphere grew cold again. Did you hear the dean's words? Her voice remained icy. The foundation is decent, but it's not enough. Their training is wild, it needs to be reorganized. Starting today, I will train you with new methods and as quickly as possible extract your meager potential and turn it into real skill. She paused, her gaze sharp like ice, piercing each person. It will be very tough, very exhausting, and even quite dangerous. If anyone wants to leave, now's the time, I won't stop you. No one moved. Lan Pang puffed out his neck and Lan's gaze was steady. Jin Yuqian adjusted his glasses and pursed his lips, and Lu Hen gripped his sword tightly. Very well. Bai Wei's lips twitched slightly, almost mockingly. If no one leaves, then be prepared. Starting tomorrow I will inform you of the specifics of the training. Now, she pointed to the mountain of weighted bags, iron blocks and other strange equipment piled by the training field. Each of you will carry 200 kilograms and run 50 laps around the field. 200 kilograms. 50 laps. The field is 400 meters per lap. The 5 of them gasped but dared not complain. They resigned themselves to binding those heavy weights to their bodies. Bai Wei stood by the edge of the field, arms crossed, watching coldly. She even took out a small silver tablet, seemingly recording something, occasionally glancing up at their speed and condition, her eyes critical as if assessing defective goods. The torment officially began. After a day of hellish training, the 5 were exhausted, nearly falling apart. Running with 200 kilograms for 50 laps was just the beginning. There would follow various strength training reaction drills and endurance tests. Bai Wei seemed to know their limits while always pushing them to the verge of failure yet still allowing them to barely carry on. She was ruthless in her methods. Even the slightest misstep or delay would earn them a sharp blast of cold energy, hitting the most painful spots, making them wince but not truly injuring them. After finally enduring until nightfall, the five supported each other like a group of defeated soldiers as they made their way back to the small building. Even eating was a struggle as their hands shook too much to hold chopsticks. After dinner they returned to their rooms. No one had the energy to talk, only wanting to collapse onto their beds. As soon as Lan Pang entered the room he fell straight onto the bed groaning, "My goodness. This instructor Bai is not human. She's a demon." And Lan leaned against the wall, slowly moving her sore arms, saying nothing, but her eyes were filled with weariness. Jin Yuqian lay on the bed, not even taking off his glasses, the screen of his watch still lit, seemingly analyzing the training data from Bai Wei, but soon fell silent and drifted off to sleep. And Ku returned to her room the earliest. It was very quiet inside, only the faint sound of running water, presumably from washing. She held herself to high standards, never allowing herself to slack off no matter how tired she felt. Lu Hen returned to his room, closed the door and leaned against it, panting for quite a while. Today the light of his sword was shattered and the subsequent hellish training had left him physically and mentally drained. But he didn't lie down immediately. Instead he walked to the window to gaze at the pitch-black night outside. Instructor Bai was incredibly strong, frighteningly so. Her methods of training were harsh yet undoubtedly effective. She could discern each person's issues and potential at a glance. Dean Gu had invited her for a reason. He lowered his head to look at his hand, which trembled slightly from overtraining, as well as the unremarkable rusty sword leaning against the wall. Anger can unleash potential, but it can also cloud the mind. One's temperament needs to be tempered. Bai Wei's words echoed in his ears. He took a deep breath, suppressing the chaos in his heart. The road ahead is long. This new instructor, though strict and harsh, might truly help him grow stronger more quickly. He approached the bedside, crossed his legs and instinctively attempted to circulate the star guiding technique to recover. But today was simply too exhausting. He couldn't circulate the star power, and after several tries he gave up with a bitter smile, collapsing onto the bed, still dressed, and almost instantly fell into a deep sleep. Late at night the small building was quiet. The instructor's room on the second floor, previously occupied by Hong Jin, now by Bai Wei, was illuminated by a warm light from the bathroom. The sound of water trickled softly. Behind the frosted glass door a tall slender figure could be vaguely seen. Bai Wei stood under the shower, letting the warm water wash over her body. Water droplets flowed down her silvery long hair, cascading over her neck, shoulders and toned back, finally dripping onto the non-slip mat. She closed her eyes with water droplets clinging to her long eyelashes. Gone was the cold, harsh expression from the day, and now there was a hint of fatigue on her face, but more so she appeared to be deep in thought. Amid the sound of water her brow furrowed slightly as if pondering something. On the bathroom rack her neatly folded white training clothes lay. Beside them were a few simple lightweight undergarments, pale in color. In the steamy air the shapes of those garments could be faintly discerned. It seemed she didn't mind leaving these private items out in the open. Or perhaps she thought no one in this building could quietly sneak into her room, let alone the bathroom. The water washed away the grime and sweat from training as if cleansing her of an icy shell. But when she opened her eyes the cold, depthless calm and sharpness remained in her star-like eyes. She turned off the water, took a large soft white bath towel and carefully dried herself. Her movements were neither slow nor hurried, reflecting the agility she had cultivated. After drying off she wrapped herself in the towel and stepped out of the bathroom barefoot. The room's furnishings were simple, much like when Hong Jin was there, only there was now a silver metal suitcase. When opened against the wall it was neatly packed with personal items, a few sets of spare clothes and some small unidentifiable gadgets. Bai Wei walked to the window, leaving the light off, using the faint moonlight outside to observe the quiet courtyard below and the distant outlines of sleeping mountains. The night wind was cool, ruffling the ends of her damp hair. She stood there for a long time like an ice sculpture. Until a distant faint rooster crowed. There were farms nearby that raised chickens, signaling dawn was approaching. She gently exhaled as if making a resolution. Tomorrow, she murmured to herself, her voice particularly clear in the empty room, I hope you all can endure. She turned and walked to the bedside, retrieving a sealed metal box from her suitcase. Opening it revealed various colored potion bottles and a few thin chip-like pieces. She picked up one bottle of deep blue potion and a chip, turning them over in her hands, her expression contemplative. Outside the window, dawn was on the verge of breaking. A buzzing sound even more piercing than Instructor Hong's whistle suddenly exploded within the small building. It was not loud, yet it drilled straight into the mind, jolting one awake, the heart pounding relentlessly. The 5 of them practically sprang up from their beds, frantically pulling on their training suits before rushing down to the training ground. Bai Wei was already standing there. Still clad in her white combat uniform, her silver ponytail immaculate, she stood like a frigid jade sculpture in the morning light. Without a superfluous word, she raised a hand and pointed beside the training ground. Their 5 iron boxes waist-high had appeared, their origins unknown. Beside the boxes lay 5 sets of black skin-tight suits which looked incredibly heavy, covered in sensors and wiring. "Change into them," Bai Wei ordered, her tone icy. The 5 exchanged glances before stepping forward to open the boxes. Inside were not the weighted vests they had anticipated, but complex iron frames with helmets resembling simple exoskeletons covered in wiring and joint interfaces. "Gravity-adjusted training armor, basic model," Bai Wei announced, her voice utterly devoid of emotion. "From today onward, except for sleeping and designated rest periods, you will wear it at all times, training, eating, even using the restroom. Do not remove it. Wear the gravity armor all day." Lan Pang picked up one of the suits. It was heavy in his hands, weighing dozens of jin. "Instructor Bai. We have to wear this thing. All the time. Any objections?" Bai Wei cast a faint, indifferent glance. "Once you can outrun a shadowclaw lizard while wearing it, then you can make requests." Lan Pang immediately fell silent, grimacing as he pulled the suit on. The others were not much better off. The black skin-tight suit clung to their skin, cold and carrying a strange suction-like force. The outer iron frame was crushingly heavy, the joint buckles clicking loudly, making every movement unbearably clumsy. No sooner had they finished suiting up than Bai Wei's voice rang out again. "Base gravity 1. 5 times. 10 minutes to acclimate, then we begin with the first event, obstacle cross-country." As her words fell, the 5 felt their bodies suddenly lurch downward. It was as if half their own weight had been instantly added to their backs. Their steps faltered and even breathing became a struggle. This was not mere weight, it was a crushing pressure on every inch of flesh, every single cell. This is way too heavy." Lan Pang wailed, nearly collapsing. "Shut up and conserve your energy," Bai Wei commanded coldly. "Follow me." With that, she turned and strode toward the complex obstacle area at the rear of the training ground. High walls, deep pits, single-log bridges, rope nets, mud pits, the terrain was grotesquely challenging. Bai Wei moved with light, quick steps, not fast in absolute terms but under 1.5 times gravity. This was an absolute nightmare for the 5. "Move. Keep up," Bai Wei ordered without turning her head. The 5 gritted their teeth and followed. Ankh, with the best physical condition, barely managed to keep pace, but cold sweat already beaded his forehead. Anlin relied on his shield to power through, charging ahead with a grim, silent determination. Jin Yuqian's face was pale, his mind frantically calculated the optimal route, but his body couldn't keep up, stumbling and staggering. Lan Pang fared the worst. Being naturally heavy-set, the added gravity made him run like a clumsy bear, and he was soon panting heavily after just a short distance. Lu Hen was also struggling. Under 1.5 times gravity, the rusty sword in his hand felt several times heavier, and every swing was immensely taxing. Worse, the training suit seemed to interfere with the flow of his stellar force, making its circulation sluggish and rough. The hellish obstacle course officially began. Scaling the high wall, the heavy body made every pull-up an excruciating ordeal. Crossing the deep pits, clumsy jumps nearly twisted their ankles. Walking the single-log bridge, their center of gravity was unsteady, wobbling precariously as if they might fall at any moment. Climbing the rope net, their fingers were scraped raw and burning from the coarse ropes. Wading through the mud pit, the thick viscous muck clung tenaciously to their feet, making every step feel like a tug-of-war. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Sweat poured down like a stream, soaking the skin-tight suits which chafed painfully against the iron frame. Their lungs heaved like broken bellows, their muscles aching and swollen as if about to split. Yet Bai Wei's pace did not slow in the slightest. She even stopped before certain obstacles, coldly observing their struggles, her critiques as sharp as ice. "Lan Pang. Is your earth element ability just for show? Alter the terrain under your feet to gain leverage. You're hopeless. Anlin. Is that shield a burden? Use it as a pivot." Don't you understand the principle of leverage? Anchor. What's the use of speed alone? Stimulate your muscles with a fine current of electricity to boost explosive power and reduce energy consumption. Jin Yuqian. Stop your endless calculations. Rely on your luck. Find the most energy-efficient foothold. Lu Hen. Your sword is not a burden, it's a tool. Use it to cut through obstacles for leverage. Fuse the gravity into your sword. Her words were like knives precisely striking each person's weakness and blind spot. In their state of extreme exhaustion, the five were forced to try her methods. The entire morning was spent in this hellish gravity-crushing training session. When Bai Wei finally called a halt, the five nearly collapsed on the spot, unable to move even a single finger. The training armor on their bodies felt as heavy as 1,000 jin, crushing the breath out of them. Rest for half an hour. Replenish energy and fluids. Bai Wei tossed out the order, then walked to a shaded area recording data on a silver tablet. The five helped each other hobble to the rest area, grabbing nutrient packs and water, wolfing them down. No one spoke, only the sound of heavy ragged breathing filled the air. In the afternoon the training intensity skyrocketed again. The gravity was directly adjusted to 2 times. The training content also changed to sparring, with Bai Wei personally participating. She was still wearing her white combat uniform without any extra weight. Under 2 times gravity her movements were as swift as a phantom, impossibly light and agile. There were no flashy abilities, no outward release of energy, only the simplest punches, kicks, elbows and knees. Yet these basic attacks under the suppression of 2 times gravity were terrifying to the extreme. Every strike landed precisely on their weak points, joint centers of power balance points, not a single one missed. Lan Pang had just summoned an earthen wall when Bai Wei kicked it apart, sending him tumbling to the ground along with the rubble. Anlin raised his shield to defend, but Bai Wei struck the side of it with her palm. A tremendous force surged, sending him and his shield flying several meters sideways. Ank's electric arcs were like toys before her. She casually dispersed them, then delivered a knife hand strike to the side of his neck, instantly numbing half his body. Jin Yuqian tried to calculate and predict, but Bai Wei's movements were completely erratic. In a flash she was upon him, directly grappling and pinning him down. Lu Hen attempted to channel stellar force into his blade, but faced with 2 times gravity and her terrifying speed, his sword simply couldn't keep up. She flicked the blade aside with her fingers and swept his legs out from under him, sending him crashing to the ground. A total and utter crushing defeat. The 5 of them fighting together couldn't last 3 minutes under her hands before being completely taken down. Too slow. Too rigid. Full of holes. Bai Wei stood amidst the fallen 5, her voice like ice. Gravity is just an excuse. Will your enemies give you time to adapt? Get up. Continue. Get up, be knocked down. Get up again, be knocked down again. The cycle repeated endlessly. Each time they were felled, Bai Wei would use the most concise, most scathing words to point out their mistakes and directions for improvement. Lan Pang began to condense earth and stone while moving, altering the terrain to disrupt his opponent. Anlin stopped holding his shield in a dead grip, learning to use it to block, ram and attack, making it an extension of his body. Ank's lightning became more concentrated. He abandoned wide area coverage, focusing on a single point for an instant burst of power. Jin Yuqian discarded complex calculations, relying on intuition and luck to dodge attacks by the narrowest of margins. Lu Hen clenched his teeth, adjusting his breathing and footwork under the pressure of 2 times gravity, trying to integrate the pressure into his sword technique, making each strike more stable and solid. Though he still couldn't even touch the hem of Bai Wei's garment, he could feel the sluggishness in his swings gradually diminishing. The sun began to set in the west. The 5 were completely spent, their bodies covered in bruises, lying on the ground like dead dogs. Bai Wei deactivated the gravity training armor remotely, yet the exhaustion and pain in their bodies did not lessen in the slightest. That's enough for today, Bai Wei said, putting away her tablet. Tomorrow gravity will be adjusted based on the data. Obstacles and sparring will continue. Also, each of you will soak in a medicinal bath for 1 hour tonight. The herb packs have already been placed in your rooms. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the 5. Remember this feeling, the pain, the helplessness, the despair. This is the fate of the weak. If you want to escape it, become strong. With that she turned and disappeared into the twilight. The 5 lay on the ground staring at the darkening sky, finding even breathing to be an effort. That woman is the devil of all devils. Lan Pang muttered weakly. But what she said Seems right, Anlin responded in a low voice, wincing in pain at the slightest movement. Enk silently sat up, using a faint electrical current to stimulate his aching muscles. Jin Yuqian lay on the ground, his glasses askew, still muttering data calculations under his breath. Lu Hen struggled to sit up, leaning against an obstacle. He replayed Bai Wei's movements, attacks and critiques in his mind over and over. His body felt like it was falling apart, but his mind was exceptionally clear. This new instructor's training methods were brutally frightening yet exceptionally effective. She could instantly tear through all your pretenses, forcing you to correct your weaknesses in the most painful way. He clenched his trembling hand, but his gaze was even more resolute than it had been that morning. On the way back, the five supported each other, walking with faltering steps. As they passed the medicinal herb garden, Dean Gu Changfeng was squatting there, leisurely watering the plants, as if utterly oblivious to the hellish screams from earlier. "Dean!" Lan Pang called out weakly. Gu Changfeng looked up, saw their battered and bruised state, and a gleeful mocking grin spread across his face. "Oh. Made it back alive, did you? Little Bei's handiwork. Hits the spot, doesn't it?" The five were collectively silent. "Go on, get going. The medicinal bath is a good thing. Don't waste it," the old man said, waving his hand before returning to his herbs. Back at the small building, a wooden barrel sat in the bathroom of each room. The dark green medicinal liquid steamed, filled with a rich, potent herbal aroma. The moment they climbed in, a prickling, stabbing pain shot through their entire bodies. But soon a warm, tingling numbness seeped into their flesh and bones. It was both painful and pleasurable, an indescribable sensation. Lu Hen endured the sting, submerging himself completely in the medicinal liquid until only his head was above the surface. Exhaustion washed over him like a tide, but he forced himself to stay alert, silently circulating the star attraction art. Stimulated by the medicinal power and extreme fatigue, the flow of stellar force became even more difficult, yet also more distinct. A faint cool sensation traveled through his meridians, nourishing and repairing the aching muscles. His rusty sword lay beside the barrel, and the fifth star stone glowed faintly in the dim lamplight. He closed his eyes, replaying Bai Wei's movements and words in his mind. "Fuse the gravity into your sword. Too slow. Too rigid. Full of holes." His breathing gradually steadied. Under the dual influence of the medicinal power and stellar force, he drifted into a deep sleep. In his dream, he was still under 2 times gravity, wielding a heavy sword, chasing that elusive white figure he could never catch. Late at night, the small building was shrouded in silence. A faint light still glowed from a window on the 2nd floor. Bai Wei stood before the window, gazing at the dark courtyard. On the silver tablet in her hand, the five's training data flickered. One of the curves representing Lu Hen's energy fluctuations was rising slowly, yet with an exceptionally stable momentum. Looking at that curve, a glimmer of light, extremely faint, extremely difficult to detect, flickered in the depths of her icy eyes. "Somewhat interesting," she murmured to herself, then reached up and turned off the screen. Bai Wei's devilish training was ruthless, precise and merciless, lasting a full 7 days. Every day before dawn, the piercing buzz of the alarm would ring out with unerring accuracy. The 5 of them scrambled to their feet, threw on the unbearably heavy gravity training armor, and began another day of torment. Obstacle courses, weighted sprints and brutal strength exercises were bad enough, but the most terrifying part was sparring against Bai Wei. She used no flashy abilities, relying solely on her fists and feet, moving like a phantom with terrifying precision. The 5 of them, even fighting together, couldn't last 3 minutes under her assault. Every day they ended up battered and bruised, their bodies feeling like they were falling apart. The exhaustion was real, the pain was real. But the progress was also undeniable. Lan Pang's earthen walls could now be summoned instantly, even under high gravity, and he could casually shoot out small spikes or dig pits to trap enemies. And Lan's shield grew more agile, no longer just for defense but capable of powerful charges like a mobile iron mountain. And Kess' lightning became finer and more accurate, as if guided by sight, and he could also release crackling sparks to disrupt his opponents. Jin Yuqian stopped relying solely on data calculations, using instinct and luck to narrowly dodge attacks. Lu Hen showed the most improvement. Wielding his sword in the heavy armor was no longer awkward, he had even begun to integrate the oppressive weight of gravity into his sword techniques. Just as they were growing numb from the relentless training, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the academy. That afternoon the 5 of them had just been thoroughly beaten by Bai Wei and were lying on the ground gasping for air. Suddenly a commotion arose at the academy gate. Gu Changfeng strolled over with his hands in his pockets, a gleeful smirk on his face. "Oh, still training. Perfect timing. We have visitors. Bai Wei looked up towards the gate, her brow furrowing almost imperceptibly before returning to its icy stillness. Soon a group of imposing young people led by a middle-aged woman in a moon-white long dress entered the training ground. There were over a dozen of them, both male and female, all wearing the same dark blue school uniform with Kunlun cloud patterns embroidered on the chest. They looked around the dilapidated training ground with curiosity, then down at the 5 students who were lying on the floor like mud wearing strange heavy-looking armor. Their eyes couldn't hide a sense of condescending superiority. The leading woman in her 30s had a gentle temperament, a stark contrast to Bai Wei's coldness. Yet her features bore a resemblance to Bai Wei's. Seeing Bai Wei, she offered a warm smile. "Xiao Wei, long time no see." Bai Wei's expression was flat as she nodded slightly. "Sister. Sister." The thought stirred simultaneously in the minds of the 5. This amiable woman was actually Instructor Bei's elder sister. "Dean Gu, I apologize for the intrusion." Bai Nian turned to Gu Changfeng, her tone warm and polite. "Not at all, not at all. Teacher Bai Nian's visit is an honor for our academy." Gu Changfeng chuckled, his gaze sweeping over the young students. "These must be the top students from Kunlun Academy. Impressive bearing." "You flatter me, Dean," Bai Nian said with a slight smile. "I brought them out for some practical experience. I heard your academy was conducting special training and thought we might stop by for an exchange." Her words were polite, but the intention was clear, a challenge to gauge their strength. Her eyes fell on the 5 who were sprawled on the ground, pausing for a second longer on Lu Hen's rusty sword. A flicker of surprise passed through her eyes before being masked by warmth. "So these are the students from the Gifted Academy. They are indeed quite distinctive." Her tone was tactful, but the disdain was hard to miss. Lan Pang and the others struggled to get up, but their bodies were completely drained, making their movements clumsy and pathetic. Some of the Kunlun students couldn't help but let out low snickers. Bai Wei's expression instantly turned even colder. "Since it's an exchange, just watching isn't enough, is it?" Bai Wei's voice cut through the air, icy and sharp. "They've just finished training, so they're in a good state. Why don't the geniuses from Kunlun Academy come down and get some exercise?" Bai Nian was momentarily taken aback. She looked at the 5 exhausted figures on the ground and said softly, "Xiao Wei, this isn't really appropriate. They look very tired." "Will a real enemy care if you're tired?" Bai Wei retorted mercilessly. "Or are the geniuses of Kunlun Academy only good at picking on the weak?" The tension instantly reached its peak. The faces of the Kunlun students changed in unison. They were the proud prodigies of a top-tier academy, always the center of attention wherever they went. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? A tall, handsome young man stepped forward, his aura clearly the strongest among the group. He addressed Bai Nian respectfully, "Teacher Bai, since Instructor Bai wishes to spar, we are willing to learn from the students of the Gifted Academy. We will keep it to a friendly match." His tone was polite, but the confidence and arrogance in his eyes were unmistakable. Bai Nian looked at her students, then at the expressionless Bai Wei and the amused Gu Changfeng. She nodded gently. "Very well. Let's learn from each other through martial exchange." She turned to Lu Hen and the other 4, her tone gentle. "Don't be nervous, everyone. It's just a simple exchange." With the words spoken so plainly, there was no room for retreat. Lan Pang and the others exchanged bitter glances. Exhausted as they were, they now had to fight these top-tier geniuses. Lu Hen took a deep breath, propped himself up with his sword and slowly rose to his feet. He keenly sensed several contemptuous gazes fixed on him. One familiar stare in particular caught his attention. He followed the gaze. At the back of the Kunlun team, a girl with ice blue hair and stunning beauty was staring wide-eyed unblinkingly at him. Her face was a mask of shock and disbelief. It was Su Ro. She had come with the exchange team. Su Ro had clearly recognized Lu Hen too. She instinctively wanted to step forward, but was held back by a proud-looking girl beside her who gave her a meaningful look. She bit her lip and stopped, her gaze fixed on his exhausted, disheveled form. Her eyes were filled with pain and confusion. Lu Hen gave her a slight nod in acknowledgement. Now was not the time for catching up. Bai Wei raised her hand and remotely deactivated the gravity armor on the 5 of them. A wave of lightness washed over them, but it was followed by an even deeper sense of exhaustion. "Who's first?" Bai Wei looked towards the Kunlun group. "I'll go." The young man from before stepped forward in response. His name was Qin Hao, a rising star among the Kunlun freshmen possessing both gold and fire abilities. He was at the late stage of the second seal, a prodigy of immense talent. His gaze swept over the five, finally settling on Nku, who seemed to be in the best condition. "This classmate, please enlighten me." It was clear he had chosen Nku, aiming to take on the strongest with his own strength. Nku did not back down. He took a deep breath and stepped into the arena. His face was still pale, but his eyes had regained their calm. Bai Nian waved her hand gently and a soft energy barrier rose, forming a 20-meter diameter arena. "Begin." Qin Hao made a courteous "after you" gesture. Nku wasted no time. He knew he was in terrible condition and had to seize the initiative. His figure flickered and several fine bolts of lightning shot out like silver serpents, striking at Qin Hao from all directions. At the same time he retreated rapidly, looking for an opening. A flicker of approval passed through Qin Hao's eyes, but his movements were even faster. With a wave of his right hand, a golden energy shield materialized instantly, effortlessly blocking all the lightning. With a flick of his left finger, a tiny fiery red spark shot like lightning towards the path Nku was retreating to. Explode. The spark swelled into a fireball the size of a wash basin and detonated with a bang. A wave of heat surged and fragments scattered everywhere. Nku was forced to a halt, using his lightning to shield himself. He barely managed to withstand the blast but was sent stumbling backward, his face growing even paler. The gap was clear for all to see. Qin Hao had greater energy reserves, finer control and more combat experience. He hadn't even used his full strength. The rest of the fight was a complete one-sided affair. Qin Hao's gold-based defenses were impenetrable and his fire attacks were fast, precise and cunning. Although Nku's lightning was fierce, his low stamina and massive energy drain meant he couldn't break through the defense. Instead he was steadily pressured, becoming flustered. 3 minutes later. Nku attempted a desperate charge but was blocked by a metal wall summoned by Qin Hao. His ankle was then ensnared by a ring of fire, forcing him to concede defeat. "I accept your concession." Qin Hao pulled back his power, his tone polite. He had won with ease without even breaking a sweat. The atmosphere on the Gifted Academy side grew suffocatingly tense. The Kunlun students murmured among themselves, their looks of disdain now undisguised. "Who's next to grace us with their skill?" Qin Hao's gaze swept across the opponents, finally settling on Lu Hen. He seemed particularly intrigued by this youth, who carried a rusty sword and displayed no energy fluctuations at all. Lu Hen tightened his grip on the sword hilt, preparing to step forward. "Hold on." Bai Wei's voice cut in, cold as ice. "Since this is an exchange, don't let the same person fight all the time. You all claim to be geniuses, don't you? Fight together." Bai Nian frowned slightly but didn't intervene. From the Kunlun side, 2 more young men and 1 woman stepped forward. Their auras were powerful, all above the midstage of the second seal. Lan Pang and Lan Jin Yuqian exchanged glances. There was no escape, they had to tough it out. The result was a foregone conclusion. Lan Pang's earthen walls were shredded by a wind attribute girl's continuous blades. The gap in their movement skills was too vast for him to even get close. Lan's shield, though sturdy, was useless against an opponent who used vibration energy to numb his arms, leaving him wide open for a single decisive blow that ended the match. Jin Yuqian's calculations and luck were rendered useless against an overwhelmingly powerful ice ability. His feet were frozen in an ice ring, completely incapacitating him. 3 matches and the Gifted Academy lost them all. They were swift, crushing defeats. The Kunlun students didn't jeer, but their ease and sense of superiority were palpable. Su Ro stood at the back of the crowd, watching her teammates fall one by one, watching Lu Hen grip his sword hilt until his knuckles turned white. Her heart ached with urgency and indignation. Now only Lu Hen remained on the field, standing alone. Everyone's gaze was fixed on this youth covered in sweat and grime, carrying a rusty sword on his back. Qin Hao looked at him, a condescending smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Well, classmate, it's just you left. That sword of yours. It's a bit interesting. Care for a spar?" The atmosphere in the training ground was incredibly tense. The Gifted Academy had lost 4 consecutive matches, losing all face. The Kunlun geniuses stood calmly waiting for the final match to provide more amusement. Bai Wei watched with her arms crossed, her thoughts inscrutable. Gu Changfeng continued to smile cheerfully as if the whole affair had nothing to do with him. Bai Nian shook her head gently, about to step in and mediate. Just then Lu Hen took a step forward, walking slowly to the center of the arena. He raised his eyes to look at Qin Hao opposite him, then swept his gaze over the contemptuous geniuses of Kunlun. Finally his eyes met Su Rao's, which were filled with anxiety and worry from the back of the crowd. He took a deep breath, pushing all his exhaustion, frustration and unwillingness deep into his heart. Slowly his left hand tightened around the sword hilt on his back. Lu Hen walked slowly to the center of the arena, his rusted sword pointed diagonally at the ground. The fifth starstone on the blade glowed and the sixth began to dimly flicker to life. Qin Hao glanced at the battered sword and the lackluster stance of his opponent, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his lips. "Fellow student, please." Lu Hen did not move. His gaze swept past Qin Hao, fixing directly on several other students with formidable auras from Kunlun Academy. His voice was low but carried clearly across the entire venue, "One is too slow. All of you." His words paused abruptly as the rusted sword lifted sharply, its tip pointing directly at Qin Hao, Lin Qian, Zhao Gang and Sun Zhong. "All four of you come at me together." The moment the words fell, the entire venue fell into dead silence. Even Bai Wei, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, raised an eyebrow sharply. Gu Changfeng let out a surprised exclamation, stroking his chin with keen interest. Bai Nian's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. The students of Kunlun Academy erupted instantly. What did he say? Is he insane? 1 against 4. Qin Hao alone could handle him and he dares to provoke all four. The smile on Qin Hao's face froze, instantly replaced by an uncontrollable fury. He was a top genius of Kunlun Academy, never treated with such disdain. "Fellow student," Qin Hao's voice was chillingly cold, "confidence is a virtue but arrogance is pure folly." Lu Hen's expression remained calm, showing no sign of retreat, afraid. A single word dropped lightly, yet it ignited the powder keg. "Fine. Very well." Qin Hao laughed in fury. "Since you seek death, we shall grant your wish." He turned and signaled to Lin Qian, Zhao Gang and Sun Zhong. The three, already provoked, stepped forward, immediately standing shoulder to shoulder with Qin Hao. Four top freshmen from Kunlun Academy surrounding one man. The scene was absurd yet filled with suffocating pressure. Su Rou behind the crowd stomped her feet in anxiety, held back by her classmates. She watched Lu Hen standing alone in the arena, gripping his sword, her heart clenched tightly and her eyes instantly reddened. Bai Nian sighed helplessly, looking at Gu Changfeng and Bai Wei, signaling whether they should intervene. Gu Changfeng waved his hand with a smile. "Young people, high spirits, a fight is good for health." Bai Wei's thin lips parted, uttering only one word, "Begin." In an instant, Qin Hao and his three companions simultaneously erupted with formidable energy. Golden red flames, cyan wind, thick yellow earth and invisible vibrations, for auras above the second seal intermediate level, pressed down upon Lu Hen like mountains. An ordinary person would have trembled and collapsed in fear. But Lu Hen stood motionless. He adjusted his breathing slightly, stepped forward with his left foot and slowly raised the rusted sword. Under extreme pressure, the star power within him boiled wildly. The connection between the cool point at his brow and the rusted sword became clearer than ever. "Charge!" Qin Hao shouted, striking first. Several fireballs blasted out while golden spikes erupted from the ground, attacking from above and below. Lin Qian transformed into a cyan blur, moving at incredible speed, and a storm of wind blades spread like a giant net, sealing all escape routes. Zhao Gang pressed his hands down and shockwaves spread like ripples, aiming to disrupt Lu Hen's balance and rhythm. Sun Zhong roared, raising an earth wall to block the retreat, and charged Heaton like a heavy war chariot. Their coordination was flawless, a perfect killing formation. The four students from the Heavenly Talent Academy turned pale, their hearts in their throats. The Kunlun Academy students held their breath, waiting to see Lu Hen instantly defeated. At the critical moment, Lu Hen moved. He did not retreat, dodge or resist Heaton. With a precise twist of his body, the rusted sword traced an extremely simple arc, its tip accurately striking the weakest point of the wind blades. Clang clang clang, the wind blades were deflected, colliding and shattering, tearing open a gap. His footwork flashed continuously, slipping through the earth spikes like an eel avoiding Sun Zhong's charge. When the shockwave hit, he swiftly redirected his star power, forcibly withstanding the dizziness, pausing only for a fleeting moment. In that instant, the rusted sword accelerated, suddenly transforming from a point into an upward slash. A solid silver-blue sword light shot up, colliding Heaton with Qin Hao's fireball. Sizzle, no explosion, no roar. The blazing fireball was cleaved apart by the sword light, its energy instantly dissipating into flying sparks. Lu Hen took advantage of the momentum bursting out from the gaps between the wind blades, earth spikes charge and shockwaves. His clothes were torn, his arms burned, but he had finally broken through the first round of siege. Such swift swordplay. What was that light? Too bizarre. One man holding off 4 geniuses. Exclamations erupted from the sidelines. The faces of Qin Hao and his companions turned utterly grim. They finally understood that the youth with the rusted sword was no waste. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Kill. Qin Hao roared, his assault turning ferocious. He condensed a golden-red fireball the size of a washbasin, its temperature terrifyingly high. Lin Qian transformed into a flowing light with dense wind blades raining down from all directions like a storm. Zhao Gang's shockwaves turned into invisible heavy hammers bombarding Lu Hen's vital points. Sun Zhong, like a rock fortress, blocked all escape routes, his stone fists smashing through the air with a boom. Lu Hen was trapped. He was like a solitary boat in a tempest, relying solely on the body reflexes and delicate control of star power honed by Weiss' devilish training to barely hold on amidst the siege. The rusted sword in his hand sometimes pierced wind blades like a nimble serpent, sometimes blocked stone fists like a mountain, and sometimes cleaved energy like an arc of light. But even 2 hands could not withstand 4. The 4 opponents were all prodigies of heaven, their coordination growing increasingly seamless. Lu Hen's wounds multiplied, his breathing grew more ragged, and his star power neared depletion. His movements gradually slowed, his dodges lost their agility, and his blocks became more strenuous. He's about to collapse. To have lasted this long, he's already a monster. That sword technique. Too eerie. Su Rao's nails dug deep into her palms, tears welling in her eyes, her heart filled with anxiety and pity. Blue Fatty and Lan and the others were about to rush onto the field. Just then, a fierce glint flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. He seized the opening when Lu Hen's old strength had just faded and new strength had yet to arise, hurling the long-condensed golden-red fireball brimming with destructive energy fiercely at Lu Hen's back. Lin Qian's wind blades sealed the left and right, Zhao Gang's shockwaves hammered the lower body, and Sun Zhong charged Heaton. A killing blow. A flash of fierce determination crossed Lu Hen's eyes. No more stalling. He made an instant decision: abandon defense, go all-out offense. Ignoring the fireball, the wind blades, the shockwaves, and the charge. He poured every last shred of star power within him without reservation wildly into the rusted sword. His spirit concentrated at its peak, his intent pure, not anger but a resolute determination to sever everything. Sever. A low roar burst from his chest. The rusted sword hummed. On the blade the 6th starstone blazed with light. And the 6th starstone, closer to the hilt and never lit before, was suddenly ignited at this moment. A dazzling silver-blue light shot into the sky. A 3-foot arc of light condensed to its utmost, as if capable of slicing through vision itself, silently cut through the air. No loud noise, no blinding flash. Yet in an instant, Qin Hao's terrifying fireball was cleaved apart like butter by a hot knife. Lin Qian's storm of wind blades was easily shredded. Zhao Gang's invisible shockwaves directly collapsed and dissipated. Sun Zhong's stone fist shattered upon contact with the arc, the fist splitting open with wounds deep enough to see bone blood gushing out. One sword stroke. Broke the fireball. Shattered the wind net. Dispersed the shockwaves. Wounded a powerful foe. The silver-blue arc slowly dissipated, leaving a clear spatial distortion mark in the air that lingered long. The training ground fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stood frozen, staring at the arena in shock. That youth stood leaning on his sword, his face pale as paper, his body swaying, a trace of fresh blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet in his hand the ancient rusted sword gleamed with the brilliant light of 6 starstones. Qin Hao, Lin Qian and Zhao Gang stood dumbfounded. Staring at the dissipated energy, at Sun Zhong clutching his hand and groaning in pain, their faces held only extreme shock and disbelief. The combined siege of 4 top geniuses from Kunlun Academy. Shattered by one sword stroke. Su Rou could no longer hold back, tears instantly streamed down her face, not from sorrow but from excitement, pity and relief. She unconsciously stepped forward, her eyes full of worry for the injured Lu Hen, completely forgetting that she still stood within the ranks of Kunlun Academy. This scene did not escape anyone's notice. The Kunlun Academy students wore strange expressions, and none had expected that Su Rou, always aloof, would care so deeply for this down-and-out youth. Bai Nian's mouth hung wide open, unable to close, his face etched with awe. Gu Changfeng narrowed his eyes staring at the glowing rusted sword, his smile turning profound. Bai Wei's arms were crossed and her fingers tapped almost imperceptibly. For the first time a complex unreadable glimmer passed through her icy eyes. Lu Hen coughed twice, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. That one sword stroke had drained all his strength. He gripped the rusted sword tightly, barely steadying himself, and in a hoarse voice softly uttered, "Still want to fight?" 3 words light as the wind. Yet they struck like a 1,000-pound hammer, pounding heavily into everyone's heart. The silence stretched for over 10 seconds before the sharp intake of breaths finally erupted. Am I seeing this right? One strike. Just one strike. What sword art was that? That light. Sun Zhong's stone fist was cleaved through. And that was a mid-tier second seal defensive technique. The students from Kunlun Academy could no longer maintain their composure. A buzz of murmurs rose, their gazes fixed on the pale-faced youth propping himself up with his sword in the arena, eyes filled with shocked disbelief and a hint of fear. Qin Hao, Lin Qian and Zhao Gang wore grim expressions. Qin Hao's pride had crumbled, replaced by solemn scrutiny. Lin Qian bit her lip, her gaze lingering on Lu Hen's rusted sword with complicated emotions. Zhao Gang furrowed his brow, still trying to comprehend the silver-blue arc of light that had effortlessly shattered his oscillating wave. The injured Sun Zhong was helped to his feet, his face ashen as he stared at his bloodied fist, pain mingling with sheer terror. That single strike had been too fast, too sharp, too incomprehensible. It was no ordinary ability or martial art, it was a power they had never witnessed, an ancient pure will of severance. Bai Nian hurried to Sun Zhong's side, her hands glowing with a soft white light as she pressed them to his wound. The bleeding stopped quickly and the flesh began to mend. As she tended to him, she lifted her gaze to Lu Hen, her gentle eyes now tinged with surprise and curiosity. This youth. And his sword. Dean. Bai Nian began, turning to Gu Changfeng. But Gu Changfeng had already strolled to the edge of the arena, hands clasped behind his back, circling Lu Hen twice. His murky old eyes gleamed as he clicked his tongue. Good lad. Good lad. That strike had a bit of that flavor. His words were vague, yet Bai Nian and Bai Wei seemed to understand, their expressions shifting slightly. Bai Wei still had her arms crossed, but her icy demeanor seemed to soften by a fraction. The way she looked at Lu Hen was no longer pure cold assessment, there was a hint of recognition. Still want to fight? Lu Hen coughed again, his voice hoarser, but the hand gripping his sword remained steady. His star energy was nearly depleted and sharp pains lanced through his meridians, yet his eyes were still clear, carrying a hint of challenge as he looked at Qin Hao. Qin Hao's expression flickered, then he took a deep breath and stepped forward, clasping his fists solemnly. Your swordsmanship is formidable. We concede. Proud as he was no fool. That strike had surpassed their understanding, even their ability to block. Continuing would only bring humiliation. Moreover, he could sense that Lu Hen was at the end of his strength after delivering that blow. Pressing further might turn a friendly spar into a grudge. Lu Hen's taut nerves eased at the admission, but his body swayed, nearly collapsing. Lu Hen. Su Ro could no longer hold back. Breaking free from her classmates, she rushed into the arena and caught his trembling frame, her ice-blue eyes filled with urgency and concern. How are you? Are you badly hurt? I'm fine. Just exhausted. Lu Hen shook his head, steadying himself with her support, forcing a weary smile at Su Ro. Lan Pang and Kujin Yoqian and Lan quickly gathered around, helping to support Lu Hen. Lan Pang, his eyes red, clapped Lu Hen on the shoulder, carefully avoiding his injuries, and exclaimed, Brother Lu. That was insane. 1 against 4 and you took them all down with a single strike. I fatty bow to you. And Lan, usually ineloquent, nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with admiration. Jin Yuqian swiftly examined Lu Hen's condition, his glasses glinting with data analysis. And Lan's cold gaze softened with evident concern as he looked at Lu Hen's pale face and blood-flecked lips. In that moment the bond of shared hardship and honor among the 5 from Tiankai Academy was palpable. On the Kunlun Academy side the atmosphere had shifted. The earlier contempt and pride were gone, replaced by silence and complex emotions. Their eyes lingered on Lu Hen, especially on his ancient sword, now dim and rusted again with wariness and curiosity. Excellent. What a splendid exchange. Gu Changfeng clapped, breaking the silence with a hearty laugh. Teacher Bai, it seems our unworthy students have a few tricks after all. They didn't disgrace us. Bai Nian had finished treating Sun Zhong's wounds, though they would take time to fully heal. She rose, her face regaining its gentle smile, but the awe remained in her eyes. Dean Gu is too kind. Your students are truly hidden talents. Especially this Lu Hen, his swordsmanship is extraordinary, truly admirable. May I ask which master he studied under? Her question was polite, but her intent to probe Lu Hen's background was clear. Whoever taught such swordplay and wielded such a peculiar ancient sword could not be ordinary. Ha ha ha, Gu Changfeng laughed it off. Just a mountain boy practicing on his own, no master. Don't laugh at us, teacher Bai. Self-taught. Bai Nian certainly didn't believe it, but seeing Gu Changfeng's reluctance, she tactfully dropped the subject, turning to Bai Wei. Xiao Wei, it seems you've taught some impressive students here. Bai Wei glanced at her. That's his own doing. After a pause she added, and the foundation laid by Hong Jin. The words were cold, but those who knew her well like Bai Nian could detect a rare hint of affirmation, and a trace of almost imperceptible pride. Gu Changfeng's eyes crinkled into slits as he smiled, his face creasing deeply. He walked over to Lu Hen and patted his shoulder without force, channeling a gentle vast energy into Lu Hen's body, quickly alleviating his exhaustion and the stabbing pain in his meridians. Well done, lad, Gu Changfeng said in a low voice meant only for Lu Hen. You didn't disgrace Tiankai Academy nor Hong Jin. And you didn't disgrace. He paused, leaving the sentence unfinished, but a light flashed in his murky eyes. Yourself. Lu Hen felt a surge of warmth flow through him, revitalizing his spirit. He looked at Gu Changfeng and whispered, "Thank you, Dean." Gu Changfeng waved his hand, slipping back into his usual roguish demeanor. Facing Bai Nian and the Kunlun Academy group, he said, "Teacher Bai, you've traveled far and the sparring is done. The children should rest now. How about some tea at my place? Though my humble abode may not have tea as fine as Kunlun Academy's." Bai Nian took the cue, gracefully smiling. You're too kind, Dean Gu. We've imposed enough. Today we've witnessed the remarkable skills of your students, it's been enlightening. It's getting late, we should take our leave. She knew that Kunlun Academy had suffered a minor setback in this exchange, and staying longer would only create awkwardness. She turned to her students who were still recovering from the shock and said with gentle but firm authority, "All right, the exchange is over. Fall in line, prepare to return." The Kunlun students snapped out of their daze, quickly forming ranks, though their gazes kept drifting to Lu Hen, supported by his teammates and the seemingly ordinary rusted sword in his hand. Su Ro released her hold on Lu Hen, giving him a deep look. You. Get some rest. Then she hurried back to the Kunlun ranks, glancing back several times. Bai Nian bid farewell to Gu Changfeng and Bai Wei, who nodded slightly before leading the complex-faced Kunlun Academy team out of Tiankai Academy's crude training ground just as orderly as when they arrived. As they disappeared through the gate, Lan Pang finally burst out, "Yeah. We won. Brother Lu is a beast." The others also exhaled in relief and broke into excited smiles. Bai Wei's cold voice cut through. What's there to celebrate? Winning a honor versus 4 by pushing yourself to the brink, is that something to be proud of? The cheers died instantly. The 5 hung their heads, doused like a bucket of cold water. Bai Wei pointed at Lu Hen, that last strike had some merit, but the cost was total exhaustion. In a real life or death fight, would the enemy give you a chance to catch your breath? Foolish. And you 4, she jabbed a finger at Lan Pang and the others, watching one man fight desperately, is that glorious? Where was your teamwork? Your support? Your brains? Her words shattered the budding pride of the 5. Training is cancelled for today. Go back, replay today's fight 10 times each and write a summary of no less than 3,000 words. Submit it tomorrow morning. With that, Bai Wei turned to leave, but after 2 steps she paused, her back to them, and let out an almost inaudible hum. But the sword was passable. Then she truly walked away, her white figure quickly disappearing around the corner of the courtyard wall. The 5 exchanged glances, feeling thoroughly scolded, yet Bai Wei's barely audible, "The sword was passable," somehow warmed their hearts. Gu Changfeng watched Bai Wei's retreating figure, then looked at the 5 dejected yet resilient young people, his smile deepening. He strolled to the edge of the herb garden, hands behind his back, speaking to a few sprouting medicinal plants as if to himself or to them. Winning and losing don't matter. Face doesn't matter. What matters is knowing why you fight and knowing where your sword should point. Today's strike. It showed some promise. But the road is still long. Rest well. Tomorrow. That girl Bei's methods aren't over yet. The five stiffened in unison, the brief warmth in their hearts instantly replaced by dread of the next day's training. Lu Hen tightened his grip on his sword, feeling the coolness from the hilt and the faint yet steady pulse of the three small stones within the blade gradually calming. He looked in the direction Bai Wei had gone, then at his equally conflicted companions, and finally at Gu Changfeng, slightly stooped back. Yet deep down a small spark of pride lingered. At night the training ground was empty, devoid of any soul. The moon hung in the sky, casting a cold pale light. Lu Hen did not return to his room. He sat alone in the center of the field, legs crossed, the rusty sword resting horizontally across his knees. The fight earlier that day had drained his strength, and now his entire body ached, his bones feeling as if they were coming apart. Yet sleep eluded him, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. He closed his eyes and attempted to practice the star summoning art. A wisp of cool energy seeped out from between his brows, slowly circulating through his body, mending the sore and weary places. The sword lay on his legs, emitting a faint, almost imperceptible glow. He sat there, his breathing gradually deepening and softening. The surroundings were silent save for the chirping of insects in the grass. In the shadow of a building not far away, two figures stood. They were Dean Gu Changfeng and instructor Bai Wei. They seemed to have been there for a while, quietly watching Lu Hen meditating alone under the moonlight. "This kid, his temperament is decent," Gu Changfeng stroked the few whiskers on his chin, his voice very soft. "Exhausted as he is, he still knows to work hard." Bai Wei said nothing, merely watching. The moonlight fell upon her face and the icy veneer seemed to thaw slightly, a hint of an unreadable emotion flickering in her eyes. "That sword," Gu Changfeng muttered again, "it's getting more and more interesting. Bai girl, what do you think?" Bai Wei was silent for a few seconds before speaking, her voice still indifferent. "I can't read that kid, but just keep tempering him." "Temper? Isn't that what you're doing?" Gu Changfeng chuckled. "I think that line you said at the end today, 'the sword is passable,' was anything but simple." Bai Wei glanced at him but didn't respond. Just then Lu Hen, who was meditating on the field, seemed to tremble almost imperceptibly. He did tremble. Not his body but his mind. Right at the moment when his heart was most tranquil, on the verge of entering that empty state, a longenhard, lazy yet ethereal female voice suddenly rang out in his mind, "Hey kid, not bad." Lu Hen's heart jolted violently, nearly jolting him out of his meditation. That voice. It was the celestial sister. The one who taught him the star summoning art and then fell silent. "I didn't expect that without my guidance you'd manage to learn the first move of the star summoning art on your own." The celestial sister's voice held a hint of surprise and satisfaction. "You even lit up the fifth little star on the sword. Not bad." Lu Hen quickly steadied his mind and thought, "Celestial sister, where have you been all these days? What's the deal with these 9 little stones on the sword? Why does the move get stronger the more of them are lit? These days?" The celestial sister's voice seemed to yawn slightly. "I've been right here in your mind all along, just watching without speaking. Your performance. It's passable barely." Lu Hen. "As for those 9 little stars," the celestial sister continued, her voice lazy, "simply put, every time you use a move from the star summoning art, the star power you draw will be channeled into this sword. The thicker and purer your star power, the more it can devour and the more stars will light up. The star summoning art has a total of 9 moves. You've only just touched upon the edge of the first move, star severance. These 9 stars correspond to the keys of this move. You must light them up one by one in order. Only after lighting all 9 can you consider the move fully mastered and barely use it effectively. To truly master a move and unleash its maximum power, you need to feed the corresponding stars until they are full and stable. Otherwise the foundation will be unstable, like building a house without a base, it will collapse if built too high." Lu Hen understood only half of it, but he grasped the general idea. It turned out the sword and the art were connected, and the stars were both a ruler and a key. Then, if I light all 9, would I become incredibly powerful? He couldn't help but ask in his mind. Powerful? The celestial sister seemed to laugh, a light sound like wind chimes. "All 9 lit? That's still a long way off. You've only lit 6 now, and you're barely halfway through perfecting the first move, star severance, and you're already thinking about the rest. Focus on thoroughly mastering the first move first. Oh, and a reminder, lighting the stars isn't just about frantically drawing star power, you also need enlightenment. Without grasping the true meaning within, no amount of star power will light the next one." Enlightenment. Lu Hen pondered the word. For example, that last slash you made during the day, carrying that fierce intent to sever everything that touched upon the true essence of star severance, which is why the sixth stone lit up. Think about it carefully. The celestial sister's voice began to drift heavy with drowsiness. Alright, I've said enough. I'm sleepy. I'll take a nap now. Don't bother me unless it's important. Wait, celestial sister, I still have so many questions. Lu Hen hurriedly called out in his mind. But there was no response. That ethereal voice vanished without a trace, as if it had never been there. Lu Hen slowly opened his eyes. Moonlight fell upon his face. He looked down at the rusty sword resting across his knees. The blade was dark and barely visible in the moonlight. So that was it. 9 stars, 6 moves. Light up the stars. Yet for some reason knowing this made him feel more grounded. At least now he knew which direction to go. He closed his eyes again and resumed practicing the star summoning art. This time he not only drew star power to nourish his body but also began to meticulously recall the feeling of that slash from the day, the thought of severing everything. In the shadow of the building not far away, Gu Changfeng and Bai Wei watched as Lu Hen resumed his meditation. A faint, almost imperceptible aura seemed to emanate from him, subtly resonating with the stars above. Seems a little different. Gu Changfeng squinted. Bai Wei said nothing, took another look, then turned and silently disappeared into the darkness. Gu Changfeng also smiled, clasped his hands behind his back and ambled away. Lu Hen sat alone in the center of the arena, legs crossed. The rusted sword lay horizontally across his knees. He had maintained this posture for a long time. He let out a long exhale, the white mist of his breath twisting and dissipating quickly in the cold wind. His spirit rallied somewhat, yet his heart remained laden with a heavy weight. The experiences of these past days had left little leisure for stillness, pressing down upon his chest. He reached out and picked up the old phone from the ground beside him. A small crack marred the screen, cool to the touch. His finger swiped across it, the faint light illuminating the sweat and grime still on his face. The contact list was sparse. He scrolled twice, stopping at the name Dad. The profile picture was a somewhat blurry group photo. Dad had his arm around Mom's shoulder, both were grinning ear to ear, the old locust tree from their hometown in the background. The photo was taken years ago. A small feather seemed to tickle his heart-stirring hesitation. It was so late, were his parents already asleep? What time was it at the place where they were on business? Was it safe? Yet he pressed the call button anyway. Even just hearing their voices would be enough. Beep, beep, the phone's ring was especially clear in the quiet night, echoing for a long time. Just as Lu Hen thought no one would answer and was about to hang up, the call connected. Hello? Xiao Hen. It was his father Lu Feng's voice. It sounded hoarser and a bit breathless than usual, but he tried to force a cheerful tone. Why call at this hour? Doesn't your academy have bed checks at night? The background noise on the other end was very off. It wasn't the quiet of home or the urban traffic of the city. It was a whooshing sound, like a gale or the sharp whistle of something flying past rapidly. Intermittently there were short muffled thump sounds. Thump. Noises like heavy objects striking thick hide. And there were faint low growls that didn't sound human. They seemed not far away but quickly faded as if pulled into the distance. Dad Lu Hen gripped the phone tightly, his voice unconsciously lowering as if afraid to disturb something. Just finished training, not asleep yet. You and Mom. It sounds really windy over there. Everything okay? Oh, it's nothing. Lu Feng's voice rose slightly. A clang came from the background like a metal object being kicked. He seemed to have moved quickly. Just out with your mom. On business. It's near the sea here, windy at night. The signal tower might be a bit faulty, makes the sound staticky. How about you? Getting used to school? Training hard? No one bullying you? A barrage of questions came through, laced with undisguised concern and a hint of eagerness to change the subject. Business trip? Near the sea? The questions in Lu Hen's mind grew larger. He remembered last time his parents returned from a business trip, they carried a faint smell of sulfur and burnt things mixed together, one that couldn't be washed away. Mom also had a new shallow scar on her wrist, healed over. When asked, she only said she got it moving things. Did they always go on business trips to places with bad signals and poor conditions? I'm doing fine, Dad. Lu Han suppressed his doubts following his father's lead. Training is pretty tiring. The new instructor Bai is especially strict, even tougher than instructor Hong. But in keeping up, everyone trains together. Strict is good. A strict master produces outstanding students. Lu Feng's voice carried a hint of delight. The background noise seemed to subside temporarily, the wind dying down. It was as if they had found a sheltered or safer corner. Without hardship, how can you forge true skill? Your mom keeps muttering, afraid you can't take it. I say our son is tough. I'm not afraid of hard work, Lu Han said. He paused, then couldn't help but mention the day's events. Dad, today some people from other academies came to visit ours. Oh. Visiting? A fight? Lu Feng perked up. How did it go? Well. We had a sparring session. Lu Han tried to keep his tone casual. I went a few rounds with them. And ended up winning. Using that sword. The other end of the line suddenly went silent. Not a silence of no sound. It was as if Lu Feng had held his breath. Even the faint howling wind and strange noises in the background seemed to freeze for an instant. After about 2 or 3 seconds, Lu Feng's voice sounded again. Lower and more serious than before. Won. With that sword? How did you win? Lu Han sensed the solemnity in his father's tone. He briefly described the process. He didn't elaborate on the on versus 4 fight or the final perilous strike, only saying, in the end I used a move I just learned and forced them back. The sword. It seemed pretty useful. Good. Attaboy. Lu Feng's voice suddenly boomed. This time it was a genuinely hearty laugh. The laughter crackled through the line, making Lu Han's ear tingle. But he could hear the deep gratification within it and a hint of relief. Well done. You really made me proud. Haha. No wonder you're my son, Lu Feng. I knew the path you walk would have your own thoughts and choices. I knew it. That rusted sword is fated with you. Amid the laughter, Lu Han faintly heard a gentle yet slightly helpless female voice from further away on the line. It was his mother. Old Lu, keep your voice down, be steady. Xiao Han, don't listen to your father's bluster. Be careful, know your limits, okay? Never act recklessly. His mother's voice was also a bit breathless, but she tried to keep it steady. Mom, I remember. Don't worry about me. Lu Han's heart felt warm yet also a bit sore. He knew that wherever his parents were, it was absolutely not as easy as they made it sound. It's you two who need to be safe. Dad's loud voice, don't stir up the wind even more. He made a clumsy joke. You little brat, making fun of your old man. Lu Feng scolded with a laugh. But his tone quickly turned serious. Xiao Han, you said a move I just learned. Who did you learn it from? The academy. Or that sword? Lu Han hesitated. Mainly just figured it out myself. Using the sword I started to get a feel for it. Instructor Bai also gave some pointers on power release. Figured it out yourself. Got a feel for the sword. Lu Feng murmured as if chewing over the words. The wind in the background picked up again. Good, good. The path is walked by yourself, the feeling is found by yourself. Instructor Bai. Since she's willing to guide you, listen well and learn well. She. Lu Feng paused, seeming to choose his words. Her methods are orthodox and her skills are formidable. Learning from her, you won't be led astray, but you'll have to endure hardship. I know. Dad, do you know Instructor Bai? Not really, no, just heard of her. She has taught in various academies and every student she produced was top tier. Lu Feng's tone was vague. Silver hair, cold demeanor, ruthless hand, she's notoriously strict. For her to take notice of you is no easy feat. But Xiao Han, remember, the master teaches the trade, but the apprentice's skill is self-made. Your own path in the end must be trodden by your own feet. That sword and that feeling you've figured out, that is the foundation for you to stand firm and walk far. Everything else is just auxiliary. Lu Feng's words struck Lu Han's heart like heavy hammers. He seemed to understand a little yet felt more confused. His father seemed to know something but refused to say it plainly. Dad. Something happened near the back mountain of our school a while ago. Lu Han thought for a moment and mentioned it. He wanted to know how much his parents knew about such things. What happened? Lu Feng's voice instantly tightened. We discovered an unstable dark fissure. The Academy organized us to go in for a practical assessment. A fissure? You went in? Lu Feng's voice shot up sharply. A muffled bang came from the background as if he had punched something. Nonsense. Who let you go in? Is that old Gu Changfeng senile? How old are you? What did you encounter in there? Was anyone hurt? A barrage of urgent questions filled with lingering fear and anger. Lu Hen quickly said, Dad, don't worry, we're fine. Dean Gu and Instructor Hong. And Instructor Hong were there. We just ran into some lava beetles and a very dangerous monster with many tentacles. It almost went wrong. A tentacle monster. Lu Feng's voice dropped, turning icy. Was it dark purple, looked slimy and slippery, and touching it made you dizzy, nauseous, and feel like going mad? Lu Hen's heart tightened. Yes. Exactly like that. Dean Gu said it was the juvenile form of something called a soul-devouring demon octopus. A heavy breath came from Lu Feng on the other end, along with a very faint worried sigh from his mother. So it was that damn thing. Lu Feng's voice was suppressed with anger and worry. Xiao Hen, you listen to me. From now on, stay away from those kinds of fissures. That's not a place for you to go now. If the Academy has similar missions, don't you rush to the front. Stay close to the strongest instructor. Survival is the top priority. You hear me? I hear you, Dad, Lu Hen obediently replied. And that sword in your hand? Lu Feng's tone grew heavier. I understand. Lately, I feel a deeper connection with it, Lu Hen said, touching the hilt of the sword on his knee. Good. Lu Feng's tone softened slightly. But immediately the background noise on the phone became piercingly sharp. A blood-curdling roar, utterly inhuman, exploded nearby. It sounded as if it were right next to them. At the same time his mother's short, urgent warning came. Old Lu. 9 o'clock. High-speed approach. More than one. Got it. Cover me. Lu Feng's voice instantly became terse, calm, and filled with a murderous aura. The previous warmth and worry vanished completely. Xiao Hen. Dad has an emergency here. Gotta hang up. Remember my words. Walk your own path. Get stronger. Don't worry about us. Say something to your mom. Mom. Lu Hen called out urgently. Xiao Hen, be good, Mom is fine. Take good care of yourself. Came his mother's gentle, rapid voice. The background was filled with the increasingly close, teeth-grinding screech of tearing air and Lu Feng's low roars. Beep, 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 the call was abruptly cut off, the busy tone ringing mercilessly. Lu Hen stood rigidly in the cold moonlight, phone held aloft. His ears seemed to still echo his father's final resolute, walk your own path. Get stronger. And his mother's gentle, take good care of yourself. And the heart-stopping roars of monsters and sounds of fierce battle in the background. The night wind blew and he shivered. Not from the cold but from a tightness in his heart. He looked at the darkness devouring the distance, then down at his own hands. These hands, roughened by relentless training, covered in fine wounds and calluses. The lines of his palms still seemed to hold the faint sting of friction from swinging the sword. His parents were on the other side. In those places with bad signals, strong winds, and harsh environments. Fighting those things that issued terrifying roars. That wasn't a business trip, it was a battlefield. And he was here. In this academy that seemed peaceful but was also seething with undercurrents. Facing a group of arrogant prodigies and instructors more ruthless than the last. The path had to be walked alone. Getting stronger was the only answer. He gripped the phone tightly, then slowly loosened his hold. He carefully tucked the heavy weight of worry and longing deep into his heart. Then he put away the phone and looked up one last time at the star-studded night sky. Those distant stars seemed to resonate subtly with the star energy flowing within him and the sword on his knee. Turning, he strode towards the dormitory building. His footsteps fell on the sandy soil, making a soft rustling sound. Step by step. More steady and resolute than when he had come. Pushing open the dormitory door, he didn't turn on the light. Blue Fatty's thunderous snores sounded rhythmically. Anlan occasionally ground his teeth. From Jin Yuqian's side came the faint glow of electronic devices. Ankes's bed was the quietest. Everyone was exhausted. Lu Hen walked to his own bed by the moonlight filtering through the window. The rusted sword lay quietly against the wall, its blade shrouded in shadow. But as his gaze fell upon it, the third embedded stone. Then he slowly fell asleep, his lips seeming to murmur, "Dad, Mom, be careful." Days passed by relentlessly. Bai Weiss' devilish training remained ruthlessly intense. The gravity armor on their bodies grew heavier and the training tasks became increasingly challenging. Lu Hen and his 4 companions were like red-hot iron pieces in a blacksmith's shop being hammered one blow after another. Old wounds piled upon new injuries, sweat pouring down repeatedly. Yet their body strength and combat instincts were gradually becoming stronger and more solid under this brutal forging. The once soft earthen walls transformed completely. While running they could instantly bend to create earthen shields and dig pits to set traps. Their earth-based abilities grew increasingly agile. And Land's shield became increasingly formidable, not only absorbing impacts but also rebounding with force, integrating offense and defense. And Kess' lightning was like an extension of his will, able to form lightning spears and weave electric nets. With a surge of electric energy beneath his feet, his speed skyrocketed. Jin Yuqian's calculations became ever more precise, and combined with his uncanny luck he could always find unexpected blind spots in his enemies. The progress of the 5 was visibly apparent. Each sparring session, each assessment surpassed the last. Even Bai Weiss' perpetually icy expression relaxed slightly when recording data. Only Lu Hen felt increasingly uneasy inside. He had truly hit a bottleneck. Cultivating the star guiding technique was inherently a slow endeavor. The daytime hellish training honed their physical bodies and combat skills, offering minimal assistance to the growth of their star power. In the evenings, meditation drew in star energy as fine as hair, merely healing wounds. Hoping for a significant breakthrough was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He could clearly sense that the power of the star-cutting sword had reached its limits. With 6 star stones glowing simultaneously, its power was indeed terrifying, but the consumption was equally horrifying. A single strike rendered him utterly drained. He always fell short of fully integrating the intent of cutting from the star-cutting sword into his daily sword techniques. Either the power dissipated or the star energy could not keep up. Watching his companions make breakthroughs every few days, Lu Hen gradually grew anxious. He knew his path was different from others, yet the feeling of being stuck in place was like a worm crawling in his heart, both frustrating and powerless. That night he sat alone in a corner of the training ground. The star energy circulated slowly within him, showing no difference from a few days or a week ago. Lu Hen felt somewhat disheartened as he opened his eyes and looked at the rusted ancient sword on his lap. "What's wrong, Stuck?" A lazy ethereal voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Lu Hen's spirit immediately lifted and he hurriedly replied in his mind, "Fairy sister. You're awake. I've been struggling with my training lately and my star power isn't increasing." "That's normal," the fairy sister replied, still carrying the grogginess of just waking. "The star guiding technique in its initial stage is about laying the foundation and refining the body with faint starlight, which is inherently slow. Your physical body has been honed sufficiently by these days of training. Relying on scattered starlight will make significant breakthroughs in your lifetime extremely difficult." "Then what should I do?" Lu Hen asked anxiously. "You need energy crystals," the fairy sister stated decisively. "Energy crystals? What are those?" "They are energy essences formed from the heart cores and mental energies of dark creatures after they die. Energy crystals are a great supplement for ability users if they can purify abilities and enhance energy, but they have high absorption waste and can easily pollute one's mind." "What about for me?" Lu Hen felt a hint of anticipation. "For someone like you practicing the star guiding technique, they are top-tier supplements and accelerants. You can use special mental techniques to remove the impurities from the energy crystals, converting them into pure star power for direct absorption to strengthen yourself." Lu Hen's heart raced wildly. To directly increase star power. This is 100 times faster than sitting in silence. So, where can I get energy crystals? "At the dark fissures," the fairy sister yawned. "The dark claws, lizards and corrosive beasts you killed may contain them. That juvenile soul-devouring magic insect from last time definitely had high-quality energy crystals, but it should have been taken by your dean." Lu Hen instantly recalled the last time they fought at the fissure. So those monsters hid such precious things. "But don't get too happy yet," the fairy sister poured cold water on him. "Energy crystals are violent and have mental pollution. Your cultivation is still shallow. You must start from the lowest level and have powerful protectors beside you. Otherwise you could go astray or even go mad and explode." Lu Hen immediately calmed down. With great benefits come great risks. I understand, fairy sister. Then the method of absorption. Wait until you get the energy crystals before we discuss that. The voice gradually became lazy. Telling you now won't be of any use, you'll just complicate things. I've told you the method, how to proceed is up to you. I'm tired, so don't bother me with trivial matters. The voice slowly faded away. Lu Hen however felt no sleepiness and a spark ignited in his eyes. Energy crystals. He had to obtain energy crystals. The next morning during a break in training, Lu Hen found Gu Changfeng, who was squatting by the medicinal field mumbling to a bizarre herb. Dean. Little Hen, what's wrong? Did Bai girl hit you hard and you came to ask for healing medicine? Gu Changfeng did not even lift his head. No. Lu Hen directly spoke. Dean, I want to ask you if there are energy crystals in the academy or with you. Gu Changfeng's hands, which were fiddling with herbs, suddenly paused. He slowly turned around, his murky old eyes losing their playful expression, becoming profoundly serious as he scrutinized Lu Hen. Energy crystals. Where did you hear about this? Lu Hen had prepared for this. After the last Fisher battle, I researched the materials and sensed it during my training. The materials say that dark creatures can condense energy crystals within them containing pure energy that can help my cultivation. Researching materials. Sensing. Gu Changfeng's gaze fell upon the rusted sword and a knowing smile crept onto his lips. You seem to have thought this through quite deeply. Energy crystals do exist. We have a batch of the lowest grade in the warehouse for special students to use. However. He shifted his tone. That stuff is violent and dangerous. General students must be at least at the pinnacle of the second ban, and only under a teacher's protection can they dare to try it. Are you sure you want this? Do you know how to absorb it? I'm sure, Lu Hen replied firmly, his eyes resolute. I have special methods and I understand the risks. I've hit a bottleneck in my cultivation and ordinary methods are too slow for me. Gu Changfeng stared at him for a long time before turning back to his herbs. After a while he slowly spoke. I can give you the energy crystals if the lowest grade dark claw lizard energy crystals have the mildest energy. But I have two conditions. First, you must absorb them for the first time under my watchful eye. I guarantee you won't explode or go mad. Second, you can't get it for free, you have to earn it. Next week there will be a small-scale Fisher practical assessment. Hunt monsters yourself and exchange materials for energy crystals. Earn it yourself. A practical assessment. Lu Hen's spirit soared. This was exactly what he wanted. Great. Thank you, Dean. I'm on it. Don't be too happy too soon, Gu Changfeng huffed. This matter is not up to me. Bai girl has to agree. She is your instructor, everything is at her discretion. Lu Hen nodded and turned to find Bai Wei. Wait a moment. Gu Changfeng suddenly called out to him, his expression a bit strange. Just a reminder, Bai girl has a bad temper, be careful with your words. Lu Hen found Bai Wei, who was recording data at the training ground's edge. Dressed in a white training outfit, her silver hair shone dazzlingly in the sunlight. Instructor Bai. Lu Hen stood upright. Bai Wei looked up, her icy blue eyes sweeping over him without a hint of warmth. Speak. Instructor, I apply to participate in the next Fisher practical assessment and to exchange the spoils for energy crystals from the Academy's warehouse, Lu Hen stated directly. Bai Wei's fingers tapping the tablet abruptly halted. She turned around to face Lu Hen, her gaze piercing like ice picks, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Energy crystals. Her voice was colder than usual. Who told you about this? Gu Changfeng. I found out from my own research that energy crystals are indeed needed for cultivation. Needed for cultivation? Bai Wei stepped forward, an invisible pressure overwhelming him. How many days have you been training? Have you laid a solid foundation? Mastered your techniques? You haven't even fully adapted to the gravity armor yet. You want shortcuts and rely on external things to elevate yourself. Her tone wasn't fierce, yet each word struck like a whip. What you should be doing now is to grind your foundation, not aim too high while being unable to control what you can't handle. She crossed her arms, her silver hair swaying. I just pushed the training into a critical phase and you jump out wanting energy crystals and an early assessment. What's this? Are you dissatisfied with my training, thinking I can't teach you anymore? Her words were heavy. The distant resting Blue Fat and the others looked over nervously. Lu Hen felt a tightness in his chest, anxious and suffocated by the misunderstanding. He understood that Bai Wei was looking out for him, but he had secrets he couldn't reveal. Instructor, I have no objections to your training and am truly grateful to you. Lu Han spoke sincerely and firmly. It is indeed your training that has made my physical body strong enough to qualify me to push for higher levels. I need energy crystals not to deny you, but because my path of cultivation is special and requires them to break through. Practical assessments are also the best way to test the results of my training. He took a deep breath. The dean has already agreed, I'm just waiting for your approval. Bringing up Gu Changfeng like this is a bit of a petty trick. But Lu Han had no choice. Bai Wei stared at him silent for a long time. The training ground fell into a deathly silence and blew fat, and the others did not even dare to breathe. After a long while Bai Wei spoke slowly, her emotions unreadable. Gu Changfeng agreed. Yes. Good. Bai Wei slightly nodded, unexpectedly not reprimanding further. Next week's practical assessment will proceed as usual. I approve your application. Lu Han's heart soared with joy. However, Bai Wei's tone shifted, her icy blue eyes revealing no warmth. I will change your assessment targets. You must independently kill 5 monsters of the second ban or above, or single-handedly slay a high-tier corrosive beast of the first ban. Only upon completing the task can you exchange for a lowest-grade energy crystal. If you fail to do so or act recklessly and drag down your teammates. She paused, each word icy and deliberate. You will not get any energy crystals and your training load will double for a month. In the future, if you mention energy crystals again, I will never approve them. Do you understand? To independently kill 5 second ban monsters or 1 first ban corrosive beast. The difficulty has doubled. Even ordinary instructors wouldn't underestimate the corrosive beast's strong acid and thick skin. Lu Han's heart jolted violently. Yet he hesitated, not at all, straightening his back to meet Bai Wei's icy gaze. Understood. Instructor. I will definitely accomplish this. Bai Wei no longer looked at him, turning to walk toward the center of the training ground, her cold voice echoing throughout. Break is over. Assemble. This afternoon we will conduct targeted combat training. Lu Han, your opponent is me. Let me see how formidable that so-called bottleneck of yours really is. Lu Han clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Yes. Instructor. The training ground in the afternoon was eerily silent. All other trainees had been sent far away by Bai Wei, leaving only her and Lu Han at the center of the field. 10 minutes to warm up, then attack me with your strongest move. Bai Wei crossed her arms, her voice as cold as ice. Let me see if you're worth changing the assessment criteria for. Lu Han walked to the edge of the field and took off his coat. Instead of rushing to stretch, he closed his eyes, concentrated, and silently activated the star attraction art. His mind and spirit were tightly linked with the rusted sword resting on his knee. 10 minutes passed in an instant. Lu Han's eyes snapped open, his left hand firmly gripping the sword hilt. Instructor, I'm ready. Bai Wei nodded slightly, her expression indifferent. Lu Han knew in his heart that probing was pointless. To prove himself he had to give it his all. His left foot stomped heavily on the ground, his footwork fused with gravitational pressure pushed to its limit, his figure shooting toward Bai Wei like an arrow. Star force frantically poured into the rusted sword, and the 7th star stone on the blade faintly glowed. Star slash. A low shout exploded. The rusted sword whipped up a condensed silver-blue sword light, carrying an unstoppable momentum as it cleaved down from above. This strike was steadier, more focused, and sharper than any before. A flicker of barely perceptible surprise passed through Bai Wei's eyes, yet she remained standing still. Only when the sword light was 3 feet from her body did she casually raise her hand. She pressed her index and middle fingers together and gently flicked them against the side of the sword light. Ding! A sharp piercing sound rang out. Lu Han felt a surge of ingenious yet violent force, and the sword light was instantly forced off course. The sword light grazed past Bai Wei's side, carving a foot-deep mirror-smooth gash into the ground. He himself was sent staggering back, his arm numb and his blood and chi churning uncontrollably. The gap was despairingly vast. Your strength is passable, but your intent is impure and your control is rough. Bai Wei's icy voice rang out, critiquing every point. Your star force circulation has 7 points of stagnation and your sword striking angle is off by 0.3 degrees. Gritting his teeth, Lu Han charged again. The sword light shifted 3 arcs simultaneously, enveloping Bai Wei's entire body. Bai Wei moved slightly, slipping through the gaps in the sword light like a phantom, and flicked her finger at him from a distance. A sharp burst of energy shot straight toward him. A searing pain shot through Lu Hen's wrist and his sword momentum instantly collapsed. What followed was a one-sided rout. Lu Hen exhausted every trick he had, frontal assaults, guerrilla harassment, footwork, ambushes. Every single technique was effortlessly neutralized by Bai Wei. She didn't even take the initiative to attack, merely casually countering and precisely pointing out every flaw in his form. Sweat soaked through his training uniform as Lu Hen gasped for air, his star force nearly depleted. Sharp pains throbbed where her energy had struck him from a distance. Yet the fire in his eyes, far from being extinguished, burned ever fiercer with each failure. He could feel that every counter Bai Wei made was perfectly measured, more like an extremely harsh form of correction. But this wasn't enough. He had to prove he was worthy of using the energy crystal. Sent flying again by a burst of energy, Lu Hen landed on one knee, using his sword for support as he gasped heavily. Frustration, anxiety and humiliation surged within him. Was he not even worthy of making her take him seriously? Just as his mind churned with turmoil, sigh. I can't stand watching this anymore. A lazy yet ethereal female voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It was the fairy sister. A seven-seal cultivator bullying a little sprout who just started and getting quite into it. Her tone was unreadable but clearly laced with displeasure. Relax your mind. I'll borrow your body for a moment. Before Lu Hen could react, an immense icy will like the starry sky itself suddenly descended. It instantly enveloped his soul and directly took control of his body. Lu Hen became a bystander, watching helplessly as he slowly stood up. His spine straightened and the hand gripping the sword was as steady as an ancient rock. He lowered his head, then slowly raised it again. When Lu Hen opened his eyes once more, those pupils had transformed into a profound, boundless void where stars were born and perished, devoid of joy or sorrow, transcendent over all things. He casually flexed his wrist and the rusted sword turned smoothly with an unbelievable fluidity. Across from him, Bai Wei, who had been calm and composed, suddenly changed expression drastically. Her face was grave as if facing a formidable enemy. Her pupils contracted sharply and the terrifying aura of a seven-seal powerhouse exploded forth. White energy waves wildly pushed outward, cracking the ground inch by inch. Her stance shifted instantly. Her hands condensed a substantial ice-like pure white energy, radiating an intensely cold and heavy aura. You're not Lu Hen. Who are you? Bai Wei's voice was icy, laced with utmost vigilance. Lu Hen did not answer, nor did he even look at her. He simply raised his sword slowly. The motion was unhurried, as if lifting an ordinary wooden stick. But the moment the rusted sword was raised, a sudden change occurred. The faintly glowing embedded stones on the blade abruptly burst into brilliant pure white star radiance. Then the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth and ninth embedded stones lit up in a frenzy, one after another. 9 stars linked into a single line, light flowing as if he held not a rusted sword but a fragment of the Milky Way. An indescribably terrifying pressure instantly spread. It directly overwhelmed Bai Wei's aura, enveloping the entire training ground and even spreading across the whole mountain peak. The sky itself seemed to darken. In the distance, Blue Fatty and the others collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen. Jin Yuqian's wristwatch directly blacked out and died. Anlan knelt on one knee, her lightning surging uncontrollably. Lu Hen gently swung his sword at Bai Wei, who had raised her defenses to their peak. Soundless. A pure white thread condensed to its utmost, as fine as a strand of hair yet containing an aura of primordial creation, extended from the sword tip, cutting through space and slowly spreading toward Bai Wei. Where it passed, space split smoothly like cloth, revealing twisted anomalies which were then smoothed over and annihilated by an even more ancient force along the thread. Bai Wei's pupils instantly shrank to pinpricks. A lethal threat of death instantly enveloped her entire being. There was no escape. Her fully concentrated eternal frost, a defense capable of withstanding a single blow from an 8-seal cultivator, felt fragile and helpless before this thread. Bai Wei let out a sharp cry, pushing her lifelong cultivation to its limit, and thrust both palms forward. Dozens of rhomboid ice crystal shields varying in thickness instantly materialized before her, layered and impenetrable. The pure white thread gently touched the first layer of the ice crystal shield, Qi. There was no explosion, no loud noise. The ice crystal shield silently melted and vaporized like snow under the scorching sun, leaving not a trace. The second layer, the third layer, the 10th layer. It broke through with unstoppable force. Bai Wei's formidable defense was as fragile as paper before this thread, imbued with the supreme sword intent of the stars. Her face turned deathly pale and she was utterly terrified. This strike. She couldn't block it. She would die. Just as the thread was about to pierce the last ice crystal shield and touch Bai Wei's body, sigh. An ancient sigh seemed to come from the end of time. A soft bluish light arrived after the thread, but before it, forming a shield of ancient illusory patterns covered with strange flora blocking the path between the thread and Bai Wei. Clang. A deafening sound beyond the limits of human hearing and striking the soul exploded. The bluish shield phantom trembled violently, its patterns flickering unsteadily as if it might shatter at any moment. But the indestructible pure white thread finally dissipated less than an inch from Bai Wei's nose. The light faded and the terrifying pressure vanished completely. Gu Changfeng had somehow already stood before Bai Wei. He was still in his washed-out cloth robe, his back slightly hunched. He extended a withered hand palm facing the slowly dissipating shield phantom, and a faint white mark was rapidly fading on it. He looked up at the youth holding the sword in the field. The wrinkles on his face had deepened and his cloudy old eyes were filled with an extremely complex mix of emotions. Shock, inquiry, realization, and a hint of deep reverence. "Senior. Please show mercy." Gu Changfeng slowly and solemnly clasped his fist toward Lu Hen, or rather toward the existence temporarily controlling that body. His posture was extremely humble. The starry illusions in Lu Hen's eyes rapidly faded. They instantly reverted to the confused, weary gaze of a young boy. The fairy sisters will receded like a tide, returning control of the body to Lu Hen. Thud. Lu Hen collapsed to his knees, completely drained of strength. The rusted sword clattered to the ground, the light of its 7-star stones long extinguished returning to its dull gray appearance. It was as if the earth-shattering strike had never happened. He felt utterly hollowed out, lacking even the strength to lift a finger, his mind hazy and throbbing. His memory of what had just happened was blurred, he only vaguely remembered that the fairy sister had given him a hand. Bai Wei stood rooted to the spot, her face still pale, her chest heaving slightly. She looked at the rusted sword on the ground, then at Lu Hen gasping on his knees, and finally at Gu Changfeng standing before her. In her ice-blue eyes lingered the tremor of a narrow escape and a deep sense of shock. What was that sword strike just now? Who is this kid? Gu Changfeng turned, looked at Bai Wei, then at Lu Hen on the ground, and let out a long sigh. He waved his hand at Bai Wei, his voice dry and raspy. "Instructor Bai. Let the assessment criteria be as he said. Prepare a portion of the energy crystal for him. As for what happened today, forget it all." In the dead of night within the office of the Dean of the Academy of Heavenly Materials, Gu Changfeng sat in a creaky wicker chair leisurely sipping rough tea. Bai Wei stood by the window, her back to him, gazing into the heavy darkness outside. She had changed out of her training outfit, now dressed in a simple white robe, her silver hair cascading down her cold demeanor undiminished. The room was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the sound of Gu Changfeng drinking tea. Finally Bai Wei spoke, her voice colder and heavier than usual. Without turning around, her gaze remained fixed outside the window. "What exactly is that sword?" "Ah, the sword." Gu Changfeng set down his teacup and smacked his lips. "It's just an old sword with a complex origin, it's hard to explain." "I didn't ask about its origin." Bai Wei suddenly turned, her ice-blue eyes sharp as a blade, locking onto Gu Changfeng. "What I asked is what was controlling Lu Hen and that sword this afternoon." That power." She paused, struggling to utter 2 words, "non-human." Gu Changfeng stroked his sparse beard, his murky old eyes lifting to meet her gaze. The usual haze of confusion and jest had vanished, replaced by an unfathomable calm. "You sensed it? It is enough to counter the extreme cold of the 8 bands. In front of that sword one feels as fragile as paper. It's not a matter of levels crushing others, it's a gap in essence. Even in the great Xia, that 10 bands powerhouse could not exert such pressure. Fireflies and bright moons, grains of sand and stars. I can't even comprehend the intent of that sword. If it weren't for your intervention." She left the rest unsaid, the outcome was evident. So Bai Wei stepped forward, the pressure filling the small room. "Who is Lu Hen? What exactly resides within him?" Gu Changfeng remained silent for a long time. The flickering oil lamp cast shadows of varying lengths. "He is just an ordinary child," the old dean slowly began. "Before coming to the academy he was nothing extraordinary. His parents were soldiers on the front lines of the Alliance." "Ordinary?" Bai Wei scoffed. "An ordinary child could be the vessel for such an existence. Could wield that sword." "Vessel is not quite accurate." Gu Changfeng pondered his words. "It is more like An ancient inheritance being accidentally awakened or chosen. The sword is the key containing an extremely faint ancient spiritual consciousness or mark. It remains dormant only triggered during life and death crises or significant emotional upheaval. Today you pushed too hard and he, unwilling to yield, inadvertently triggered it. What kind of inheritance could be powerful to such an extent? What kind of inheritance could be powerful enough to do this? Bai Wei pressed on. Gu Changfeng glanced at her and gently shook his head. It cannot be spoken of nor known. It is only related to the stars. The top secret files of the Alliance contain only fragments of information. By girl, knowing too much is not beneficial for you. His tone turned serious. Today's matter must remain buried in your heart. You cannot mention it to Bai Nian. To the outside world he is just an ordinary student with a strange encounter practicing ancient martial skills. Do you understand? Bai Wei met his gaze, seeing the gravity and a hint of warning in the old dean's eyes. I understand. She finally nodded. What about the Ningjing? She changed the subject. Give it to him. Gu Changfeng waved his hand. The lowest grade will suffice. With that mark of inheritance the risk is significantly reduced. It is better to allow than to block. If you push too hard and another accident occurs, no one can bear it. Bai Wei thought of that sword and after a moment of silence said, all right. Next week's assessment I will lead the team myself. Be cautious and also be mindful of your limits, Gu Changfeng hinted. Bai Wei said no more and turned to leave. When the door closed, Gu Changfeng was left alone in the office. He leaned back in the wicker chair, closing his eyes for a long time, letting out a deep sigh. 3 days later at night. Lu Hen sat cross-legged on the floor of his room. In front of him a palm-sized metal box quietly opened. Inside, nestled in black velvet, lay a crystal the size of a fingernail, dark and chaotic. This is the Ningjing. Even through the box he could feel the violent and chaotic energy fluctuations within. Lu Hen took a deep breath, recalling the refining method taught by the fairy sister. He reached out and picked up the Ningjing. It felt icy and slippery, as if it had a life of its own, gently pulsating. A faint restless whisper brushed against his ears. Lu Hen no longer hesitated, clasping the Ningjing with both hands, closing his eyes to operate the star guiding technique. His own star power cautiously probed in, tracing a specific path to outline the starry sky rune. Buzz. The Ningjing suddenly trembled. A mixed violent energy filled with dark undertones surged into his body like a ferocious beast breaking free. Humph. Lu Hen let out a muffled grunt, his face flushing. Pain shot through his meridians like needles and his mind was inundated with fragments of slaughter, chaos and death from the dark claw lizard. He gritted his teeth, stabilizing his mind, pouring all his energy into the refining technique. The star power core in his dantian spun rapidly, emitting a cooling suction. The chaotic energy that surged in was forcibly divided and purified. The dark impurities were worn away, the pure energy absorbed, transforming into strands of silver-blue star power. The process was painful and slow. Sweat soaked his clothes and his body trembled slightly. But Lu Hen held on tightly, guiding, refining and absorbing again and again. Time trickled by. The Ningjing in his palm grew fainter in color, its size continually shrinking. Yet the star power core in his dantian steadily expanded, its radiance brighter and more solid. When the Ningjing finally turned into a handful of gray-white dust, Lu Hen let out a long breath. He slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of silver-blue starlight flickered in his gaze. Though his spirit was exhausted, the star power within him had clearly thickened considerably. His control was smoother and his connection with the rusty sword was even tighter. I did it. Lu Hen clenched his fists, overwhelmed with joy. The lowest grade Ningjing had allowed him to break through his bottleneck. This path. 2 more days passed. Lu Hen completely adapted to his new power, with his star power steadily increasing. Bai Wei gathered 5 individuals, announcing the arrangements for the real combat assessment at the fissure. We will set off early tomorrow morning, targeting the C743 small dark fissure. Bai Wei stood before the training ground, her voice cold. The practical assessment will also involve resource collection. Teams of 5 will act in coordination. Objective: clear out the low-level dark creatures in the periphery, gather materials, with each person independently killing 3 mid-tier monsters of the 2nd ban or higher. Her gaze fell on Lu Hen. Lu Hen, you will have a separate assessment. You must independently kill 5 2nd ban latest-stage monsters or independently slay 1 high-tier corrosive beast of the 1st ban. You must kill independently, teammates can only distract, not interfere. Failure will result in disqualification from the Ninjing. Yes. Instructor. Liu Hen responded with his chest out filled with fighting spirit. I will follow throughout and will not intervene unless it is a life-and-death crisis. Bai Wei's gaze swept over the 5 of them and Lan will act as the temporary team leader. Remember, teamwork is crucial to be vigilant of everything. I do not wish to see fewer people return. Understood. Understood. The 5 shouted in unison. The blue chubby one rubbed his hands together excitedly. Finally we can have a real fight. Last time I was chased by a lizard, this time I'm going to take revenge. And Ko quietly checked his equipment. Jin Yuqian's watch lit up loading the map data. And Lan calmly pondered tactical formations. Liu Hen clenched his fists. This time he was not just after the Ninjing. He was also here to test the results of his special training to return to that fissure as a hunter. He was ready. As soon as the crowd stepped into the entrance of the secret realm, a pungent stench, a blend of decay, blood and chill, surged violently into their nostrils. The odor was reminiscent of millennia-old rotten sludge being suddenly stirred, accompanied by the unique cold and fishy scent of dark entities choking their chests and making each breath feel labored. Beneath their feet lay the pitch-black cracked earth with dark mist seeping out of the fissures. Surrounding them, dead trees lay in disarray, their twisted branches clawing at the air like the talons of malevolent spirits. A grey poisonous mist spread recklessly, limiting visibility to just a few meters, making every step tread upon unknown dangers. This place was entirely different from their last visit, as if twisted by some unseen force. The rotund figure of the blue fat man stood boldly in the midst of the crowd, hands on hips, shouting arrogantly. Little bugs in the secret realm, perk up your ears and listen well. Today your Lord Fat is here to collect your little lives. Those who know their place come out quickly to meet your demise. Just as the words left his mouth, a crisp smack suddenly rang out. And Lan, with an expressionless face, lifted a black frying pan, flicked her wrist and accurately struck the blue fat man on his rear. The blue fat man yelped in pain, jumping 3 feet high, gritting his teeth in agony. Stop with the useless chatter. And Lan retracted the frying pan, casting a cold glance around the mist, her tone tinged with impatience. The secret realm trial is time-sensitive. If focusing on completing the task is what truly matters. Foolish banter will only weigh us down. The blue fat man, clutching his backside, looked aggrieved, shrinking his neck in fear of retorting. His small eyes warily scanned the mist for any movement, fearing a dark entity might suddenly leap out for a sneak attack. Just then a cold and authoritative female voice erupted in their ears. It was their team leader, Instructor Bai Wei, her voice devoid of any emotion. Next, your trial in the secret realm officially begins. As her words fell, Instructor Bai Wei's figure dissipated like smoke. Not a trace of her presence remained, leaving only her chilling voice echoing in the empty secret realm. I hope you all complete your respective tasks. I will be monitoring at all times. Any attempts at trickery will not escape my eyes. As her voice faded, the surroundings fell into complete silence. Only the mournful rustle of the wind through the dead wood could be heard, and the stench of decay in the air grew even more pungent. And Ko took a deep breath, suppressing the tension within, and instantly entered trial mode. He glanced steadily over the crowd and spoke in a low voice. Everyone, don't panic. Our task is to slay 5 mid-level dark entities each. Dark entities are cunning and vicious. We must remain vigilant and never underestimate them. He then looked towards Liu Hen, who stood at the edge, his aura steady, softening his tone slightly. Liu Hen, the instructor has assigned you a special task with higher difficulty. Do you want to join us? More people mean more support. Everyone's gaze fell on Liu Hen, their eyes filled with concern. They all knew that acting alone in this secret realm meant greater danger. Liu Hen shook his head slightly, raising his hand to dismiss, his stern face showing no signs of wavering. No need, you all go ahead to complete the task. My task is special and requires me to act alone. I wish to rely on my own strength to complete this trial. His tone was calm but carried an undeniable determination, clearly having made up his mind. Seeing this, the others felt it was not wise to persuade him further. The trial was indeed a test of individual capability, and forcing companionship would instead hinder them. Ankes's expression turned serious as he reiterated, the depths of the secret realm are fraught with danger. If you encounter a crisis, crush the communication crystal immediately. We will come to your aid at the first signal. Take care. Lan said softly, the simple 2 words concealing a subtle concern. The blue fat man and Jin Yuqian nodded repeatedly, urging Liu Hen to be careful and not to venture too deep recklessly. After the instructions were given, Nku hesitated, no longer waving his hand as he led the three towards the periphery of the secret realm. Several figures darted swiftly through the mist, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Watching their departing figures, Lu Hen's gaze sharpened slightly as he murmured to himself, "I should also try to complete my task now." With that he stepped forward, his figure transforming into a sleek shadow. Turning towards the opposite direction from the others, he proceeded unwaveringly towards the depths of the secret realm, while Nku and the others had already delved into the outer areas of the secret realm. This area was teeming with dark entities, with dark figures leaping out of the mist at any moment, roaring as they lunged for the kill. The four had clearly defined roles, their cooperation seamless, akin to a perfect combat team. The blue fat man's blood surged, a thick earthy wall appearing around him like a bronze wall standing firm at the forefront. No matter how frantically the low-tier dark entities attacked or clawed, they could not budge him an inch. His hefty form stood as steady as a mountain, providing the most solid barrier of safety for his teammates behind him. Nku, as the team's primary attacker, was strong and swift, using thunder essence to harvest within the dark entities, executing grand maneuvers. Each arrow produced a sharp whistling sound, striking precisely at the dark entities' vital points, each hit fatal, sweeping through effortlessly. Anlan was the team's versatile jack-of-all-trades, his movements agile and his gaze sharp as an eagle. He took charge of the battlefield, never missing a single detail. At times he would swing the frying pan, making a clang sound as it smashed against a dark entity's head, disrupting their rhythm of attack. At other times he swiftly cleared the battlefield, collecting the dark entities' dropped crystals and materials with crisp, efficient movements. He also reminded his teammates to be wary of sneak attacks, maintaining tight control over the battle's tempo. At the back of the team, Jin Yuqian squinted his eyes, his fingers quickly weaving a series of deductive gestures. He calculated the appearance, trajectories, attack routes and probabilities of the dark entities in his mind. Yet on the ever-changing battlefield, even a hint of foresight could help the team avoid deadly ambushes. This kind of tacit cooperation allowed the four to navigate the outer areas of the secret realm as if they were in uncharted territory. Faced with swarms of mid-level dark entities, they still charged ahead without faltering, their slaying efficiency astonishingly high. One by one the dark entities howled and fell, their pitch-black aura slowly dissipating, dark energy crystals rolling across the ground. In a short span the four had already completed the majority of their task. Meanwhile, deeper in the secret realm, the mist here was several times denser than the outer areas, dark as ink with visibility under 3 meters. Amidst the foul stench lingered a powerful malevolent aura. The earth grew increasingly dark and hard. The dark energy permeating the air was incredibly violent, weighing heavily on their chests, making it hard to breathe. Lu Hen walked forward alone at a slow pace, his demeanor calm and indifferent, yet his mind was deep in thought. Ever since absorbing the high-energy crystal, the stellar power within him had become increasingly profound and refined. The stellar power surged within him like an endless sea, continuously pouring out pure stellar energy. Behind him the rusty sword with its 7th faint star pattern also quietly glimmered. Though the faint light was dim, it carried an incredibly pure stellar aura. In that instant, 2 dark figures suddenly shot out from the mist, moving at lightning speed. They carried with them a frenzied dark energy and a sharp fishy wind, their gaping maws lined with sharp teeth claws lunging directly at Lu Hen's face and heart. They were 2 early-stage mid-level dark entities that had been lying in wait for the perfect ambush opportunity. Seeking death. Lu Hen's eyes suddenly turned cold and his aura became razor-sharp in an instant. He showed no sign of panic, letting out a low growl as the stellar power within him erupted. A vast force surged through his veins like a river of stars, flooding into the rusty sword behind him. With a hum, the rusty sword emitted a clear ringing sound, the blade vibrating violently as the 7th star pattern shone brightly. Brilliant starlight shot up into the sky, illuminating the surrounding pitch-black mist in an instant. The wind rustled and the dead branches swayed wildly in the sword's aura, while loose stones on the ground tumbled. A powerful sword aura refined to perfection burst forth from the rusty sword, expanding with a thunderous boom. In a brief moment 2 sword auras shot out, slicing directly towards the oncoming dark entities. With a sharp sound 2 light thuds echoed simultaneously. The aura deep within the dark realm was several times more violent than that on the periphery. Lu Hen stepped forward, and with each step the sense of oppression around him intensified. The air was filled with a stench of decay, coldness and a faint hint of blood. Occasionally the deep shadows emitted low terrifying roars that sent chills down one's spine. Suddenly a sound pierced through the air. A pitch-black crow burst forth from the mist. Its gray-white eyes and the stench wafting from its flapping wings circled above Lu Hen's head before it abruptly darted back into the darkness. Lu Hen's gaze turned cold. He tightened his grip on the rusty sword at his waist, the icy touch calming his mind somewhat. His spiritual power quietly surged and a faint azure light gradually spread, enveloping a 5-meter radius around him. Step by step he moved lightly and steadily, not daring to be the least bit careless. 2 crimson shadows suddenly lunged out from the mist. It was a blood wolf. A mid-tier dark creature of the second rank with dark red fur covered in a layer of blackened blood crust. Its fangs were bared, drool dripping continuously, creating a faint corrosive sound as it hit the ground. Lu Hen recognized this ferocious creature at a glance. Blood wolves were bloodthirsty by nature, with a sense of smell far superior to ordinary dark creatures. Just a whiff of blood would instantly attract hordes of their kind to attack. Their most terrifying aspect was never their individual combat power, but rather their frenzied assaults in swarms. Whoosh! 2 blood wolves simultaneously leaped into the air, one to the left and the other to the right, sealing off all of Lu Hen's escape routes. Their claws slashed through the air, aiming for his head and heart. Lu Hen lightly tapped his foot, his figure sliding sideways like a ghost. Just barely he dodged this deadly strike. Bang! The blood wolves crashed heavily to the ground, sending shards of stone flying. They let out a furious howl, quickly turning their bodies to pounce at Lu Hen once more. Roar! The deafening howl exploded. The sound wave carrying a weak spiritual shock swept through the surroundings. Lu Hen frowned slightly. He could clearly sense that these 2 blood wolves were intentionally stalling. Deep within the dark realm, an even larger and colder aura was slowly awakening. The strength of that aura made his heart race. It must be a quick fight. Lu Hen no longer held back. He swiftly ran his left hand along the rusty sword's blade, a strand of brilliant starlight power surging from his fingertips. The faint golden power flowed along the sword's body, and the blade, once covered in rust, now faintly glimmered with a sharp light. The starlight power continuously compressed and condensed, forming a dazzling golden point at the sword's tip. At that moment the 2 blood wolves leaped again, mouths wide open and claws glinting coldly. Lu Hen slowly closed his eyes. The sounds of wind, wolf howls, air currents and killing intent. Everything became extraordinarily clear in his perception. Star/. The 2 light words escaped his lips. In the next moment Lu Hen's eyes snapped open, filled with brilliant golden light. The rusty sword was drawn and the golden light shot forth like lightning. Its speed was at its peak and its power was as fierce as thunder. The sword's chi tore through the air with a piercing shriek. PFF. 2 light sounds rang out simultaneously. The 2 blood wolves in midair had no time to even scream. Their bodies were directly ripped apart by the sword's chi, blood splattering and entrails scattering across the ground. In but an instant the 2 mid-tier blood wolves had perished. Lu Hen stood still after sheathing his sword, his breath steady. The blood droplets on the sword dripped down, blooming dark red flowers on the ground. He bent down and picked up 2 red energy crystals that had fallen beside the blood wolf's corpse. The crystals felt warm in his hand, filled with violent and pure dark energy. But just as his fingertips brushed against the energy crystals, a buzzing sound erupted. An invisible sound wave exploded from the deepest part of the dark realm. This sound wave was 100 times more terrifying than the howl of the blood wolves. It struck Lu Hen's chest like an invisible hammer. He let out a muffled groan, his entire body forcibly thrown back. A mouthful of blood spewed from his lips, his face instantly paling. Lu Hen reacted quickly, twisting his wrist to drive the rusty sword firmly into the ground. The sword plunged half a foot into the rubble, barely stabilizing his retreating form. What a powerful impact! He gritted his teeth, a storm of emotion surging within him. This force definitely exceeded the realm of mid-tier dark creatures. The mist began to churn wildly, spreading from the depths like a tide, obscuring all light. Visibility plummeted instantly. All around him was a sea of white mist, making it difficult to discern direction. Lu Hen tightened his grip on the rusty sword, unleashing all his spiritual power, his gaze fixed on the depths of the mist. Suddenly 2 points of crimson light ignited in the mist. They were a pair of eyes larger, colder and more ferocious than those of the blood wolves. It approached slowly. With each step the ground trembled slightly. Lu Hen's heart leaped to his throat. Panic. An unprecedented sense of panic. He understood clearly that the 2 blood wolves just now were merely an appetizer. The real test, the real terror, was only just beginning. The scene shifted. In another area of the dark realm, Lan Jinyoqian and Lan Pang stood on a flat stone platform under Enke's guidance. Everyone was panting heavily. Lan Pang was the most disheveled, plopping down on the ground, his fat face flushed, sweat pouring down. He wiped his face haphazardly, his expression one of exhilaration at having survived a disaster. We finally completed the mission. That mid-tier dark creature almost scared the soul out of me. And Lan leaned against the stone wall, breathing a bit steadier, his gaze still sharp. He checked his weapon and nodded slightly. Thanks to my older brother's command, otherwise we wouldn't have made it this far. Jin Yuqian squatted nearby, carefully counting the energy crystals in his bag, pain evident on his face. It's a pity we didn't get the energy crystals from the mid-tier dark creature, it's such a huge loss. Anku stood in the center of the stone platform, glancing around to confirm there were no lingering dark creature auras. He breathed a sigh of relief, brushing off the dust on his clothes. Mission accomplished, let's leave quickly, things are getting increasingly strange here. Just as he finished speaking, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows beside them. Clad in white with black pants, her posture was upright. It was Instructor Bai. Her expression was neutral as her calm gaze swept over the 5 hours. You really completed the test. Lan Pang was startled, nearly jumping off the ground. Instructor. When did you get here? How come we didn't notice at all? And Lan Jin Yuqian and Anku were equally surprised. They had been fully engaged in combat with the dark creatures, completely unaware that someone had been watching them from the shadows. Instructor Bai offered no explanation. She glanced down at the timer on her wrist, her tone flat. Congratulations on passing the test. Follow me out, something seems off here again. After speaking, she turned and walked straight toward the exit of the dark realm. The four didn't dare hesitate and hurried to follow. They wanted to ask Lu Hen what was going on. But the weight of their thoughts pressed heavily on them. None of them knew that in the deepest, darkest part of the dark realm, Lu Hen was facing a life-and-death battle alone. The blood-red eyes in the mist drew ever closer. The ferocious aura nearly froze the air. Lu Hen gripped the rusty sword tightly. The starlight power surged violently within him. He had no retreat, no support, no choice. The only thing he could rely on was the sword in his hand. The mist roiled. A deeply resonant roar was about to erupt. The real horror was about to descend. Lu Hen clenched the rusted old sword in his palm, the rough hilt digging into his flesh, bringing a sharp sting. Every muscle in his body was taut, his breathing barely a whisper, as if facing a formidable enemy. His gaze was locked onto the thick, swirling gray mist ahead. The air was thick with the stench of decay and blood pressing down on his chest. A chill born from the depths of his soul crept slowly closer from within the mist. Two crimson piercing eyes flickered to life in the darkness like a pair of bloodthirsty ghost fires, step by step approaching Lu Hen. That gaze was icy, brutal, devoid of reason, holding only the most primal desire to kill. Suddenly a piercingly shrill sonic wave burst forth from the creature's maw. The invisible sound wave swept in all directions, causing the very air to tremble violently. The low-tier dark creatures on the ground didn't even have a chance to struggle, their bodies instantly disintegrated into puffs of black ash, vanishing completely. The power of the sound wave was so immense that even the hard rock ground was cracked with dense fissures, sending gravel tumbling. Lu Hen's pupils contracted sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed off the ground with explosive force, his form shifting sideways like a phantom. Narrowly he evaded the sonic attack that could have instantly killed him. A thunderous boom echoed. The powerful sound wave slammed violently into the distant rock wall, simultaneously blasting apart the mist that shrouded the entire area. His vision cleared instantly. Lu Hen saw the monster before him and his heart sank. This dark creature stood a full 2 meters tall, its body covered in pitch-black hard scales that gleamed with a cold, eerie light. Its arms were incredibly thick, and on its hands 10 claws glinted with a cold light, each nearly 2 decimeters long, sharp enough to easily tear through fine steel. Black venom dripped from the tips of its claws, instantly corroding small smoking pits into the ground. An oppressive aura washed over Lu Hen, making even breathing a struggle. Before Lu Hen could react, the reedy dark creature moved. Its speed was extreme, leaving only a blurry black shadow too fast for Lu Hen's naked eye to track. In the blink of an eye, the black claws, accompanied by a shriek of tearing air, slashed fiercely towards Lu Hen's head. The wind from the claws was so sharp it nearly cut his skin. Damn it! Lu Hen roared inwardly. His body reacted before his mind, instinctively raising the rusted sword to block. Clang! A deafening metallic crash erupted. An irresistible force surged through the sword. Lu Hen felt his arms go numb, his blood churning. As if struck by a heavy war chariot, he was sent flying backward. Midair he coughed up a mouthful of blood. It felt as if his organs were dislocated, pain racking his body. But Lu Hen did not give up. Enduring the agony, he twisted his wrist, channeling all his power into the rusted sword. The blade trembled slightly and a condensed azure sword aura suddenly erupted. Slash! Lu Hen bellowed. The sword aura shot through the air, whistling as it struck the reedy dark creature with a resounding bang. The sword aura hit its mark, but the next moment Lu Hen's expression turned grim. This attack, capable of killing a mid-tier second seal dark creature, only produced a dull thud against this monster. It didn't even scratch its black scales, let alone break its defense. It was like a mere tickle. How is this possible? Shockwaves of disbelief surged through Lu Hen's mind. This defense was beyond his comprehension. He dared not prolong the fight, diving down to land heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The moment he landed, Lu Hen quickly adjusted his stance, gripping the rusted sword tightly, his eyes fixed on the monster. Man and beast stood in a standoff, the air thick with silence and murderous intent. Elsewhere, the secret realm's exit shimmered with light. Nku, Blue Fatty and the others stumbled out of the teleportation portal, their faces pale and gasping for breath. The moment he left the realm, Nku's heart tightened. He stared at the empty entrance, his brow furrowed. Hours had passed and there was still no news of Lu Hen. Unable to suppress his worry, he quickly walked over to Instructor Bai, who stood with his hands behind his back and couldn't help asking, "Instructor Bai, it's been so long. Why isn't Lu Hen out yet? Could something have happened to him?" Instructor Bai stood tall, his face stern, his gaze indifferent and cold. He glanced at Nku, his tone icy. "His special trial is not your concern." That look was as sharp as a blade, carrying an oppressive authority that made Nku freeze, swallowing the words on the tip of his tongue. Blue Fatty, seeing this, also wanted to speak up for Lu Hen. But as he took a step forward, he met Instructor Bai's piercing gaze, which seemed ready to kill. One look was enough to chill Blue Fatty to the bone, his back instantly soaked with cold sweat. He shrank his neck, changing his words, stammering, "Instructor Bai. We're tired from the journey." "Well. Go rest first." "Well. Be going now. Bye." Before he finished speaking, Blue Fatty grabbed and pulled along two other companions and ran off without looking back. Only after running a safe distance out of Instructor Bai's oppressive range did Blue Fatty stop, panting heavily. "Oh my god, that Instructor Bai is terrifying, an absolute demon." He patted his chest, still shaken, then looked worriedly toward the realm entrance. "I hope Brother Lu is blessed by the heavens and nothing happens to him." Nku remained silent, his fists clenched so tight his nails dug into his palms. He said nothing, but in his heart he prayed over and over for Lu Hen's safe return. By the secret realm's exit, Bai Wei stood still, gazing at the quiet light portal, her brows tightly knit. Lu Hen's prolonged absence filled her heart with deep worry, making her restless. But remembering the mysterious and powerful force Lu Hen had displayed when they fought, she forced down her unease. That youth held cards even she couldn't see through. He shouldn't fall so easily. Yet this self-assurance grew weaker as time ticked by. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Wei's gaze steeled with determination. She waited no longer, turned and resolutely stepped back into the realm entrance to personally search for Lu Hen. Inside the secret realm, the air was murky and danger lurked everywhere. Bai Wei took out her signal detector, quickly activating it to try and lock onto Lu Hen's location. But just as the detector was about to respond, a fierce gale suddenly swept through the entire realm. Thick, impenetrable black mist surged from all directions, shrouding heaven and earth once more in an instant. Visibility was completely blocked, reduced to less than 3 meters. "Something's wrong." Bai Wei's face changed, a strong sense of foreboding rising within her. She clearly remembered that when Hong Jin had brought them here before, the realm had already undergone an unexpected mutation. Gu Changfeng had told her all about it. Now the realm was showing anomalies again, billowing mist, chaotic spatial fluctuations, clear signs of a second mutation. The calamity that awaited was unknown. But Bai Wei did not retreat. She gripped the weapon at her waist, her gaze firm, and walked step by step into the depths of the realm against the dense mist. No matter how dangerous it was, she had to find Lu Hen. Deep within the realm, a great battle was about to erupt. Lu Hen held his rusted sword, his back straight. Though his blood churned and his wounds ached, his eyes remained as sharp as blades. He stared intently at the reedy dark creature before him, feeling the terrifying, suffocating aura emanating from it. Information rapidly formed in his mind. Above the third seal. This is definitely not an ordinary third seal dark creature. Its strength, speed and defense all surpass the third seal. It has reached the fourth seal level. Liu Hen's Adam's apple bobbed violently, shockwaves surging through his heart. The fourth seal. That was a terrifying existence that could make even seasoned warriors tremble in fear. With his current strength, facing a fourth seal dark creature Hedon was nearly a suicide mission. The rusted sword trembled slightly in his hand as if sensing the powerful enemy ahead. The reedy dark creature slowly raised its claws, the murderous intent in its scarlet eyes surging. The next second it kicked off the ground, its form erupting with extreme speed as it charged at Liu Hen. The claws tore through the air, bringing a foul wind. Liu Hen took a deep breath, his gaze turning utterly calm. There was no path to flee. Only by fighting could he find a sliver of survival, even without sure victory. Crack. A sharp sound tore through the deathly silence as Liu Hen's figure suddenly burst forth. His right hand clenched tightly around the rusted sword that had accompanied him for years. With a light step upon the void, his formidable physical strength alone created an invisible wave of air, and he shot into the sky like an arrow leaving the bow. Opposite him, the pitch-black wolf-like creature of the dark moon had already locked onto his aura. A stench-laden wind howled as the monster's crimson eyes held no emotion, only the most primal lust to kill. Its powerful hind legs thrust against the ground, launching its massive body into the air with a piercing shriek that tore through the atmosphere. A claw covered in obsidian scales raked viciously toward Liu Hen's chest. The claw's wind was so fierce it seemed to carve fissures into space itself. Liu Hen's gaze sharpened and he did not retreat an inch. His 5 fingers tightened around the rusted sword's hilt as the chi sea within his dantian churned violently, drawing upon the stellar energy of heaven and earth. The stellar attraction art, activate with all its might. Only through enlightenment can one strike. This was the core essence of the stellar attraction art. Only when the mind resonated with the stars could one harness their power and unleash a force capable of shattering everything. The rusted sword, once dull and lusterless, began to tremble faintly. Upon the sword's spine the first star pattern ignited, followed by the second, the third. One by one the star patterns blazed to life, their silver radiance growing ever brighter, casting flickering light and shadow across Liu Hen's face. 4, 5, 6 stars. Liu Hen clenched his teeth so hard that veins bulged on his forehead and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Forcibly activating 7 star patterns far exceeded his current limits, yet he did not stop. To stake everything was the only path to survival. 7 stars ignite. Liu Hen's eyes were bloodshot as he poured every last ounce of his remaining power into the rusted sword without reservation. At that moment the 7th star pattern on the sword's spine finally erupted with a blinding silver light. The silver radiance shot into the sky, illuminating even the dim heavens. The rusted sword, no longer marred by corrosion, now resembled a divine blade capable of severing stars, exuding a terrifying pressure that could cleave mountains. Slash! A thunderous roar shook the wilderness. Liu Hen swung his sword downward and the stellar-empowered strike descended with the force of creation, hurtling toward the dark moon creature. At nearly the same instant the creature's obsidian claw smashed forward. One black, one white, a claw and a sword, 2 ultimate attacks collided in midair with cataclysmic force. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted and shockwaves raged outward from the point of impact. The ground instantly fractured into countless jagged fissures and a torrent of dust was hurled into the air, forming a thick gray haze that blotted out the sky and shrouded the entire battlefield. All sight was lost, leaving only the howling of the wind. Within the dust a figure stumbled and fell from midair, crashing heavily onto the ground. It was Liu Hen. He knelt on one knee, propping himself up with the rusted sword to barely remain upright. His clothes were soaked through with sweat and blood, his chest heaved violently and every breath brought searing pain. That last strike had pushed him to his absolute limit. Though the 7th star had ignited, there was no trace of triumph in his heart, only a growing ominous unease. That blow didn't kill it completely. Liu Hen murmured, his voice laced with undeniable exhaustion and despair. Damn it, I might end up dying here today. The moment his words faded, 2 crimson glares blazed to life deep within the gray haze. The light had not dimmed but burned even more intensely, more ferociously, like twin flames of bloodfire locking onto Liu Hen from the darkness. Roar! A savage beastly howl tore through the dust. The dark moon creature emerged, its wounds healing at a visible rate. Beneath its jet-black hide, muscles swelled grotesquely and sharp obsidian spikes burst from its back, bristling with an icy lethal malevolence. Evolution. Under the stimulus of Lu Hen's attack, it had undergone a terrifying evolution. A pressure far greater than before washed over him, nearly freezing the blood in his veins. His pupils contracted and a storm of shock raged within him. How is this possible? My strike didn't kill it, but instead pushed it to break through to the high level of the fourth shackle, and it's even showing signs of touching the fifth shackle. There was no time to think. The dark moon creature moved. Fast. Unbelievably fast. So fast that Lu Hen couldn't even react. He only saw a black blur flash before him, and then the spiked obsidian claw wielding an unstoppable force pierced straight through his chest. Pfft! Blood sprayed violently, splattering the ground in a cascade of ghastly red blossoms. The searing agony of the claw piercing his flesh engulfed his entire being. Pain. Such excruciating pain. It was a torment that penetrated to the very marrow, as if his soul were being torn apart, a suffering he had never known in all his years. He could feel his life force draining away with the gushing blood. His consciousness began to blur as the shadow of death like icy tide swallowed him whole. For the first time he felt the approach of death so vividly. His eyelids grew heavier as if weighed down by a 1,000-pound boulder and slowly began to close. The rusted sword slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. In the darkness the gates of memory burst open and countless images flooded his mind like a tidal wave. He thought of Instructor Bai. That stern-faced instructor who always silently protected them. Back then, training under Instructor Bai, he had harbored an unyielding tenacity in his heart. The instructor's scoldings and encouragements still echoed clearly in his ears. He thought of his academy days. Those times spent training and laughing with his companions, though arduous they were filled with warmth. The sweat on the training grounds, the camaraderie during missions, the joyful laughter during breaks. Every scene was as vivid as if it had happened yesterday. But now he might never see them again. His consciousness continued to sink as if falling into an endless abyss. Just as Lu Hen thought he would lose all awareness, a memory buried deep in his mind, nearly forgotten, suddenly surfaced with startling clarity. It was a scene from his childhood at home. His father Lu Zhenfeng crouched down and gently stroked his head, his gaze warm yet resolute. His father's voice, steady and powerful, traversed the dust of time and echoed once more in his heart. Hainea, remember this: in life no one knows what lies ahead. The road is long, fraught with dangers and never smooth sailing. The path of a strong man is never a straight and easy road, but one strewn with thorns and desperate situations. You will face unbeatable enemies, moments when you can't hold on, times of despair, urges to give up, and even the face of death. But remember this: true strength is not about never failing or never getting hurt, but about being able to rise again after every fall, about being able to guard the little light within you even at the brink of death. At that moment Lu Hen understood. Gathering the stellar energy within him, he realized the truth: a star may fall but it can be drawn again, a sword may break but it can be grasped anew. Only a dead heart is true defeat. Even in the most desperate situation, even when your strength is spent, even when you have only one breath left, never bow to fate, never yield to the darkness. Let the indomitable will be etched into your bones and blood. Desperation is not the end but the catalyst for breaking through. Death is not the finality but the beginning of rebirth. That was the teaching engraved in the depths of his soul, the most precious strength in his life. His fading consciousness suddenly solidified. The dying flame of his life flickered slightly at that moment. The agony in his chest was still sharp, yet deep within his heart a faint light began to glow. It was starlight. It was faith. His fingers twitched slightly. Slowly he reached toward the rusted sword lying on the ground. The dark creature seemed to see through Lu Hen's intentions at a single glance. It knew he wanted to pick up that rusty old sword. Before Lu Hen could approach, the creature suddenly exerted its strength. A tremendous force violently hurled Lu Hen away. His body instantly soared through the air, flying backward into the distance. Midair he felt his body drift weightlessly, utterly beyond his control. The wind howled past his ears as pain engulfed his entire being. Fragments of his past life flashed incessantly before his mind's eye. In that fleeting moment between life and death, the stellar energy within Lu Hen erupted abruptly. All power converged, madly surging toward the center of his brow. His eyes snapped open and starlight blazed within his pupils. The radiance was pure and dazzling, carrying an aura that could shake heaven and earth. At that very moment the rusted sword on the platform began to tremble softly. As if sensing Lu Hen's call, it rose into the air of its own accord. The sword transformed into a faint beam of light, flying straight toward Lu Hen. In the next instant it landed firmly in his hand. As he gripped the hilt, a familiar surge of power flowed into his body. One by one the stellar patterns on the rusted sword began to glow. A single star shimmered, then two, then three. The light intensified continuously and the aura rose steadily with it. When the ninth star fully ignited, a brilliant radiance burst forth. 9 beams of starlight shot into the sky, illuminating the entire secret realm. Lu Hen's aura swelled wildly in that moment, unstoppable. He stood aloft in the void robes, fluttering like a true deity. On the other side of the secret realm, Bai Wei anxiously searched for Lu Hen. She looked around, her heart filled with unease and panic. Suddenly a powerful surge of stellar energy erupted skyward. Bai Wei's expression shifted instantly as she recognized the unique trace of Lu Hen's presence. "Please don't let anything happen." Bai Wei cried out involuntarily, then dashed toward the source of the energy. Above the void, the dark creature fixed its gaze on Lu Hen, whose aura had swelled tremendously. It showed no fear, instead a savage bestial lust was provoked within it. The creature let out a low growl, its limbs pushing off the ground. Its form turned into a black shadow, lunging at Lu Hen with incredible speed. Its massive sharp claws, imbued with ferocious malice, aimed straight for Lu Hen's vital points. Facing the lethal strike, Lu Hen remained indifferent, without a hint of panic. He spoke not a single word, simply raising the rusted sword slowly. With a single thought, a single swing, a single strike, star-severing. The 9 stars on the rusted sword blazed with brilliant light simultaneously. The blade's trail cut through the sky, carrying the power to shatter stars. The arc of the sword descended, cleaving directly into the charging dark creature. The ferocious monster didn't even have time to let out a scream. It had no chance to flee, nor could it resist. With a single stroke it was utterly annihilated, its body split in two. After dispatching the creature, the stellar energy within Lu Hen remained as potent as ever. The aura did not diminish, instead it grew even more terrifying. Bai Wei, still running, felt this energy and her heart tightened. "Lu Hen is ahead." The words slipped out and she accelerated once more. Moments later, Bai Wei burst into the center of the battlefield. She looked up and saw Lu Hen hovering in midair. At this moment Lu Hen was encircled by starlight, his bearing awe-inspiring. He merely cast a faint glance at Bai Wei, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Without a word, Lu Hen turned his wrist. The same star-severing strike that had slain the dark creature was now aimed at Bai Wei. A golden blade trail tore through the air, its momentum staggering. Watching this, Bai Wei was filled with confusion. She couldn't understand why Lu Hen would suddenly attack her. Yet she steadied her mind and spoke in a grave tone. "I too wish to see just how powerful you have become." As her words fell, Bai Wei fully activated her own ability. She gathered power in her right hand and struck directly at the blade trail with a palm. With a thunderous crash, a shockwave of energy expanded outward. Bai Wei stood firmly in place, having effortlessly deflected the strike. But Lu Hen, high above, saw his aura suddenly dim. His power was depleted and he could no longer maintain his hovering stance. His body went limp, falling from the sky like a kite with a broken string. "Lu Hen." Bai Wei's face changed dramatically as she cried out. With a flicker of movement she rushed forward at top speed. She stretched out her arms and caught the falling Lu Hen securely. Once on the ground, Bai Wei wasted no time. She immediately reached out to carefully examine Lu Hen's condition. The examination caused her face to turn deathly pale. Lu Hen was gravely wounded, all his meridians were severed and his breath was faint. Bai Wei used her ability to probe deeply into his internal organs. When she reached his heart, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. A faint wisp of stellar energy enveloped Lu Hen's heart. It was this very energy that tenaciously protected his heart meridian, saving his life. Confirming that Lu Hen was out of immediate danger, Bai Wei turned her gaze to the corpse nearby. She stared at the dark creature split in two, scrutinizing it carefully. With a single look she recognized the monster's identity. This was no ordinary dark creature, it was a blood wolf mutated into a blood werewolf. Bai Wei sensed the residual aura of the blood werewolf and shock filled her heart. This blood werewolf had reached the high rank of the 4th seal. It was only a step away from the 5th seal, already bearing the nascent momentum of that level. Bai Wei could hardly believe that Lu Hen, merely 16 or 17, had accomplished this. A youth had slain a terrifying mutant nearing the 5th seal. This level of strength far surpassed all his peers, defying the heavens themselves. Beside the blood werewolf's corpse, a crystal core lay quietly on the ground. The core was bright and translucent, radiating pure and powerful energy. Bai Wei picked it up and instantly recognized it as a fifth seal biocrystal. Only monsters that had truly reached the fifth seal would condense such a core. She couldn't believe this blood werewolf at only the fourth seal had nurtured a fifth seal energy crystal. She knew this place was no longer safe to linger if the secret realm was fraught with danger. Bai Wei stored the crystal core and thought that when Lu Hen awoke, seeing this fifth seal biocrystal would surely delight him. But his injuries were paramount, so she cradled the unconscious Lu Hen and turned to leave. As she sped along, a storm of thoughts churned in her mind, her expression grim. This secret realm had undergone an unprecedented terrifying mutation, from the young soul-devouring demon lord mentioned by Dean Gu to today's mutated blood werewolf. The monsters deeper within the realm had surged in power, making the danger far exceed initial estimates. If they lingered, they might encounter even more fearsome beings. She had to leave the secret realm at top speed to treat the youth in her arms. The first thing after getting out is to inform old Gu, she said to herself. The realm's mutation and the appearance of a fifth seal blood werewolf were matters of grave importance. Any delay in reporting could cost more students their lives. Bai Wei, carrying Lu Hen, quickly vanished into the depths of the secret realm.